win against Pacific Masters.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member, as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Masters will be your 3-time champions of Cfs Ph Masters.
Welcome na naman sa isang araw ng aksyon dito lamang sa Cfs Ph Masters. Live tayo ngayon sa Facebook page ni Crossfire Philippines. Ako nga pala si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sneaky Frog. At ngayong araw, grabe nga naman ang pamigay sa atin ni Smilegate para sa una nating laban ng Execration versus UBECMANIAC, my man.
Yun nga, Execration UBEC, very excited for this one pare, no? Kasi nakikita natin potentially yung the strongest, possibly the best player in the Philippines pare, na si Kano, and etong si Fall X Clash Node kids.
Kaya nakakatuwa talaga no na hinulma itong bracket na to, no. It's tailor-made for this day, no. At grabe nga naman, no. Araw ng pahinga, pero hindi tayo pagpapahingain itong mga to pag nagkaroon na nga tayo, no, ng laro sa loob dito ng Crossfire Philippines. No? So, punta muna tayo sa tournament format, no, para sa mga gustong umalam at makihalubilo dito, no, kung ano nga ba meron sa Cfs Ph Masters. Kasi hindi lang to basta tournament. Kailangan nyo rin malaman kung ano bang meron dito. So, meron na tayong 3 qualified na teams, no, from last year's regional finals, kasi sila yung tatlo yung teams na pinakamagaling, no. So, yun na yung Pacific, ang EVOS, pati ang UBECMANIAC. Pero yung 5, kailangan nila makipaglaban sa isa't isa para sa isang open qualifiers, top 2 sa OQ1 at top 3 sa OQ2. At dahil doon, meron na nga tayong teams tulad ng Team Secret at Team Acceptance. Pasok naman tayo ng group stage na kung saan maglalaban-laban sila sa isa't isa ay na single round robin best of 3 series. Top 4 papasok ng playoffs na kung saan doon na nga tayo talaga magkakaroon ng malupitang labanan, pre. True business, kumbaga.
Yeah, for sure. And pagdating naman dito sa playoffs natin, men, it is gonna be best of 5 single elim series. Top 2 teams will go to the Esports World Cup. Pare, maglalaban sila for that 2 milli prize pool. Pare, napakalaki niyan for any tournament, in all honesty, dito sa Esports. But of course, dito naman sa atin, it is gonna be 20k, 10k para sa first prize, roughly around 570k for first. So, medyo malaki-laki na rin yan, pare.
Super laki niyan, pre. Life-changing yan. Kumbaga, just imagine ilang VIP at ilang eco hindi nyo mabibili mo dyan. Pero, in a professional setting like this, for sure, for example, in a scenario na mananalo ang EVOS, no? Baka mapalago nila yung bootcamp nila, lumabas, kumain. So, any form of competition, bakasyon, pwede rin, no? So, any form of talaga, no, ng competition, nakakatawa talaga, no, na yung supporta ni Smilegate and nandyan pa rin via this huge sum of a prize pool, no? Napakalaking bagay nito na pinaglalaban ngayon ng Cfs Ph Masters. Kumbaga, bonus na yan, Ang hinaharap talaga ng mga teams ngayon is makapag-qualify dun sa top 2 ng EWC, pre, no?
Yeah. EWC, of course, debut tournament, no? For the year, probably one of the biggest tournaments dito for Crossfire in terms of prizes and also in terms of prestige, pare. Kasi dahil nga dito sa EWC, now we do see yung mga ibang teams also coming in dito sa ating scene, not just in PH, kundi sa mga ibang region as well. So, very nice time. Shout out to EWC, pare, for letting us take that, pare. Pero titignan natin yung overall match schedule, of course, going into the pangilang week na ba tayo? Second week na tayo, di ba, pare? So, 6 weeks na lang, men. Playoffs
Pasko
na tayo. Nako po. 6 weeks na lang. Pasko na. Start mo na yung timer, pare. Week number 2, of course, nandito tayo sa UBEC versus Execration, EVOS versus Fervid, pare. And gonna be more excited, no? Dito sa matchup natin, men.
Yan, ngayon pa lang, Crossfire Philippines. Parinig nyo na yung mga bosses nyo dyan sa comment section kung sino mga bantingin nyo mananalo sa una nating laban, which is UBECMANIAC at Execration. At pagkatapos nun, meron pa tayong EVOS tsaka Fervid. For the following week, meron tayong Acceptance versus Gaon Gaming. Magkakaroon na naman tayo ng Cebuana x Davao Derby nga nun, at Team Secret at EVOS. Isang kaabang-abang na laban for next week. At eto pa, Fervid versus UBEC and Pacific versus Execration. Week 3, grabe. thank you agad, no? Smilegate, kasi binigyan mo kami ng ganitong klaseng labanan no? And shoutout nga pala sa gumawa ng bracket na to kasi alam mo kung paano kami kilitiin ni Sneaky Frog sa pagpa-fanboy at pa-fan service ng mga ganitong klaseng labanan no? So yeah, ang ganda ng stack ng ng tournament schedule na to. No? Doon naman tayo sa kabilang banda no? Kung saan may kita din natin yung kalahating week netong Crossfire no? Kasi hindi lang tayo hanggang week 4, hanggang week 8 pa tayo mga boss kasi may mga playoffs pa tayo.
Gusto ko yung week 8 na walang spoilers pare, no spoilers. Save the best for last daw para dito sa week number 8 natin pare. But of course, going into itong week number 5, we also have some good matchups kagaya nga ng El Clasico, Big Brother versus Small Brother, pero hindi ko na alam kung sino yung Big Brother at this point with UBEC versus itong PE. And any other matchups na interesting as well, Team Secret Execration, fully knowing yung itong si Aljon and his history with some of the roster no dito ng Team Secret pare, guys maalala mo yung Vanguard right before dumating yung mga Cebuano pare. Pero yung PE versus Secret para sa week 7, nako po maganda yan. Pero tignan mo yung pinakahuling game,
pinakababa pre,
week 7,
week 7 di ba? Yan ang tinatawag na main event kasi punong dulo di ba? EVOS versus UBECMANIAC, rematch ng regional finals last year. Grabe nga naman talaga. Nasa huli talaga ang mga sa huli ang mga bida. At kitang-kita nga naman talaga in the flesh yung potential top 2 teams natin maglalaban bago sila dumako ng playoffs. Kumbaga para playoffs na nga rin yung week 7 no? Gaon Exe, Fervid Acceptance. Might as well, bigyan mo na rin kami ng preview ng playoffs no? Crossfire Philippines kasi grabe yung week 7 and week 8 no? Team standings naman tayo mga boss. Natin kung dahil sa 2 linggo ng paglalaban sa isa't isa, tinan nga natin ng rough view kung ano nga ba ang nangyayari sa loob ng Cfs Ph at UBEC and Execration. Baka gusto nga nilang tumantos ng isa pang panalo sa isa't isa as UBECMANIAC is still sitting way up there sa ating echelon ng pagiging top 1 at ang kasunod nila ay EVOS, Execration and then Gaon Gaming with Pacific. Nagluluming pa lang sila pre niluluto pa lang nila yung pwesto nila sa top 4 na yan as well as Team Secret.
Yeah, feeling ko by the time na nasa week number 6 at week number 7 na tayo pare, yung top 4, top 3 slot, grabe yan talaga yung papag-awayan, siraan ng pangarap, kumbaga yung pwede natin tawagin dito. But ayun nga, I really feel like mas nagbumold na siguro yung team standings natin. Not a surprise na UBECMANIAC is already at the top. Yun nga, dahil sa 2-0 na nangyari up against itong Team Secret. And feeling ko yung unfamiliar na lang talaga dito sa top 4 natin pare, yung Gaon na lang kasi tignan mo naman sino nasa ilalim, Pacific, Secret pare.
Yan, not debatable na yung top 1 at top 2. Pero yung 3rd at 4th seed, magiging battle royale pag habang tumatagal tayo dito sa PH Masters. Today's matchup, kailangan natin pag-usapan to pre kasi mahalaga to para sa araw na to kasi nga it's going to be one heck of a day kasi hindi lang isang matchup yung makikita natin kundi dalawa na kung saan kaabang-abang lang din naman So we have UBECMANIAC and Execration followed by EVOS versus Fervid bilang ating panapos ngayong araw na to And I wanna kind of put an emphasis as well nasa EVOS and Fervid na kasi lahat ng UMX kind of like an underrated matchup din kasi Fervid what a story it would be for today as a coaching debut from Boss Nice Katol at isa sa mga flashing players ngayon which is Skies. Isa sa mga pinaka pwede nilang gawing sa araw na to talunin ang international representatives natin
Yun, pag napagana yan ng Fervid pare, may isa na namang OG na player that will be convinced to coach 5 Cebu or Davaoenyo na squad pare. Balay mo 'di ba, we can produce 3 UBECs dito sa Pilipinas pare. Pero titignan pa natin of course when Fervid in that matchup. Kagaya nga na sinabi ko kahapon, that's probably a test para dito sa Fervid kung gaano pa talaga sila kalakas dito sa Masters at least compared sa top 2. So, yun nga back to etong UBEC at Execration man. Execration obviously very very good team, very solid showing dito sa kanilang Masters run so far and especially para dito kay Paul Paul is on another level pare, etong si Folex pare.
Hindi ko alam paano niya nagagawang flawless yung mga headshots niya whereas other teams really still try to bank on yung mga body shots kasi doon talaga sila kinasanayan talaga pero this man's headshot percentage tsaka yung effectivity niya bilang isang entry fragger, yung pag-open up niya ng space sa mga kakampi niya, kailangan talaga pag-aralan at busisiin ng husto talaga kasi kakaiba, hindi siya yung pangkaraniwan na nakikita natin from Yobib, kay Skies, kay Dre or even kay Kano Folex in a different persona, different player nga talaga at iba yung usapan niya pag hinambing mo doon sa mga players na binanggit ko.
Yeah, and the fact na dagdagan mo pa si CLD, no? Dun sa equation na yun, or si CLD, si CBN, getting my C's wrong, pare. Pero yun nga, dagdag mo pa si CBN dun sa matchup na yun, and then you have one of the most dangerous riflers nasa frontline ng Execration, pare.
Nakuha nila yun?
Nakuha nila yun. The fact na nakuha nila yun sa off-season is still crazy to me, no? Pero of course, focus tayo dito sa UBECMANIAC. Grabe naman yan,
walang
pare.
nag-hello. Yun, joke lang pala, pre. Masyado kong mga gabi natin, no? Pero yun, nag-hello na sila, pwera kay Kael. Ayan, si Kael! Ay, si Ken, tulog na naman. Nakita niyo ba yung mga post Crossfire Philippines na kung saan nag-post si UBECMANIAC, tulog ang kanilang kapitan, no? Kapoy talaga pag ganun. Grabe nga naman, Ken, tinutulugan mo lang ang kalaban mo. Pero tinan mo naman, pre, ang KD ni Kano sa 3 araw na nagsama tayo para sa Crossfire, parang wala pa atang lumalapit doon sa KD na produce ni Kano nung kalaban niya yung TS.
Yeah, I mean, 1.72. Granted, yung headshot is not there, no? Fully knowing na nagbabalance siya between yung M4 at AK at the same time. 1 kill per round. Super solid all around itong si Kano, no? The kid who grew up playing this game, literally living and breathing itong CF, pare. And yeah, he's meeting all the expectations, at least para dito sa Cfs Ph Masters. I mean, para kay KLP as well, na sobrang ganda na naging showing niya dun sa ACL, and now going into Masters, obviously tinurog niya yung team secret with his sniping, pare. But at the same time, this is a proving year para kay KLP, pare, kasi parang sinabi na natin on our own podcast, no, Salvatore, or at least on my opinion, na Kael kinda fell behind nung CFS 2024, pero parang may nag-switch, pare, no, this year.
Onti pa siguro, no? Kailangan pa tayo makakita ng mas malaki pang resulta from KLP, no? Like, man, ACL was on a different level, no, para dito kay KL. Pero it's kind of like a different narrative pag pumasok na tayo sa mga local leagues, no? Mas marami nang maniniwala talaga, no, kung ano nga ba talagang kayang i-produce ng UBECMANIAC, no? Kind of really exciting what this team offers, no? Considering na last year pahapyaw pa lang yung nakita natin from players like KLP and Kano. Pero ngayon, man, it kind of feels like everyone now has their different persona na lahat talaga mapapapili. I'm really excited na sa susunod nating portion na Sneaky Frog, kasi magkakaroon nga tayo ng konting usapan sa isang familiar na friend, no, pre? Kasi it's going to be a pre-match interview with one of the best minds inside of Crossfire Philippines, our dear friend, ang ating idol when I was still Grade 1, Boss Coach Tanks. Maraming salamat sa oras na nandito ka, no? At
nasa Shanghai pa, pre.
Hello.
Coach Tanks, maraming salamat sa oras mo, no? At thank you sa pagbibigay, thank you rin sa presensya mo ngayon, no, para ma-interview ka namin. At bigyan ka lang namin ng konting katanungan, no, ni Sneaky Frog. Hindi naman to ganong kalalim, no? Simple lang. At gusto lang namin malaman yung insights mo para sa paparating na laban sa Execration, kung ano nga ba yung naging preparation ni UBECMANIAC.
First and foremost, gustong batiin lahat na nanonood sa Crossfire Philippines. It's another great day of Crossfire Philippines, no? Maganda na mga match-up. Sabi nga kanina ni Salvatore, parang parang mga match made in heaven itong mga matches, mga line-up, no? So enjoy kayo dyan sa hindi lang sa laban namin, pati sa susunod na match later. Anyway, to answer the question, well, knowing na nagbago yung roster ng Execration, dumalagdag si Folex, tapos yung the brains of PM na dati kong kinoach din si Aljon is napunta sa X. I know it's gonna be a battle of brains, no? It's counter strats ganun yan. Layers of counter stratting, layers of decision making. So siguro yung preparation namin, maliban sa syempre obvious naman doon kada team na replace ng kalaban, more on the mental or the mind games to laban na to for sure.
Yun nga, obviously gonna be one of the better series, no? Speaking of Aljon, Boss Tanks, has there been any specific na preparation para dito kay Aljon, pare? Kasi obviously you've had your experiences with etong si YK, so you kinda know kung paano siya mag-ooperate dito, but anything na specific na pwede nating i-point out siguro na pang-counter lang siguro sa genius that is itong si YK, pare?
Kaya sabi mo lang, as the genius as he is, no one knows how he thinks. Even me.
Yun nga eh. Pati ako, di ko alam
Even me.
Hindi ko alam paano.
Yeah.
Pati si Andre, di niya alam.
Even,
Man.
well, we had our time way back nung nasa PM pa kami pareho. Nagpapalitan kami yan ng gusto namin yung debates namin regarding strategies, yung mga usapan namin sa Pero magkaiba yung same kami ng frequency, pero magkaiba ng atake, magkaiba ng atake, kaya I can say na yung term na basa ko ba siya, hindi mahirap basahin yung utak ni Aljun.
Grabe, strong words no from Coach Tanks, actually, shows a lot of respect sa kanilang laban mamaya sa Execration. Final words, parting words for Sir Coach Tanks bago sa laban nila mamaya with Execration.
Good luck sa ating dalawa sa Exe. Yan, yan, mga kaibigan din, pero syempre isa lang ang dapat mag-uwi, and hopefully kami yun. Galingan natin pareho para we give out a great show for everyone. Tsaka shoutout ko yung mga supporter ng UM. Yan, tsaka yung mga bias caster sa UM. Salamat sa inyo sa pagbias sa amin. Tsaka kay Ma'am Lizelle, tsaka kay Boss Chris. Yun, tsaka sa mga, yun lang naman. Tsaka sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa UM. Yan.
Maraming salamat, Coach Tanks. Thank you for your time and good luck sa laban mo mamaya with Execration.
Salamat.
And there it is, wise words. Actually, never cease to disappoint talaga when it comes to his insights. That is Coach Tangs. Shoutout nga din pala kay Boss Chris at kay Ma'am Casey ngayon na for sure nanonood at nakasubaybay sa kanilang mga UM boys. Pero yun, pre, biyahe na tayo from Cebu. Balik tayo dito sa may bandang Etipa kasi it's now time to talk about the new bad boys in town, my boys. It's Execration. Sneaky frag. And bad boys, emphasis on that one, pre, kasi talagang masama sila kung makipaglaro ng Crossfire, at alam ng acceptance kung ano yung naging nila, ano yung naging sinapi nila. So there is Execration in the flesh. We have their veteran players, say even ZYK and Charleston, at ang kanilang dalawang panibagong paputok dito sa Execration, CBN and Polex.
Kita mo yung gupit ni Aldon?
Hindi ko ata nakita, hindi ko ata napansin.
Mamaya makikita mo, men.
Mamaya
Sana
makikita
siya yung
natin.
interview, please. Please siya yung interview, men. Pero titignan natin, of course. Look at these stats, man.
My
1.71. Parang
Si Paul X pala.
1-1 pare. 1-1 dito kay Kano. Pero mas lamang lang si Paul X sa headshots per game.
Headshot, Tingnan mo naman. Pero
Oh
si
my
Paul X pala,
God.
piso lang pala. Kung nakapatay sana ng isa pa si Paul X dun sa laban nila sa acceptance, matatapatan niya na pala si Kano, So, I stand corrected by my numbers. So, efficiency-wise, mas okay si Folex, Pero dito natin makikita, dito na matatapos yung debate kung sino nga ba talagang mas nakakapagdala ng kanilang team towards victory, Is it going to be Folex? Is it going to be Kano? Huge question mark sa ganung usapan, Sneaky?
Yun nga. It's gonna be a very, very interesting battle. This is probably gonna be one of the harder predictions dito sa series. Granted, I might still sway on the side dito ng UBECMANIAC, pero hindi naman mawawala sa akin na may chance manalo tong Execration, and it's definitely more than people expect. Pero tignan natin team data, of course, a 2-1 win against Team Acceptance. Medyo natapa lang nung sub-base pare, pero the next two maps were pretty good para sa kanila dito.
And let's see with their upcoming matchup with UBECMANIAC at ang kasunod. Pre, tinan mo naman yung tatlo nilang magkakasunod na matchups, Parang binibigyan nila kagad tayo
Sama
ng
ng
playoff
first
preview,
three,
My goodness, pre, Sa susunod na linggo, they have Pacific. Tapos next naman nun is EVOS naman. Like, oh my goodness, Execration. Kung hindi man kayo, di ko alam kung swinerte o menalas, kayo na bahala mag-perceive nito. Well, Execration, talagang tinesting kagad yung roster na to kung hanggang saan nila aabot. Kasi with much hype, kailangan nila ma-back up to, and being able to mess it up against Pacific or even EVOS, magandang measuring stick yung binigay nilang schedule,
Yun nga, I mean, first four, or at least yung the next three pala na nalalabanan nila. For sure, it's good to go up against yung baka better teams dito sa schedule natin. And for sure that it is gonna be an easier path siguro, Siguro kung naghahabol dito yung Exe ng tiebreaker, they would have an easier time kasi considering na medyo madali yung later games nila. So, hey man, why not face the strong ones early, pare?
Sneaky, binati mo pre kasi kailangan din natin makaalam hindi lang sa UM side pero kailangan din natin malaman kung ano nga bang iniisip ng ating mga tropa mula sa Execration. Wala nang iba kundi ang hari ng mga Alde, Boss Aljan Alde, ZYK para sa ating interview, no. Oh my goodness, Sneaky Praga. Makakaramdam. Wait lang boss. Wait lang. Niluluto pa. Alam ko na mga gusto mong sabihin. Alam ko na, nararamdaman ko na. Niluto talaga ni Direk na ikaw talaga piliin para malaman namin kung ano yung mga pupasok sa malupit mong utak, no, Aljon. No? Pero maya din. Wait lang, inaayos pa.
Inumulto na tayo ni Yorek, pare. Ay.
Ako naman, Boss Alex, sana nanonood ka, no? At grabe nga naman yung makukuha mong content dito, no, wala kay Boss Yorek, no. Mamaya may interviewin ka namin. Konti lang. Kalma ka wala muna diyan. Execration, tas CYK. Yun yung mga hindi ko akalaing may hahambing ko sa isang pangungusap, no. Parang di ko ma-imagine, no, Sticky, na in 2025 kung sasabihin mo sa akin way back, no, na ang Execration tas CYK malalagay mo sa isang sentence, hindi ako maniniwala. Pero Vanguard tsaka CYK, parang pwede pa no? Tingin
parang
mo?
Pwede pa Kaso ninakaw niya kasi si Paul Yung tuloy.
Parang kumuha ka pa ng isa pa Parang maintindihan ko na kung ikaw lang tas hinatak mo pa yung Kobe namin Sayang naman.
Ay.
No. Pero okay lang. Ito naman Team Secret going pretty well no. 1-1 sila ngayon, no. Okay naman sila. Okay naman sila. Di ba? Okay.
Diba? Okay.
Okay naman. Kaka-okay ko. Sobrang okay na nila.
We're still fixing yung behind the scenes, yung camera dito ni Aljon para mapunta nga siya dito sa screen. Pero rest assured, nandito na siya, guys. Somewhere.
Mamaya, onti lang.
Onti lang. Pero, ayun nga, Ben.
Grabe nga naman. May artista value din pala to si ZYK, no? Kasi, ayun na, okay na daw, sabi ni Derek. At kailangan na natin bigyan ng isang magandang introduction. Boss Yorek, ang hari ng mga Alde, ZYK. Ikaw i-interviewin namin noong saan, pre? Hairline check, bago ng gupit si Boss Aljon, no? Una sa lahat, thank you so much, no, sa pagtanggap ng interview na to, no, at sa pagbigay ng oras para malaman namin kung ano nga bang nasa utak ng Execration. Ay, naku, pre, Aljon.
Bulat na kayo, ha?
Si N9, ikaw ba yun, pre?
Ito na yun, pre. Ito na, pre. Wala, hindi kasi si ZYK. Si Yorek ka muna kayo. Parang di kita kayang tawagin na ZYK ngayon. So, Yorek, with that win against Acceptance, no? Solid yung pinakita nyo sa 3 maps na medyo nalaglag lang talaga kayo sa subbase. Tingin nyo confident pa rin kayong
Solid ba yun?
Okay naman kahit papaano, di ba? Tanong mo si Paul kung okay siya doon sa map na yan, di ba? Okay naman siya.
Paano siya pumapatay Solid pa no?
Ito na yung tanong, pre. Tingin niyo ba confident pa rin si Execration piliin ng subbase laban kay UBEC?
Oo naman. Makikita niyo na lang. Kung paano kami bugbugan ng UBEC.
Awit, men. So, ano yan? Ibig sabihin yan, may subbase sa labas, Andre. Nako po.
Di ko alam.
Naisip. Nakikita ko na yung CYK 816 sa laro, pare. Pero tignan na, hindi ako makatanong tuloy.
Hindi makapag-isip mo.
Hindi ako makapag-isip, pare. Hirap.
Mag-iisip ka ng tanong dyan kay Yorek. Parang mahirap, pre.
Pero,
showing ka lang yun.
Ayun nga, Aljon, musta naman yung pagka-integrate mo dun sa EXE, pare, no? Medyo malaking pagbabago ang nangyari dito sa off-season, men. So, musta naman so far sa EXE, pre? Enjoy ka?
Okay naman. Problema lang namin dito si Cloyd kasi hindi nagsasalita Panay ba tawag rito? Yung alam, sign language. Sign language, ang hirap. Yung kakausapin mo, nag-sign language. Ano kakausap?
Baka naman kasi hindi nyo tinatropa, hindi nyo sinasama sa nasasamahan, no? Parang pinapabayaan nyo lang ata. Pero yun, CYK, no, bago ka talaga namin bigyan, no, ng oras mo para sa makasama mo ng mga teams mo kasi hindi naman pa kami pinapatawa ni Sneaky, no. Baka may gusto kang batiin dyan, no, huling mensahe, no, sa laban mamaya.
Wala akong gustong batiin.
Out sa'yo, par. Ang sama mo talaga.
Napapaksama mo talaga, boss. Sige. Okay.
Okay na yan.
Okay na, Yorek.
Sige pre, salamat men. Salamat
Ayun na nga.
par.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yan nga pala si Aljon
Thank you. Istorbo nyo ako.
Awit sa'yo par. Ito na men. Simulan na natin para masub-base na to pre.
Sige, Derek, palisin na natin si ZYK. Baka matanggal pa yung mga bitukan natin, kakatawa eh, no? Pero yun, that is Aljon Alde, ZYK. Grabe. Nasagot niya lahat, no, pre?
Sagot niya lahat ng napakaganda men with that fresh N9 haircut pare. N9 fade. Men.
Ay, kala ko J-Vice haircut eh.
J-Vice type fade pare, nakita natin doon. May ano lang, yung linya lang yung naging difference pare. Para
Grabe,
para maiba naman.
Onting ano na lang eh, onting adjustment na lang ng mukha. Pwede nang buy siya gaming eh, no? Parang okay na, magbe-blend in na siya, no, pre. Pero doon na tayo sa usapang key players, pre. Head to head naman na tayo kung sino nga ba dapat ang itapat natin sa isa't isa. Pero for sure naman alam naman natin kung sino yan. Polex versus Kano. Tinawa naman, pre. Parang pinotocopy lang yung stats sa isa't isa. Oh.
Yun nga, 1.72, 1 kill per round. Medyo lamang lang ng onti dito si Folex, no, pagdating sa kanyang output, which is 65 pagdating sa kanyang APHK at KR, of course. But with the nature kasi ng role dito ni Kano as the hard entry para sa kanyang team, it is just natural, no, na makita natin siyang less kill per round. Pero 1.72 as a entry fragger pare is still a very insane statistic, man.
May ganyan nga talaga ka-efficient. You're able to create a lot of moments para sa mga kakampi mo makapag-follow up and being the front runner eh. Kumbaga, ikaw ba yung quarterback talaga na inaasahan ng lahat na mag-produce ng ganyang klaseng numero, no? Plus entry fragger kasi sila talaga yung pinaka-volatile, no? Namamatay talaga kasi sila yung unang palagi pumapasok. Kano does it flawlessly, no? Pero for Folex, not just only a good attacker, no? Kaya niya rin magbigay ng assist, no? So binibigyan niya rin ng magandang segments din yung mga kakampi niya, no, to make plays for themselves as well. So kailangan na nga natin magtawag ng backup pre, no, para mag-proceed na nga tayo, no, sa ating malalimang pang usapan. Let's now to give way now for our casters for UBECMANIAC and Execration, none other than Ramon and Bipolar. Kumusta naman kayo dyan, mga boss?
Okay naman, medyo mainit-init yung magiging first match natin. Actually, an overall good week para sa PH Masters. I think, kaya ako medyo excited ngayon kasi nangganda kasi ng head-to-head na na-mention nyo kanina. Kano versus Folex, I think a different playstyle sa pareho nilang teams. Parang may isang precise, may isang napaka-aggressive makapag-duel. Kaya medyo yung difference na ganito ay tinututukan ko ngayon sa ating magiging matchup.
Alam mo, for me naman, it's a sight to behold na it's gonna be Execration versus UBECMANIAC. Magandang labanan to start off our Sunday and to end off week number 2. I'm just ready for what's gonna happen sa battlefield natin mamaya sa Crossfire. But all said and done, these key players ang magsiset in stone kung ano pang susunod ng mga labanan natin.
Luckily, Bipolar, bibigyan na nga tayo, no, ng pahapyaw sa laban ng UBEC tsaka Execration as we head into the map veto. At bibigyan na nga tayo ng konting spoiler ni Yorek, no? Kasi sub-base daw.
Sub-base ba?
Mapili.
Sub-base?
At oh my God!
My goodness.
Nabayaan nga talaga nila.
Apakatapang mo, Aljon.
Grabe ka nga nga talaga, Aljon. No? Parang kuminang yung mata ni Coach Tangs, eh. No? Uy, sub-base open. Sige ha. Pero not to discredit Execration. 2-3 of their players familiar naman sa sub-base talaga, no? Nung Hydra pa si Chacha, alam niya paano magdaro ng sub-base, especially from ZYK, nung isang buong taon nang kasama niya yung UBECMANIAC, especially Folex, nung mga kapanauhang kailangan niya pa talaga alamin kung ano yung sub-base, no? Pero for Eagle Eye, para ma-prioritize ng Execration, grabe talaga yun, sneaky, no? Did not expect that.
Yeah. Execration obviously as well trying to target yung kanilang own goals pagdating sa kanilang map pool, obviously trying to practice that Eagle Eye 2.0. As of recently, no, na-realize natin kung gaano importante yung mapa na to, not just in the local stage kundi sa international as well. So maybe ito yung steps para sa Execration, no, to try and prepare something potentially for the future dito pare. Pero ayun nga, it's a map that we've already seen before galing sa Pacific back in the day nung nandun pa si Aldon. So, let's see kung paano kagana yung sistema na yun with this Execration squad, pare.
Parang medyo obvious na nga. Now, kaya pinag-uusapan natin yung sub-base when it comes to Cebuana teams. UBECMANIAC, one of the premier teams sa sub-base mismo, diba? Mataas ang leverage nila dito sa map na to. Locally, internationally, it is a map to be feared para sa Cebuana squad natin. I just hope na may opportunity ng Execration na makakuha ng napakagandang counter. Pero looking back at it, I think kung si ZYK ba naman yung mismong nagpahaya na ibigay yung sub-base sa kanila, baka may niluluto to yung mga boss natin ng Execration, where I believe Game 3 will actually have like the most interesting outcome, which Ankara I believe is also gonna be a good map for both teams.
Ako, for me naman, it's gonna be a bloody first few maps dito na aabot talaga tayo ng decider, wherein Eagle Eye 2.0, even though it's Execration pick, magandang starting point to for both of these teams, given that may onting advantage for Execration. Pero pagdating ng sub-base, dun tayo magkakalaman kung can Execration really hold up against the Cebuano forces coming in from UBECMANIAC. Pero Ankara, being the decider, medyo magiging 50-50 ulit ang Ankara natin, just like other matches from other teams. But yeah, it's gonna be a great set of maps dito sa ating first series ng ating week number 2, day number 2.
Maganda yung mga sulat ng mga director sa ating behind the scenes, no, sa laban ng UBEC
maganda
sa
yung script.
Execrations. Talaga on script at on time nga tayo, no, sa mga piniling mapa at sa mga kailangan pag-usapan, no. Let's talk about prediction. Kailangan na natin inokastra nga, no, kung sino nga bang mananalo dito. Una sa lahat, ako nga muna, no, at kasunod si Sneaky, Ramon, and Bipolar. For me, UBECMANIAC 2-1 pre. UBECMANIAC still has that flair in them, no, in terms of fragging, no, and it's not just full X, no. Kailangan lahat talaga sila dito mag-shine. Kung hindi nila matatapatan yung individual playstyle ng UBECMANIAC, baka dun sila madadali sa loob ng Eagle Eye or sub-base. So there is still a lot of respect for Execration's playstyle. That's why I gave them 1. No? So UBECMANIAC 2-1. Ikaw naman, Sneaky Frog.
2-1 ako Ubek pre, pangit ng gupit ni Aldon eh.
Maganda yung kay Ken eh, no? Para mas bagay sa kanya eh, no? Parang pareho nga lang sila ng gupit eh. Parang pareho na kayong Baisha Gaming eh, no? Yung Ramon, ikaw naman, yung prediction mo, boss.
2-1 UBEC. Para sa tingin ko, pareho sila may potential na makaabot ng malayo. Pero ang tingin ko kasi with the experience that they already have at sa explosiveness ng team na to, yung highest of highs, talagang I believe na UBECMANIAC will have an edge dito. Although feeling ko yung Execration magkakaroon ng magandang talim dito sa matchup natin.
Ako?
Okay.
Madalian lang to, brothers. 2-1 Execration para sa ating first matchup of the day. Hot take kung hot take, brothers.
Okay. Magandang hot take, di Bipolar. Mga kabay, ating mga ka-Crossfire Philippines, alam nyo na sino hahandingin sa comment section at nag-dial na nga namin ang aming mga predictions no? Pero ubos na ang aming oras ni Sticky Frog. Kailangan na natin iba to kay Ramon at Bipolar para masimulan ang ating duelo para sa araw na ito, Execration versus UM. Mamaalam na muna kami ni Sticky Frog. Ramon at Bipolar, kayo na naman magsisisigaw.
Maraming salamat sa hype na pagpasok namin dito, Ramon, Salvatore, and Sneaky Frog. Maraming salamat sa inyo. It's gonna be one hell of a day kasi syempre, pagpasok natin dito, Ramon, Execration with the first map pick, I want to hear some of their thoughts naman ng onti dyan kasi sinabi ko naman kanina, it's a little bit of advantage para sa kanila pero it's a good starting point for both teams.
Look, medyo, in my opinion hindi ko siya masyadong napag-usapan na nasa map dito natin. Pero considering yung naging performance last week for UBEC against Team Secret, I wouldn't say that this is a 50-50. I actually feel like this is a very brave attempt. Maybe there is a history for the core of Execration. Kaya mas gusto na mapick yung map na to na hindi na bibigyan ng chance yung compound nila, yung port nila. Okay. Siguro talagang gusto nilang i-challenge yung naging execute ng the side of UBECMANIAC. I think napanood nila yung VODs nila against Team Secret last time, so we're gonna have to try their best to try to attempt at least dito sa first map nila. Yung sub-base na naibigay, yun din. Isa ding brave decision yun no? Parang we already know that UBEC will have a very good time dito, pero ang nasa isip ko kasi talaga, there's a reason kung bakit hinayaan lang na ibigay ito ng Execration, diba? So, there's possible upset potential pero mas malaki din kasi yung chance na magiging komportable lang ang UBECMANIAC dito once they're already settled in dito sa map na to. So, yung first two maps yung kailangan natin tutukan talaga kasi it's very impossible na makakita tayo ng 2-0 dito, men. Sa leverage at saka sa talent ng pareho nating kupunan, I don't really think it's gonna be a fast affair, pare.
Alam mo, tama ka dyan, Ramon. Feeling ko there's still a lot of questions na kailangan masagot pag in-game na tayo, especially for Execration. Sobrang dami ng inopen nila. Sobrang open for the side of UBECMANIAC to maybe get the leverage na gusto makuha ng Execration. But given that, kasi wild dogs ang Execration kahit anong video game pa yan, kahit anong team pa yan, basta Execration yung nasa name mo, you know they are wild dogs. Lalo na nung nakita natin yung interview with ZYK, you know they have the good vibes, and I think that's gonna be a little bit of a good thing para sa kanila going into this matchup. Kahit na top 1 sa standing ngayon yung kalaban nila, they have some good vibes. Mukhang hindi sila kabado, mukhang hindi sila phased. They wanna go head on, at yun yung gusto natin makita against one of the top teams sa buong Pilipinas, which is UBECMANIAC. But then again, week 2 pa lang naman. So whoever wins this, aangat to sila sa leaderboard, sa standings natin, Ramon. That's gonna be a good boost next week.
Kumbaga parang may goal yung Execration ngayon no? Ang pinakamagandang way para makapag-set ka ng napagandang impression sa lahat na nanonood is hanapin mo lang yung pinakamalaking lalaki sa loob ng isang room, tas hanapan mo lang, tas sasapakin mo lang na mabilisan no? For Execration, it's gonna be a bloodbath for them, and I do feel like they have the capabilities no? Yung rifling duo nilang si Folex at saka si CBN no? At one point si Folex, or at least hanggang ngayon, di ba? Talagang heralded as one of the more explosive fraggers that we have, while also being very precise. Kita mo yung last time na nakita na natin siya maglaro. And also, his bread and butter playstyle nga naman is how precise he can be with his headshots and how calm he is kapag nag-entry siya din for Execration, di ba? So that's something that they have to watch out for. Tapos si CBN naman, isa siyang headshot machine. Yeah. Kahit nung time na sa match Jesse, nakita mo yung explosiveness sa kanya. No? Meron lang mga times na medyo nag-up and down siya. Nakita mo yun in the 2-1 or the 2-1 performance ng Execration. So we're gonna be looking out for the form coming through here. Pero yung isang hindi pa natin masyado napag-uusapan no, is yung mind games ng parehong IGL plus coach ng UBECMANIAC laban sa nag-iisang magiging IGL ng Execration. Will ZYK handle KLB and Coach Tanks together na nag-iisa lang siya, di ba? Kasi talaga nga naman, man, magkakakilala kasi yung mga to and I don't think ZYK is willing to give up this fight ngayon.
Very much so. Very well said, Ramon. It's really the battle of the minds, the battle of the prodigies, because the two pillars of Crossfire Philippines are now in the battlefield. It's a match made in heaven, but hell is about to unleash. Welcome to set number 1 of UBECMANIAC versus Execration. First to fall down, it's CBN.
Oh my. Already, you can see na may signs of difficulty na yung Execration. JJ walking up very closely back in towards the site. Talaga nga naman with CBN gone, it's gonna be a little difficult for them, especially with KLP. Starting off strong papunta dito kay Charleston, but at least that's only one of the snipers down. That will be a 5 versus 3, an entry into the A site willingly to actually give the space to UBEC. Another for Kano as well, starting strong para sa mga core players nila, which becomes a very difficult spot para sa Execration. Pero Folex still holding up his shots. Eventually KLB will shut it down with a double kill, 1-0.
Grabehan agad ang first match natin dito. Is a first point going into the hands of UBECMANIAC, at you can already see the combination of the KL brothers, KLB going at it, going for head to toe against Execration. Pero nandyan naman si ZYK. Kung kanina masaya siya, nandito naman siya, papatay niya si Loy agad-agaran dito sa may gitna.
Ganda na simula, At least may konting paantrada pa nga si KLP. So si ZYK down, leader gone, pero may isa pa silang sniper. Charleston does not hit the shot para sa Execration. So we're back into a slow start para sa UBEC on their BL side. And it's also interesting that they decide na ipaglaban nila yung LA. May split up pa nga all the way towards door mid. Meron pang noise na ginagawa tong si KLP. So talagang may split push potential, but Charleston eventually converts on. Kano also spotted, so they're noting his position and they can actually play passively.
Oh my God, CBN going head to toe with Kano. Pero tingnan mo naman, Charleston hindi na siya umaalis. Gusto niya i-hold yung area niya. Ayaw niya ibigay ito for the side of UBECMANIAC, at dahil doon, hindi makagalaw. Hindi makakuha ng advantage or map position ng UBECMANIAC. They can't get what they want. 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock. Dito si Jay finds Folex and falls him down. At mukhang lalabanan niya si CBN. Nandun naman talaga. It's a simultaneous kill as KLB kills of Charleston sa kabila. Pero nandun naman din si Haven. Jay with a kill. At UBECMANIAC starting off strong.
That's one of the things na medyo napansin ko din sa UBEC. Last week, they're so good at converting yung mga man count disadvantages. We started an early 4 versus 3. Tapos si JJ naghihintay lamang siya doon sa may door mid, waiting for info. And once he got his info, doon pa lang siya nag-strike. While CBN, waiting for a perfect moment to strike and no spotted. He is willingly to take this fight head on against them. Pero yun nga lang, may spot at meron pang utility. So, with a lot of time burnt up para dito sa UBEC, pwede sila mag-reset ulit habang Execration nilalaro lang yung space na binigay sila ng BL side.
BL side is doing whatever they can right now. Pero playing it slow on the third round, mukhang nagkakaantay lang tayo ng very much first pick-off. Kanya-kanyang tinitingnan. Pero Loy might see of CBN habang naglilikutan sila onto the doorway. But look at Kano going for the spray down onto 2 with CBN ZYK to fall down.
My goodness, 3 kills in a blink of an eye. UBEC really handling this like slow business. Folex though,
Folex
already nakabalik na dito dun sa mid side. Na smoke up pa nga tong si A-Even. So pero ang UBEC naka-entry na agad sa top side ng ating A. Pero JJ falls down into the loving arms of A-Even. It's all falling into place para kay Folex. Into an eventual 1 versus 4 clutch attempt. Pero yun nga lang, may tatlong nasa screen niya, tatlong pumuputok sa kanya. In a 3-0 start para sa UBECMANIAC.
3-0 start. At mukhang yung prediction ko nawawala na agad. Execration. The vibes are not vibing at the 4th round already. But you can definitely see it as ZYK goes for the pick-off. Pero wala siyang matatamaan. No damage even being done. But look at Loy. Goes in towards A-Even. Pero si A-Even very much ready as he go and sprays out the doorway. Dalawa nasa labas pero isa pa rin mamamatay. Cannot fall down. It's triple kills all around the board. Make it a 4K at Execration nagpaparinig na meron silang ibabala sa ulo ng UBECMANIAC.
The Hotel of Death nung pumasok ang UBEC as they walk in ng isa-isa papunta kay A-Even. The receptionist of death dealing on towards UBECMANIAC. Nakala nila safe sa pagpasok ng hotel. And without even utility, they were just throwing their bodies on towards that side of the map. KLP, low on HP, I believe it was from the leg shot. You definitely see that Execration are willing to experiment with these setups na nakuha nila sa hotel. But now they double up. Charleston, CBN. Now they're gonna try to get themselves some damage done. KLP still gonna make some noise. Pero medyo slow take lang tayo sa bawat sector ng mapa for UBEC as they're walking into that hotel position trying to challenge ulit itong si A-Even.
Sa wakas nakakuha na si KLP as he picks off Charleston na kanina pa kumukulit. ZYK though with a trade-off coming in ng KLB. Isang KL brother na ang nawawala sa mapa pero tingnan mo naman yung HP dito ng KLP almost falling down already. Tulad nga na sinabi ni Salvatore. Wala na siyang kamay, wala na rin siyang paa pero kaya niya pa lumakad, kaya niya pa bumaril. CBN nagpapakita ng ulo but the shots are not connecting coming in from UBECMANIAC. 1 minute, 20 seconds into the clock. But let's see CBN. Ramon, take it away.
They can still actually try to place this as fast as possible. Kita mo na sa LA na sila agad. And with UBEC prepared for this, they can try to fight off against Folex. But Folex will kill off JJ. CBN with a second and double kill para kay CBN. KLP very low on HP. And again, dahil siya yung sniper, ay napakalayo lang nila dito. ZYK though, he is down into a 1 versus 3 setup. Yun nga lang yung C4 nasa loob ng bahay. Kung saan hinuhold lang ni CBN ang close angle dito kaya KLP has to be careful. 40 seconds. At sa paglapit niya dito, hindi niya alam kung saan nakahold up yung ibang mga Execration players. A-Even could be the first contact. Spotted yung ulo ni KLP. Could try to fall back in towards the spray but Folex reliably will get the second round win para dito sa Execration.
Second round win and it looks like Execration finally nakakuha na sila ng onting paggalaw, nakakahinga na sila ng unti-unti. But let's see, can they really keep this going against the pillar or the top 1 team ngayon sa Cfs Ph Masters 2025? ZYK very much aggressive. May kita niya nga ba si Loy? Pero the discipline is there. Grenades falling back. Screens are shaking. Pero can they get more? Ngayon, they're moving towards A site ng unti-unti. Both KLP and Kano magsama-sama ngayon. but masyado pang malayo, very much hold back. Itong Execration, nasa pader lang talaga nila ng respawn.
Oo nga eh. Kasi sa ganitong sitwasyon, UBEC are just trying to take for picks nga, no, diba? So they usually have yung default setup nilang KLP on LA, try to control that space. Kung may nagro-rotate nga sa paloob ng site, mahanap siya ng AWM shot. Yun nga lang alam ng Execration to. So they keep themselves back on exit, mid, at yung isang anchor ay nag-hold lang dun sa may tower kung saan ang lapit lang niya in the cover if kailangan niyang magtago ulit. So Charleston, good shot kay Loy, but
Here they
JJ is
go.
gonna have to have the opportunity para sa pag-entry on into the site. Mike, smoke on in. As magpasok ni si Fall X, expected na yung position. That's a kill over to JJ. That's another for a even as well. So Execration, the good setup works out, and eventually they equalize 3-3 against UBECMANIAC.
That was crazy. Isa lang namatay mula sa Execration, UBECMANIAC using the utilities, kaso nga lang wala silang magawa eh. Hindi sila makapasok easily easily. Si Fall X, tinatamaan lang sila mula sa ulo hanggang sa paa. But now, it's another round wherein nagkakaramdaman lang ulit ang ating mga players. Isang magandang grenade coming in from side of Execration. At si Kano mamamatay galing kay CBN. Pero the trade-off coming in from KLB, si ZYK nandun naman para patayin yung kanyang brother in hand na si KLP. Fall X ngayon nandito, nag-aabang ng lalapit at very much aggressive ngayon ang Execration, not like the round before.
Oo nga eh. Finally, they're attempting to make some damage done early on. Sa mga early pushes nila, napapunish sila ng UBEC kasi na-expect na yung position sila. Finally, they get some damage done. Charleston, he does hit the shot back in towards the first floor dito, pero expected na yung position. JJ, again, back in towards regard sa kung kailan nilalurk lang na yung mga positions ng Execration and slowly chipping some damage sa numbers advantage na meron sila dito. But ZYK, expected si Loy, and it's all down to JJ. Gets the kill kay ZYK though. And then in the 1v2, he has to win against a even, and he eventually will lose out the fight. That was a double peak para sa Execration, and it's a 4-3. Finally, a lead against one of the top teams dito.
A barbed wire fence kill all the way across the map ang magpapaganda ng laban dito na Execration. Pero alam naman natin yan, the Cebuanas coming in from UBECMANIAC are not here to play games. They are here to win. At may kita mo ngayon si CBN trying to pick them up. Pero nandun naman si ZYK. Saan ka tumitingin? Tatlo yung nasa harap mo. Ba't hindi mo pinatay yung nasa kabila? But now, it's a 3-player falling down coming in from Execration. Isa na naman mawawala. At si Fall X, the prodigy, nabulag pero nakakuha pa nga ng isa.
Hindi pa kinailangan dahil napatay pa nga ni Kano. And even though Fall X, he's still willing to get some damage done. Ang UBECMANIAC nagsama-sama na lamang sa pagkuha ng early space onto the mid side yet again. Now reclaiming control sa naging matchup natin 4-4, pero ito na yung last round of this first half. Napaka-importante to get that first point of momentum to the second. ZYK though, he will kill off yung fellow sniper niya dito na si KLP. And a huge pick-off para matanggal yung long A na meron siyang leverage na kanina pang ginagawa ng UBECMANIAC dito. No? So 4v5, make it a 3v5 with ZYK hitting the shots. Yung bagong tabas buff lumalabas para kay ZYK ngayon, pare.
Very much so. Sabi ng barbero niya, ipakita mo yung galing mo. I-own mo yung LB. Kasi nandito ulit si ZYK pero hindi siya mamamatay. It's ZYK almost falling down with almost 20 HP. Flashbangs are there pero isang hotel take nga ba ang gagawin ng UBECMANIAC dito? Tatlo silang nagsasama-sama, holding hands. Hawak kamay kumbaga ang ginagawa nila. But with the smoke being here, medyo nahihirapan sila. At ito na nga ang pagpasok, ang arangkada ng UBECMANIAC. Pero si A even is there even though he is flash. At ando naman si Fall X para may fallback potential. Si A even coming in from Execration. Naku po, hindi niya napansin. Ba't ka nandun? Ba't ka tumalikod? Binakstab ka tuloy ni Loy.
Napatay pa nga ni Fall X back into the 5-4 scoreline. As bloody as we kind of expected it, no? Bipolar, parang na-expect na natin na suntukan na makikita natin dito sa kanto ng Eagle Eye at suntukan ang nakuha nga natin dito, no? So 5-4, Execration with the lead. We can kind of still expect UBECMANIAC to still do their usual stuff na magpupush on the way towards LB. Yun na nga nagawa. Agad itong si KLB, double setup na meron din silang hotel na sinesecure ngayon ni Loy. Pero sa pagpasok na, magigreet lang siya ni Fall X. Hello and goodbye.
Hello and goodbye para si Catherine Tornerdo. Nandito na nga sa may bintana pero mamamatay lang siya sa CBN. Nandoon. Naku po, nabubulol ako kasi sa sobrang aggressive dito ng UM as well as Execration. Ang dami nangyayari sa mapa. Akala ko boxing pero laban ng palato ng Crossfire at andun na naman si Charles and with the Colt in hand. JJ to fall down. Kailangan ko kumalma, Ramon.
Oo nga medyo mataas yung energy natin dito no? Kasi napaka-init nga
First round
naman.
pa lang to, first set pa lang to.
Totoo pre, first set pa lang medyo nagkakasigawan na tayo tapos medyo may fade away one tap pa nga kay Charleston. So medyo na-hype pa nga ako pero it's still 3v2. Charleston gonna have to entry on into towards the site habang open pa yung B. Si KLP siguro yung magiging closest threat nila dito. Kung masaspatan nga si Charleston rotating back in towards this B site. KLP will spot him. KLP gets spotted by Folex though into this 2 versus 1 where Kano, the MVP from the previous series, will have to do his best work against the 2 versus 1 pero A-Even expects him to rotate pabalik sa kabilang side ng mapa. It will be around another one para sa Execration.
Alam naman natin to na first map pick ng Execration, so they still have the advantage kumbaga. UBECMANIAC still testing the waters, but Execration onto the attacking side is gonna be a little bit of a, anong pwede natin sabihin dito, ibang timpla. Kasi UBECMANIAC right now are going for a 3-2 setup. 2 players close to hotel and 3 players close to A side. At dahil doon, medyo Execration needs to also get early pickoffs para makapasok sila. And right now, Charleston onto LB, trying to look if meron pa bang magpipick sa kanya tulad ng kanina niyang position on to that alleyway. But right now, Folex leading the fray with the entry fragger there. Magandang timing with the grenade but not connecting onto anyone. But KLB very much aware kung nasa ngayon ng Execration.
At the same time as well, dahil sa trajectory na need niyo yun, I think na expect na ni Folex at least sa pag-entry niya dito sa hotel kung saan galing yung grenade na yun. So that reception table is gonna be something that KLB has to be careful of his possession of ngayon. So pagpasok niya, na-spot niya agad at may double kill pa nga si KLB, the big brother handling business sa loob ng hotel. And Loy gonna get himself the third kill for UBEC. Charleston pulls out the Colt and eventually will kill off yung KLB. But in this 4 versus 1 with JJ killing off Charleston, it will be CBN who needs to pop up. But eventually he does not go down against Kano. It will be a 3 versus 1. 50 seconds on the clock and I don't believe nasa kanya din yung C4. So medyo matrabaho yung magiging final seconds of this round. He has to kill off itong si JJ agad. Pero sa pagpasok niya, mapapatay lang siya agad.
Magandang hold coming in from UBECMANIAC. At alam nila kung nasan yung C4. So hinanap na agad nila yung natitirang miyembro dito ng Execration, holding down the hotel bomb. And with that said, everybody, let's look at the stats habang bumabagal ang ating mga labanan. On to the side of Execration, Folex already with 12 kills and behind him si A-Even with 8. Sa UBECMANIAC naman, nandoon si JJ and as well as KLB and Kano with 7 for each of them. They are fighting for their lives, Ramon. Sobrang ganda ng laban natin yun. Tulad ng, tinan mo, ZYK very much deep onto the waters of UBECMANIAC. JJ with the timing right there, and as well as ZYK, nagkakitaan na nga. Pero JJ tries to go for the repick possibly.
Parang nakakatakot to, men. Kasi sa pag-pick niya doon sa mid side, di mabibigyan niya ng first pick-off, no? Pero with the smoke, with LA being a open avenue, doon pa lang sila papasok. But JJ gonna win out against CYK, though. Charleston picks up another as Execration. They want to get the A side, but they are doing it bloodshed in a 3 versus 1. Patay na patay ang UBEC. It's all left up to the big brother himself, KLB. Kaso napakalayon pa niya dito. Expected na yung position. Charleston with the shot eventually gives him an avenue to push himself all the way towards LA. And with that, it's a 3 versus 1. KLB puts up with the stairs. Na-spot pa nga agad tong si Charleston. Jumping shot from the Colt. Low on HP and with the 1 tap coming through. It will be a 7-5 para sa Execration. Talaga nga naman ay surprising them on their map pick so far.
Grabehan ang labanan natin, everybody. It's a very much good start up coming in from Execration. But UBECMANIAC, we know them as the force to be reckoned with. And with that said, Kano already falling down. The kid coming in from the heavens of UBECMANIAC is not seen right now onto our 13th round. Execration, nagsasama-sama ngayon all the way, coming in from Hotel. Pero 2 players, it's gonna be CBN and ZYK cutting the rotations of UBECMANIAC. JJ still on the same spot. Folex trying to pick someone na medyo agresibo coming in from UBECMANIAC. Pero alam na UBECMANIAC ano yung plano nila dito. They just need to hold down the sites. Hayaan nilang pumasok ang Execration. Kasi alam naman nila na mag-execute ang Execration sama-sama without a lot of flanking potential. So UBECMANIAC going for mind games still, but they are at a different spots right now, Ramon. As you can see on the minimap, magkakahiwa-hiwalay sila.
Medyo may pattern pa nga eh. Early aggression on one side of the map, pero hindi yun yung initial push. Hindi sila mag-commit towards that. They will have that reset. And JJ with the spray down. ZYK and CBN gone. Ano, 4 versus 3 na ngayon. So pag entry nila, papasok dito sa may EB, kailangan maging careful tong si Loy. Si AE, hindi mo alam kung nag-iisa lang siya or may kasama siya dito. Folex still holding yung flank. 1 minute to try to execute on towards this B site. Na in-hold pa lang sana ni Loy. May flank pa nga from JJ spotted. Made some noise. At dahil dito, kailangan na maging passive. Kailangan i-fish out yung location na dito. Kaya si Charleston na lang ang magta-try dito. But with the shot not connecting, JJ, patay na patay si Charleston. Patay na patay din si Folex. And everything is falling apart for Execration as UBECMANIAC are getting the 6th round this time around.
UBECMANIAC keeps it close against Execration. Ang gandang round for them. And what a flank coming in from JJ. He created space for the entirety of UBECMANIAC at dahil doon nagulo ang isip ng Execration. Yung execution nila nawala na lang at UBECMANIAC still going on top. With 1 point deficit here, KLP goes towards the reception area of Hotel. Pero kailangan niya mag-back off. Still, the plan I think for UBECMANIAC is hold down these sites. Sa kanilang sila magre-retake pag pumasok ang Execration. Now Execration still the same kind of strat. They are trying to get the Hotel. Gusto nila mag-check-in, Ramon.
I think nare-respeto na nila yung explosiveness ng Execration no? They know that they like to go in Hotel like so many times now that in most of these fights talaga nga naman laging may plan ang Execration going in with that It's usually fall X go kill. And sometimes that doesn't usually happen. But UBECMANIAC don't want to risk it na ulit ngayon. So babalik na lang sila, bigay yung respeto ang Hotel para sa Execration this time. But that also leaves a lot of problems on how they can perform sa defense kasi pwede nila lang i-rotate pa doon sa may RS. Pwede nila lang ipasok all the way from stairs mid ang mga players ng UBECMANIAC. So that will be given a lot of time as KLP. EWM shot has to be everything for them. I believe yung pinakamalaking heat map dito will be that EB position. That B site where the double peek comes through and KLB. The mind games coming forward for Execration. Mukhang nagiging impatient na ang mga bata natin all the way from Cavite. AE even gone. 50 seconds on the clock. And they need to make a decision now. That B site definitely not the best place to go forward. Kaya mag-decide na ngayon ng Execration. At kailangan na lang i-entrada na mabilisan dito against UBEC.
Kailangan na nila magmadali. 30 seconds on the clock. They have the C4 actually. 4 players still alive for Execration. Isa pa lang namamatay para si KLP makes it 3 players left for Execration. Nandun naman si Loen as well as ZYK with trade-offs. Pero nandun pa rin naman for the double kill against Folex. Putting salts into their wounds. Ngayon may kita nila ang natitira na si Charleston. Makes it a 7-4-7. Parang 7-11 lang. Magkakapatay tayo dito. 24-7 ang labanan. It's every time no one is getting the advantage, Ramon. Walang umaangat ng tatlo. Walang humahaba ang advantage.
Talaga nga naman sobrang influential ng mga snipers natin no? KLP from the previous round, I believe he got 2 or 3 kills out of this exchange. Charleston with the first, but Loy gonna be able to get that numbers advantage back. ZYK a little too far away. Kasama ng mga teammates niya no? But KLP, the same angle na ginamit niya against Team Secret to equalize the numbers on the first round. Sayang na sayang para sa Execration. Charleston giving his life up para maging 3 versus 4 pa nga to UBECMANIAC. Putting their name on the card so far as a team that is really good at locking down sites so far. Sa ating Eagle Eye, habang Execration ay babalik na lang onto the reset to play around this LA setup to against Kano who I believe can handle this. Pero yun nga lang, buhay pa si Folex, buhay pa si CBN, and at any given moment, these players will pop off, man.
May makakita na ba tayo ng Kano 3K For the 15th round of the day, Loy spots them out. Nakita na nga Kano. Ngayon, aarangkada, aariba, at andun na nga sa likuran. Perfolex to kill off Kano. Ang ating 1v1 situation, nandun na nga to make it 2 as KLP falls down CBN to kill off Loy as he was blinded. JJ ngayon natitira, coming in from the side of UBECMANIAC para makakuha ng retake. Going for the flank up, pero nandun si Folex, basang-basa parang libro. Wala ka na magagawa, JJ to fall down.
Sabi sa'yo pre, habang buhay pa si Folex, habang buhay pa si CBN, as long as these Execration players are still alive, this 3v5, hindi talaga magmamatter pre. Kasi sa sobrang precise ng pag-headshot ni Folex, talaga nga namang sa calm na naging pace ng round na yun, ay nabigyan mo ng battlefield na talaga nga namang magta-thrive ang player na may playstyle na katulad ni Folex. Able to get these headshots and able to find a way para ma-wiggle themselves back into the matchup ngayon. So an 8-7, lead coming through para sa Execration late dito sa kanilang Eagle Eye. They start with a slow tempo na naman. Usually, UBEC would do these very aggressive takes on at least one side of the map. And now it's gonna be on Hotel where mukhang kailangan magtrabaho na maayos ang Execration. And every single time that they take yung Hotel, it usually works out for them. Kaya kailangan lang siguro ng util, kailangan lang siguro ng napagandang trade. Si Loy makapick up ng isa, si KLB kasama niya dito. So Hotel closed off para sa Execration unless they wanna go double dip into it.
Nagbago na ang mindset dito ng UBECMANIAC. Gusto nila maging agresibo habang si A-Even goes and screes away in towards Hotel. Akala niya clear na pero nandun naman si Loy. Ngayon goes for the other position. ZYK not ready for the onslaught na ibibigay ni Loy. Isa na lang natitira coming in from the Execration. At dahil dyan isang jump peak coming in from KLP puts him into the grave.
Ituit na, dikit na ilaban, tablado na sa pareho nating kupunan. At talagang sa first matchup pa lang ng week 2 day 2 no? Talagang nagpapakitang gilas na ang pareho. Pero si KLB, first blood found onto the mid side finally. Some UBECMANIAC magic na nakikita mo. Aggressive mid setup, JJ with the second frag. And slowly Execration, they're kind of walking on thin ice here. They give up yung maging boxes position nila, yung LA pwede na ipang rotation. Kaso si Volex mukhang may ibang plano no? Pag nakuha niya tong si KLP, the sniper will be down for them. Pero KLP expects it. Even though able to get the trade-off, a 2 versus 4. At yung C4, since nasa kanila pa rin kapag nakalasan sila ng isang anchor magkakaroon sila ng okay na plan. Pero medyo mahirap to against KLB and Lloyd. They've been doing this double up setup na kanina pa nagiging successful.
Up-down situation coming from KLB. Even though you are the god himself, can you do it with one down? Just one left. Dito sa B site natin, Loy, nagtatawag na ng kakampi para makapag flank position on towards A-Even. Pero si Charleston ngayon, looking behind. Tinatawag niya na si A-Even to fall back. The damage has been done. Tignan mo naman yung kaliwa. Pero si JJ, very much ready for the onslaught once again. JJ goes on top of the roof. Pero andun naman, it's gonna be UBECMANIAC taking the first set point. It's 9-8 and UBECMANIAC is coming back.
Ano kayang kinain ni JJ ngayon no? 19 kills at laging siya yung pinapanguna na sa mga aggressive pushes nila dito. Siya yung nag-first blood, siya pa nga yung nag-end na naging round natin no? And KLP hitting the shots. It's almost gonna be a done deal pero A-Even finally will deal some damage done 1-for-1. Loy will also get yung trade-off. So UBECMANIAC are happy to get yung exchange natin. Mid also gonna be invested para kay CBN pero kailangan na maging careful. He kills up nung si KLB so the IGL down but still with this type of aggression from Execration, anything is possible, especially with LA now gonna be their target.
Alam mo, hindi ko nakikita yung comment section na ngayon, Ramon. But I know they want an OT. Execration, can they put the excess shot onto UBECMANIAC as CBN goes towards the fray? It's gonna be JJ to fall down. The top fragger right now for UBECMANIAC. Wala na magagawa as Kano. Ngayon, sinasamahan ni Loy. Folex, buhay pa din naman. Umaangat na ngayon dito sa ating building. But Loy, nakikita yung puwetan. Napatay na nga with the grenade. It's a Kobe coming in from Kano. And he is out fragging the two players of Execration as he falls down, as he kills off two. CBN, alam ba nila na nandyan pa siya with the C4 in fact. UBECMANIAC ngayon, alam na nila kung nasan siya as the C4 has been planted. Grabe nga talaga.
tamang basketball player yung laruan ni Kano no? Kills up 2 people at yung isa ay grenade kill. Kung kailan naka-fall expand na tinatry pang i-stick yung bomba. So now gonna be a 1 versus 1 with CBN killing off Kano. And Loy, now he has to clutch it up. Kung gusto niyang i-deny yung OT, eventually, it will be Execration. 9-9 and +4 bipolar. Yung debut mo pa nga at yung pinakaunang matchup natin for today's video, umabot pa nga sa OT, men. What more out of this, pare? Init ng Execration talaga eh. Ano magagawa natin?
Alam mo, sa init ng laban na yun, namumula na ako, man. Mukha na akong casino dito sa ating caster cam. Nagulat nga ako, ililipat pala sa caster cam. Nakaganon pa ako kanina eh. Grabehan yun. Pero grabe. Execration versus UBECMANIAC. Absolute cinema, brother. Absolute cinema.
Tama ka dyan, pre. I mean, ito yung mga na-expect natin no? Yung mga star players, yun ang nagpa-pop off. Like all throughout the game. You can kind of see a lot of their highs dito, no? Kano being a very impactful player in that last round in particular, the perfect grenade, ma-deny niya yung plant, tapos medyo maganda nga yung naging response after ng kill na yun, no? So, sama-sama silang nag-rotate pabalik dun sa B kasi kailangan niyang i-verify kung dun pa rin siya dun sa may A sets. May time pa nga, no? So, pagka-plant niya, alam na lang saan siya pwedeng makapag-plant. So, that's sama-sama na lang sila sa pag-flank papunta doon kay CBN, which honestly, medyo kinabahan ako, brother eh. Mas lalo na dun sa naging EA push niya. Nung nakuha niya yung first pick-off eh, alam kung pwedeng pumasok sa kahit sino dito. Sa kahit sinong team na mananalo.
Yeah, very much so. Tsaka yung exchange at the end, coming in from LA was, I think Loy was falling down there against Execration. Nakita naman natin yon. It's a sight to behold. Akala ko matatapos na ng UBECMANIAC pero Execration forces it to overtime. At tulad na nakalagay sa ilalim ng inyong screen, dikit ang laban. At mukhang tatagal pa tayo dito, Ramon. Feeling ko on the first match.
I mean, wala naman gagawin siguro, no, bipolar. I think wala ka pa naman gagawin mamaya.
Wala
no?
naman.
Na-predict ko kanina, na-predict natin lahat na mag-go all 3 games to.
Yeah.
And honestly, sa caliber ng mga teams natin, mga players natin ngayon, talaga nga naman kailangan mag all 3 games, no? Tas OT pa. So pagkasimula natin dito, kailangan masyado magbanat ng buto ng lahat ng mga players natin no? So lahat sila activated, 15 kills. I believe etong si Polex, so natapos tayo dito, pero 19 nung natapos tayo doon sa second half natin, itong si JJ. Talaga nga naman the Riflers just showing a lot of their best work right now. And I believe it will be a do or die kapag umabot tayo sa possible golden round mamaya. Pero sa simula ng ating OT, swap na ulit yung sides natin. UBECMANIAC gonna start on their BL as Loy. He's gonna be the one to take first contact sa pagpasok dito. Si A-Even naman, magiging manager ng hotel natin. Para lang matry na i-depensahan yung side the mapang yon against UBEC, who really are just trying to play for scraps and play for the pick that they're looking for early on dito sa round natin.
Feeling ko alam na to ng UBECMANIAC na palagi nandito si A-Even holding down the table onto hotel. But right now, they go towards LB, trying to spot out anyone that peeks off coming in from Execration. Pero nakikita rin naman na Execration ng mga shots na nanggagaling dito sa UBECMANIAC. Charleston and A-Even just holding down the fort. Hindi sila nagpapatibag. They're just doing their roles. Folex, ngayon nandoon sa dulo. Kanina nakita natin doon si ZYK, but it might be a different taste right now for UBECMANIAC. I think they were expecting na palaga nandoon si ZYK, so they're trying to move their players towards A side. But it's Execration are a little bit doing mind games as well.
Medyo risky kung papasok nga sila sa LA kasi they're at risk of trying to fight up against Charleston, who has been hitting shots with the AWM. So they are actually rotating pa dun sa may mid doors. Now this is a good way to counter yung double A setup na meron kanina ng Execration. So they walk into RS and they kill off so many people sa UBECMANIAC. Sa pagpasok nila sa loob ng mid side ay isa-isa silang bumagsak.
Isa-isa talaga at grabehan ang mga laban dito sa Execration. Alam mo yun, Ramon, parang isang bombang galing sa mundo ng UBEC. Pinaulanan ng mga bala at dahil dyan, UBECMANIAC gave 1 point, which is very much crucial, no, Ramon? Na pagdating mo sa OT, you don't wanna give the leverage to the other team.
Oh man. Ito yung hinahanap natin sa first matchup pa lang natin. Ubek, a little upset with what happened kanina. So back on their BL, kailangan nilang kumuha ng first pick-off. Agad-agad sa slow tempo. Naramdaman mo yung pressure with the triple A setup na ginawa kanina ng Execration. Napaka-stable ng depensa. Tapos ang ganda din ng naging response nila from that stairs mid push. That's where Execration have shined so far, and definitely nakikita mo na ibang sector naman yung kailangan lang i-prioritize. KLP back on LA, may sniper pa nga siyang kakalabanin. Charleston gonna have to hit the best shot of his life. He spots out one, but Kano with the wall bang will start off strong sa LA push na mukhang gagawin ng Ubek as KLP with another. It will be UBECMANIAC starting off strong dito sa may A-site execute, while ZYK is gonna have to try his best para ma-relegate yung numbers na ulit. Si Loy, tinatry niya gawing sakit ng ulo doon sa may mid-lurk, pero still 3v4 Execration, masyadong low on HP para sa D-Tick natin.
Ngayon titignan natin ang 3-camp position to see every angle from both of these teams. ZYK on the left side, may kita natin, can he get that pick? The bullets are raining onto him, but can he find someone? Isang pick-off, pero may kita niya si Kano with a coat in hand, pero mamamatay lang siya. KLP holding down the long angles, pero mamamatay din as Execration executes every player of UBECMANIAC. At dahil dyan, the time is there. Global risk win. It's 11-9.
Number 18 para kay FallX with that triple kill. Grabe talaga. Showing off his best work so far. Into an 11-9. Talaga nga naman, man. FallX, the Terminator, the Prodigy, na talaga nga namang ina-expect natin to come out alive at ZYK. Showing off how flexible he can be with the sniper naman. Hits at the shot, papunta kay KLP. An early 4v5. And UBECMANIAC, talaga nga namang nape-pressure sila agad with the early picks na ginagawa ng Execration ngayon. Kaya napo-force mo sila na medyo mag-play slow this time na honestly, hindi ako sanay na nakikita against their BL
Totoo man. Alam mo, even though since they are playing slow, kailangan natin bagalan ang labanan. Kailangan natin bagalan ang tempo. ZYK though, at his very precious spot, sabi niya, binili niya na daw tong LB pero dito naman si Charleston onto JJ, going and leading down the free. Charleston to kill off Kano, Loy to kill off CBN. Charleston nag-iisa ngayon sa site. Can he get these pickoffs? Isang Kobe papunta doon sa doorway, will pick him off, pero nandun naman ZYK to kill off JJ. It's a simultaneous kills left and right, up down, center and back. Nandito ngayon ang nag-iisang natitira player coming in from UBECMANIAC to fall down. It's ZYK to get the last blood of the day sa ating first matchup. Ramon, what a series, what a first set.
Teka, medyo chill lang muna tayo kasi looks like side swap pa muna ulit. At medyo maganda na yung panimula sa ating naging OT. So talagang with the first 3 wins na nakuha ng Execration, kailangan maging perfect lang ulit kung gusto ma-force out yung golden round ng UBECMANIAC this time around. So I believe we started 12-9 sa paglipat natin ng side swap dito.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say na talaga nga namang prepared nga yung Eagle Eye dito ng Execration. I had doubts nung una, pero sa totoo lang I'm sorry, I never knew your game, man. Execration just showed off why Eagle Eye is a comfortable map pick for them so far. Alam nila kung paano counterin yung mga aggressive setups ng UM. I believe KLP also was having minimal damage nung nasa LA siya time and time again. Kaya nakikita mo nagsiswitch siya ng mga setup. That's also kung bakit si ZYK yung mismong tumatapos sa kanya. Parang okay nga yung setup para ma-counter yung sniper ng UBECMANIAC every single time
Yeah, parang may set in point talaga sila na strategy every time, and even kahit umabot na ng OT. And just to correct myself, it's up to 30 na. So, nag-excited lang ako kasi naduling ako. Akala ko sa dami na nangyayari sa mapa natin from, sabi ko nga, left, right, and center. Akala ko number 3 na yung susunod doon sa 11. So, Execration now still attacking here. KLB and as well as one more player holding down here onto the stairs, pero nandun naman with an easy flashbang, and CBN also to take off the head of JJ.
Oh no, and at their set point, they're falling at the seams. UBECMANIAC falling apart, and it's all coming down to Loy this time around. Napaka-init ni FallX, napaka-init ni CBN. at si Loy in this 1v3 at least he kills off CB and an A even as well. So mukhang naging doable pa nga to. UBECMANIAC has a chance pero Loy has to expect a double mid setup. ZYK and Fall X puts the final nail sa matchup natin on set 1. Execration beautifully done on their Eagle Eye map.
Grabe. The boys coming in from Execration really are ready for the forces of the Cebuana squad coming in from UBECMANIAC. The first set win, again, it's their map pick, so alam naman natin na the advantage is there. Pero Execration really putting downhill at first match pa lang, parang pinagod nila yung players of coming in from UBECMANIAC.
2 words, pre. Absolute cinema. Yan lang talaga yung masabi ko dito. No? Talaga nga na mga nakikita mo yung highs at saka yung mga lows na naging players natin. Specifically, yung player na hindi natin nakita from the head-to-head. I think JJ has done a wonderful job, especially at times na hindi siya na-expect sa mga positions niya. I think on Execration, I think we do have to give a lot of credit to ZYK as well. I think from the interview, it was clear that the vibes are alam mo parang good yung vibes ng buong team and wala silang na-feel na kahit anong pressure sa kahit dito sa matchup nila na normally any team would be fearing up against UBECMANIAC pero parang tinatawanan lang nila pre, no? So I think that also is yung naging mindset nila coming into this game.
Hindi, tama ka dyan, Ramon. Alam mo, tulad nga ng sinabi dito sa ating news bar sa ilalim, kinain ng Execration ang set number 1. Palagi kong inaabangan niya kasi iba ka direct, iba kayo prod team. I love you guys. Tamang-tama yung words. You put words into my mouth, kumbaga. But Execration, really, even though it was an OT, nakuha nila yun straight off the bat. They wanted to do it para matesting kung paano yung timpla ng UBECMANIAC. But we cannot deny UBECMANIAC, especially pagdating sa sub-base, pagdating sa set 2, pagdating after that. So UBECMANIAC might still have something up their sleeves, especially when the KL brothers go hand in hand. But let's see. Let's throw it off to the panel to Sneaky Frog and as well as Salvatore.
My goodness, pre. Parang bumalik ata tayo ng mga 5 taon pabalik, no? Na kung saan si ZYK at si RGM nasa prime pa nga nila. Kung paano nila binata ang UBECMANIAC sa loob ng Eagle Eye, kailangan nating pag-aralan ng maigi, Sneaky Frog.
Yeah, for sure. Yung EE na yun, man, I really feel like Execration finished off where Team Secret started, no? Against dito sa UBECMANIAC on Eagle Eye specifically. Grabe yung performance, especially galing dito kay Folex, as we do expect, no? And ito yung napasagot yung tanong natin na what if Execration na gumana nga dito si CBN, gumana si Folex at the same time, nadagdagan mo pa yung lakas ni Aljon, tapos yung resurgence dito na i-even pare ay nagiging dangerous team sila at nakakatalo sila ng team kagaya nga ng UBECMANIAC. Pero grabe naman yung ginawa ng Exe dito, man. The macro masterclass. Not once na nakita ko ng line smoke dito sa A site, by the way. Pero napapagana pa rin nila eh. Grabe yung mga opening fights nila, man. Hindi maagapan dito ng UBEC.
Oh man, di ako makapaniwala actually, no. I was genuinely convinced na nung unang half, we saw glimpses of how UBECMANIAC really tries to dominate the fight, no? Being able to take over a specific angle gives you multi-kills, and not just that, yung confidence, kumbaga, na makipaglaban. Pero, we kinda overlook CBN, pre, no? We're just trying to give flowers para kay Folex at even kay A-Even. Pero CBN, crucial 1v2 para doon sa retake na yun, no? And I think that propelled Execration to greater heights kasi ang laki ng momentum na nakuha nila doon, no? This is Execration at its peak. Pag lahat ng players gumagana, this is like a dynasty in the making, friend. Ito na yung hindi mo na talaga matitibag. Ang hirap patumbahin ng ganitong klaseng Execration, lalo't-lalo na yung measuring stick ng CFS, which is UBECMANIAC, talagang tinalo pa nga nila, no? So might as well pave way for Execration in a kind of scenario like this na kaya nga nilang tumalo of a team of a caliber like UBECMANIAC, no? So consistency-wise, pre, hindi pa tayo sure. Kasi this is still week 2. Ang dami pa nating pwedeng isabihin or i-expose dito sa Execration, no? Pero I'm kinda liking what I'm seeing already, no, Stevie?
Yeah, mukhang tama yung sinabi yata ni Boss Tanks kanina, no, tungkol dito kay Aljo na pareho sila ng mindset pero iba yung atake nila pagdating dito sa laruan. And obviously nakita natin within this game, very teamwork oriented yung pagkagawa dito ng Execration. At the same time, their execution is very flawless pare, no? As in walang hesitation sa pagpasok ng mga ibang mga angles. And with this amount of output from your star players, pare, hindi ka talaga matatakot na pumasok dito. At the same time, you also want to give compliments dito kay Charles, pare, being a very serviceable sniper, catching out itong si KLP from time to time as well. So, hindi napadali talaga yung game at all para dito sa UBEC. And Execration, man, after that 1v2 galing kay CBN na low-key poetic nga yun, di ba? Salvatore. Low-key poetic yun after the whole after that whole matches affair. Yun nga with Loy, CBN pumalit, CBN now on Exe, and CBN seems like ayun nga, he's trying to prove a point dito sa series natin, men, na yeah, for sure hype na hype dito si Loy, but let's not forget about me, pare.
Yan, pre. Let's control the hype, no, pre. This just goes to show na UBECMANIAC is not God, no. Na kahit sabihin nga natin na they performed out of their minds during regionals, grand finals, and ACL, they are still warranted with these kinds of affairs, no? Kasi nga, Execration, whenever they get the ball rolling, no, na talagang team play yung pinapanigan nila dito. Yes, UBECMANIAC really had the good individual stints, no? Especially JJ, no? 1.7 KD is not something easily achieved in this kind of matchup with Execration na kung saan mas nananaig talaga yung playstyle ni Folex and CBN. JJ still held his own. Pero kung lahat ng mata natin ay nakatungo lang kay JJ at hindi sa mga kakampi niya, dun talaga magpapanish ang Execration, no? So team play over individual play any time of the day. Bars, no? So looking at the set summary, pre, all we need to look at is Folex and yung contribution niya pa rin sa headshot per kill percentage niya, pre. Still averaging 70. Hindi ko alam paano niya nagagawa, pre. Spinort science na natin tot lahat. Pero Execration, as long as this guy lives and breathes crossfire headshots, pre, parang makikita natin ang Execration sa katagalan talaga.
Yun nga, man. It's not just that, it's their anti-fragger as well na si CBN with an 82 headshot per kill, pare, with a lot of volume, no, considering na 8 AP ang lumabas sa kanit dito. As you do see, the set MVP, and who else it is, pare? Sino pa
Who
ba?
else, pre?
Who else but Folex?
Man, nothing more to say, no, about Folex. Parang nasabi na ata natin lahat ng pwede natin sabihin kay Folex. Siguro mas mabubuhat pa natin talaga yung kinauupuan niya pag nagawa niya ulit sa loob ng sub-base. Ginawa niya sa laban sa Acceptance. Might as well do it again here in UBECMANIAC, no? So this team now has the chance to lash out in history, no, pre, as the team that would 2-0 UBECMANIAC first time sa group stage, no? Kasi I believe they never lost a best of 3 in a local tournament since regional finals pa, pre. They went 7-0 doon at nung laban nila sa Team Secret, mas tumataas pa yung win streak nila doon, no? So now with Folex, oh my goodness, pre. Parang eto na ata yun. Execration might just climb the corporate ladder dito at patumbahin ng UBECMANIAC. And especially like putting all heads and eyes sa Exe.
Yun nga, and it's also a symbolic thing, no, para dito sa Execration to try and beat them dito sa map number 2, which is itong sub-base. Obviously, UBEC's best map. Hindi lang yung mga Filipino teams ay nahuhulog sa mapa na to, kundi yung mga Chinese teams and yung mga ibang Vietnamese teams as well. So, sub-base is definitely the true test para dito sa Execration of whether or not they can handedly beat itong UBECMANIAC. At the same time, kung kaya yung UBEC dito, you're gonna be a little bit shook, pare, no, considering na yun nga, Eagle Eye is also one of your best maps. Execration win it in overtime, and hindi lang yun, min, 4 straight points in OT, pare. So, sub-base, definitely bibigay ko pa rin to dito sa UBECMANIAC, no? Pero, I'm just saying na Execration, they have a shot to win this, pare. They have a shot to win this and make history.
Hindi pa natatalo ang UBECMANIAC sa loob ng Eagle Eye. Kaya nga ba bigyan ng taning netong Execration na to, no? 100% win rate para dito sa UBECMANIAC sa loob ng mapa na to. Mabubuhay pa rin ba ang bunal UBEC mindset netong UBECMANIAC GT? Malalaman natin pagbalik sa Cfs Ph Masters 2025.
sino ang huling team na makakapasok sa ating group stage.
And will end that one with a win.
And they win against Pacific Makta.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Makta will be your three-time champions of Cfs Ph Masters.
Nagbabalik kami dito sa malapelikulang CFS PH Masters 2025 Salvatore Sticky Frog para sa panel nga pala ngayong araw na to, no, na kung saan Execration draws first blood sa seryeng to, no, 1-0 as they take Eagle Eye. Can Exa shot still acclaim sub-base para sa kanila, pre, para 2-0, no, the first team that would ever achieve it.
Yeah, for sure. Many teams have attempted to take down itong UBECMANIAC, maybe just to try to prove themselves dito sa sub-base, and many have fallen, no. So, malay mo, this might be the time for Execration already had their fair share of sub-base experience. Salamat nga dito sa team acceptance, no? Pero iba na kasi yung level, no? Iba yung caliber ng sub-base na possibly na makikita natin going into this series. So hopefully it's gonna be an interesting one, man. Di natin alam kung sino man nanalo.
Adding the game yesterday, not yesterday, last week rather, no? So 14-1 ang total standing ng UBECMANIAC sa loob ng mga best of 3s, no? So ang laki ng so isang team pala nakakatalo sa kanila, no? It's going to be SGJ, no? Pero guys, kailangan na natin iba to kay Ramon at kay Bipolar para nga sa loob ng subbase, no? Kasi guys, kailangan nyo nga mag-ingay na. So guys, it's your time.
Isang mabilisang alley-oop coming all the way from Sneaky Frog and as well as Salvatore. Ngayon, Ramon, after that very intense game number 1 or set number 1 between UBECMANIAC, beast mode pa ba ang UBECMANIAC dito or Execration? Pero nevertheless, we are here on to set number 2. Never mind, kasi nandito na tayo sa sub-base kung saan ang mga Cebuano ay nananaig. The question now is, can Execration really take down the godly juggernaut?
We will find out on the sub-base nonetheless, no? Nasabi na nga ni Salvatore, 14-1 ang record. May blemish, may onting wrinkle, pero ang ibig sabihin pa rin nun ay napakalakas pa rin ng sub-base para sa UBECMANIAC as they start on the BL side. We'll have Loy on top of that Vents position, and once na may control sila sa Wooden, mas malalong magkakaroon ng mabilisan na entry. Players natin on UBEC, Fallex gonna have to do his damnness para ma-check yung vents natin. Although we will need support kung gusto niya ng boost all the way from Loy. Spotted at alam na yung info. He has to back off and let yung Execration para medyo iisipin nila kung tutuloy pa niya tong vents push or babalik na lang para masuportahan yung UBEC, which is I believe yun yung mangyayari dito.
Yes, that's what I believe also. But right now, they've gotten taken a lot of space coming in from UBECMANIAC. Pero let's see, can they really get the first blood here? Kasi if UBECMANIAC gets the first blood, magko-commit na agad to on to a warehouse possibly. But now, let's see, Loy going towards Execration right now. Going for another playstyle here, trying to get someone na nagro-rotate agad. Loy again, nakita natin siya on the first match na very much fragging heavily. Ngayon, going for the 2-pick, coming all towards ZYK. Loy ngayon, nakakita na nga ng isa habang nakablind doon si ZYK. CBN to get that kill. Pero si Fallex and as well as squad of Execration getting kills after kills. At Charleston na lang ang nakakuha ng isang mabilisang quick scope onto KLP. Execration gets the first round dito sa sub-base.
At dahil medyo, hindi ko alam kung nakukulangan sa util o kaya medyo naging over-eager sila sa pag-push from second mid. Ng passage actually, nabigyan ng konting magandang defense yung Execration. No? Madami silang tao dun sa may shutter at napakaganda din ng defense all the way from Dark Room. They also got Charleston starting off strong with that AWM shot. KLP down. Mukhang countered sa early game ang UBEC as they start beautifully papasok dito sa may shutter. May double kabanga from Loy as he walks back in towards at second mid position. Parang lang mabigyan ng konting scare factor ang Execration, no? Saan na kaya manggagaling yung UBEC now that they have at least a bit of a grasp on the situation sa kung ano nangyayari dito from the defense?
Yeah, but now can they really get a grasp para ma-close out ang round na ito. As you can see, hiwa-hiwalay ang ating mga players. Execration deep towards A site, pero look at UBECMANIAC. Nakakuha sila ng maraming space. It's a 3v3 situation, but the HP department on the side of UBECMANIAC is very much low. Ngayon, here, close to shutter. Johnson's pass one out, pero hindi tatama yung first shot. He needs to fall back si Loy. Naku po, nakuha niya habang inaangat yung kamay. Sabi niya, sobrang cinema moment ng game number 1 gagawin ko ngayon sa round number 2 ng sub-base. What a banger coming in from the side of UBEC.
Palag na palag. May double flank pa nga coming through. One coming through from passage at may isa coming from the MR position. Now waiting for Execration to strike on down at CBN with 1, 2 versus 2. Laying a lot of damage done papunta dito sa Riflers as it will be Execration winning at the gunfight. A even down. It's all coming apart for the 1 versus 1. A even. Laban dito kay Loy. Entry on in, but he wins at the 1v1. And eventually, UBECMANIAC will convert through with their first round on the board as 6 kills for Loy sa pag-start ng sub-base natin.
Sinasabi ko sa iyo man na Loy is something na UBECMANIAC is using to take down Execration. A banger of a start and 1 point coming into their name. You can already feel that UBECMANIAC is owning this map. But can Execration keep the forces alive as Fallex falls down? Tignan mo naman si Kano, gumugusto pa nga, nagiinit na yung kanyang kamay. Pero can they capitalize onto the situation? Gumagamit ng utilities ngayon. Ito yung medyo na nakulangan tayo for the side of UBECMANIAC dun sa ating first round. Sabi natin na sa sobrang onti ng utilization nila ng kanilang frag grenades and also those flashbangs, hindi sila nakakuha ng first pick-off. But right now, CBN, even Kano is still onto the wooden side. Mukhang babalik na ulit siya.
Poking and prodding doon sa side ng mapang yon habang yung UM looking to find a way towards that MR position. I do like that Execration are playing this the passive game though kasi they're already contented. Trying to play around their default spots. UM gonna have to play around the flash while KLB is gonna have to provide an opening para sa pagpasok na dito sa lockers as nasa loob na nga siya. 2F also in a very dangerous position for Execration as now UM are looking to capitalize on that right now. Charleston has to hit the shot. Eventually, nakita nyo itong si Loy and that will be a huge pick kung nasimula nga nyo na maayos to. As they're poking and prodding with the shots, Loy gonna get that first blood opening in. CBN also gonna get spotted and it's gonna be a double kill para kay Loy. Nasa loob na siya agad ng dark room ng ganun kabilis lamang at ganun din ka-smooth na nakapasok si ZYK into the loving arms of Loy. Double kill for him. A 2 versus 3 and UBECMANIAC kailangan depensahan yung C4 natin.
Kailangan nila depensahan, definite so. 50 seconds, never mind, it's 25 seconds before Execration needs to execute the last 3 players of UBECMANIAC to secure the round. But look at the even, goes in for the spray, goes in for the hold down! Hindi na tinanggal doon sa trigger, pero nandun naman si KLP to put more bullets into their wounds. It's gonna be an arm shot from the heavens. At dahil dyan, leverage para sa UBECMANIAC coming in towards 4th round.
Medyo yun yung nagiging problema sa numbers game na meron ang UBEC. No? They still provide that one covered player, ang sniper all the way from lockers. It is gonna be a smooth sail para doon sa post plat. Si Loy, hindi niya na double check yung pagpasok niya all the way from that shutter position. Si Fallex with the long angle, pero still nakapasok ang UM dito sa may shutter position. ZYK flashed on through. KLP and JJ, they're doing their best para makalabas dito ng shutter. They even pick off 3 people from Execration. Fallex down, as well as ZYK into the mix in a 4 versus 2, where they already have B site on full lockdown.
Full lockdown indeed, and I think hindi na nila ibibigay ito for the side of Execration. Definitely so, especially there are just 2 players left from Execration to maybe get a retake. KLB ngayon, na-spot out coming in from the smoke. What was that? Sabi niya, bigyan na lang kita ng Cibulichon coming in from CNT kasi ako si KLP. At dahil dyan, there's 14 seconds left onto the clock. Wala nang magawa dito si even. At dahil dyan, the even score will come out next time na lang kasi the 4th round will go towards UM nang walang pakundangan. Walang hirap. Still 4 players alive and UBECMANIAC, tingnan nyo naman. The eyes are there firing hot.
Yung nga eh. Ito yung parang hinahanap ko sana from Eagle Eye where sama-sama silang pumapasok as a unit, sabay-sabay yung mga flash at sometimes hindi na expect mga kalaban na dito pero KLP, look at the movement already.
Bilis
Lining
yan.
up the shot, expected na yung position and with the jump peak, even his downfall X will be in danger as well kaya kailangan niya maging careful sa next shot para kay KLP. They back up for now and they rotate back into the A site where they're pushed into Loy pero still ZYK will kill him in the 1-for-1 setup. Napaka-low pa rin ni KLP. Fallex with the spray down, even getting a double kill. are faltering at the seams this time, about bipolar.
Fallex definitely owning A side right now. Nakita niya pa si KLP as he gets that Colt onto the head of ZYK. Pero still, it's 3 players versus 1. Ang tanong ngayon, can KLB get 2 more as he kills off Fallex? Falling down onto A side, KLB has a lot of space. Nasa kanya yung C4. Alam niya ba nandito si CBN sa kanan niya? Tingnan mo! Naku po, KLB not getting the corner straight up onto that wooden area. At dahil dyan, Execration makes it almost a close game.
Smooth like butter nga naman para kay Fallex no? Ice cold sa pag-hold dun sa may A site itself. Even capitalizing on yung pagpasok ay may headshot glitch pang ginagamit. At madalian lamang naging 1-for-1 na nagiging napakalaking advantage para sa side ng Execration. They even kill up tong si JJ. Kano with the 1-for-1. ZYK down. And with the spray down all the way from the smoke, it looks like UBECMANIAC are starting to build something so far sa kanilang BL. Where they have everybody separated to see if they can have some second mid control. Na smoke off pa nga ng Execration. May time pa nga yung MR player na I believe si KLB para makapag-rotate pa dito. There's a lot of plan Bs na ginagawa yung UBECMANIAC na pwede na lang ma-execute pero kailangan na lang maging careful because Execration, they want to take the fight to them right now.
Very much so. At dahil dyan nagugulhan ng Execration kung magpupush pa nga ba sila or mag-hold na lang sila ng side. Kano with a double kill with the Colt. Ginawang lopsided ang mukha ni A. Even para siyang na-stroke. At dahil dyan Execration, dalawa lang natitira to maybe hold down A site. At tignan mo naman si Charleston, malayo pa ang tatahakin niyang journey but CBN still holding his own. Ngayon, nakakuha pa siya ng isa si Killers of Kano. It's gonna be a 1v2. A quick turnaround. KLB ngayon needs to get away. But he goes for the plant instead. Nandoon siya sa dulo. Ngayon, kailangan niya na lang tignan yung window kasi magkakaparehas na lang ng sitwasyon. Si Charles and pati CBN, a good grenade to start things off. KLB to fall down. Magandang simula at magandang takeaway coming in from the forces of UBECMANIAC.
CBN, definitely something special sa pag-hold up doon sa loob ng A site, man. In and out of the fight. And you can also see the impact coming through as well from everybody across the board. A even with a lot of damage done. And UBECMANIAC, despite them actually getting yung mga early pickups natin, Execration were still willing to take the fights. Kano with that double kill dun sa may wooden doors. Well, that was actually a very huge thing para ma-start ng early na maayos. Pero Execration, with how calm they are sa mga numbers disadvantages na to, able to get themselves back into the winning matchup. Still with this 3-3, you can kind of expect that are not taking this blindly. Kaya sama-sama na ulit sila 1-4 setup, possibly to try to take control of both mid at saka yung MR. While Loy is also doing a lot of work para masyadong magkaroon ng konting noise, konting misinfo na pwedeng maibigay dito sa Execration while they're still holding yung mga default positions sila.
Yeah, they're definitely much holding everything on their own. And with that, nahihirapan tuloy pumasok ang natin. Sama-sama nga sila, parang isang piyesta, but can they really execute onto the site of Execration? Looking at the map right now, 3 players ang may kita dito ni CBN. Hopefully, can get in this site without any or many casualties. CBN ready nga ba? Nakita ang paa dito ni KLB. Goes for the other angle. Mukhang hindi sila ready as he goes back. Kaso nga lang, nandun naman ang trade-off coming in from Charleston. It's gonna be Kano to fall down. KLP nakakuha na nga onto ZYK. At ang natin, nagpipiesta sa loob ng site of Execration. It's gonna be 2v2 situation as they kill off KLP. It's Execration to bring down the bang as JJ, the last one to defend this site and to defend this bomb. Yung piyesta ng UBECMANIAC, yung sinulog, hindi naging successful for the side of UBEC.
Oh my. At sa kung gaano kahirap ba nga naman ang movement sa paglaban ni JJ onto
Grabe yun, no?
A-Even and Fallex. Talaga nga namang head on a swivel. Left and right corner. Talagang A-Even and Fallex doing a lot so far sa pag-try na yung kunin yung 2 versus 1 setup. Pero talaga nga namang back into the entry we go. No time to witness back into the matchup. Fallex will even get themselves another. CBN with a double. UBECMANIAC definitely feeling the pressure, feeling the heat laban sa Execration as Charleston will even get himself tong si Kano. And now it's gonna be Loy in this 1 versus 2 setup. Pero yun nga lang si Fallex gonna kill him off into a 3-5 Execration, making a statement on the best map of UBEC. Remember, UBEC has never lost a sub-base even at an international, pre.
Ang tama ka dyan. Ito yung hometown nila eh. Nandito ang Cebuano Pride. Alam nila kung paano laruin tong mapan to. Alam nila kung ano yung mga pixels, kung ilan nga yung pixels ng mapa na ito. Kaya nakakagulat na Execration, mukhang nagbasa sila. Ni-ready nila yung sarili na against UBECMANIAC. That's why they opened up this map and that's why they're up by 2 points. UBECMANIAC ngayon, parang they're trying to get all of the strategies right now, trying to surprise Execration para makakuha ng onting leverage. Again, everybody, hindi pa sila nakakaangat ng isa or dalawa against Execration, and that is troubling. But right now, Loy, very much close on to the vents. Fallex getting that peek off, but it's a 1-2 situation. Here's the doors and Kano gets that spray down onto the smoke at dahil dyan nakuha pa nga siya ng cold kill, pero nasa likuran niya yung dalawang players ng Execration as they kill off KLP. Can he hold up his own? No, he cannot. It's Loy to get those kills para masalba yung kakampi niya. It's a 2v1. It's Charleston, the sniper jolt. Can he connect these shots? Loy, the discipline is there. Kailangan niya mag-back off. Sabi niya kailangan natin mag 2 versus 1. They're going for a fast A push.
Nakuha na agad yung bomba at mukhang may time pa para makapag-plan. Charleston has to be careful. Does not hit the shot. Loy! What a peak para dito sa UBECMANIAC. Keeping the dream alive to keep themselves with this undefeated streak sa sub-base natin. They start with, not with the best of starts dito sa first half. 5-4. A lead still para sa Execration. Pero at this point, pare, you'll take whatever you can get kasi kita mo ba naman yung score natin? 13 kills for Loy, 8 kills para kay UBECMANIAC, para dito kay KLP as well. You definitely see that the pressure is mounting onto them. Pero this time, man, in the side swap, kailangan mag-rely sa mga first pickups na ulit. It's kind of surprising that UM are actually taking this passively. But I guess this has been something that they resort to kapag ka na-feel nila yung pressure so far. And with Execration actually starting out beautifully so far dito sa ating BL, they have control over both second mid at saka yung pagpunta dito sa may luwag. Still definitely a lot of things to ride on. Not only the stakes of this game, pero the possible end of the streak here for UBECMANIAC on sub base right now.
Ito na nga, sabay-sabay na nga ang mga flashbang coming in. First to fall down, it's gonna be Loy. Pero dalawa ang mamamatay coming from Execration. ZYK to kill of KLB. Isang popcorn. Isang malaking leksyon ang binato sa mukha ni Charleston. At dahil dyan, he will fall down. It's 3-2. Ang natitira, CBN again. And ZYK naman ang kasama niya dito onto A side. Nasa kanila nga ba ang C4, still not going for the plan? ZYK nandoon sa smoke. Pero Kano, very much aware kung nasan nga kayo. JJ gets the last kill at UBECMANIAC goes for the tie.
Oh man. And now you're starting to see some more comfortability, no? Kano now showing off why he is to be feared dito sa mga matchups natin. KLP also hitting some shots again. Seeing some star power come through from UBEC, and sometimes that's what you need dito sa mga setups so far against Execration. Something that they have been building upon ever since they have started yung streak nila. And Execration now have to play the slow tempo game this time around. CBN has control of both yung MR at saka yung pag-rotate all the way from passage. And while UM are also waiting for the perfect time, they have a really good setup. Believe that's a double stack coming through from that control room. And once they have the push all the way from second mid, that's gonna be a good bait and switch na pwede na lang ipaglabas. Lalo na't mainit si Loy. But this time, Execration are banking on that first pick-off. And with the push coming through either through vents or all the way towards passage, basta mas-smoke nila yung passage pre tsaka yung shutter, baka makapitalize nila yung mistake ng UM ngayon.
Yeah, very much so. Pag nagawa nila yon, they have
Gosh.
a lot of things here. But with the XM, it's gonna be a bloodthirsty vent kill. Charleston ngayon, binabang, bang, bang! Si KLP! At nagpaulan na nga ng mga granada dito para si Loy ay mag-back off. ZYK with the push! It's the XM onto the heads of UM. Ang magpapa-fall down, pero si Charleston will fall down. Si Kano from the high ropes, from the top down. Makakuha pa nga ba siya ng isa? Goes for the pick-off. Even, kailangan na umalis. Kano! Naku po! Parang nakatapak ng landmine. So mabog ang paa ni Kano at nagulat ang buong UM doon.
Oh my, akala mo nanonood ka ng Game 1 ng Indiana Pacers game with that popcorn hitting the shot all the way from downtown. CBN falls to the ground early on when KLB, he really wants to take control. Dito sa may MR natin, pushes on in a double kill para kay KLB. UBECMANIAC talagang gumawa ng paraan para matalo agad ang Execration, at least on the duels itself. Si Chaucer na lang, spotted tong si Loy. Now plays the passive position dito sa loob ng wooden door. Spotted with the shot. It's gonna be that caught one tap papunta dito kay Loy. But still a lot more work to be done. Charleston in this 1v3. I don't believe he has a C4 yet. He does pick it up na ngayon, but now he also gets spotted by JJ this time around. So it will be another round coming through para sa UBECMANIAC. 6-6. Tablado na ulit by Polar.
Alam mo, pwede na tayo gumawa ng headline mamaya. Charleston, caught gala-gala lang sa spawn dito ng Execration. Kanina pa daw siya nandun sa spawn nila. So Execration just went for every entryway and kills him off. That is our tie game right now, 6-6. At mukhang matagalan na laban nga talaga to, Ramon, as we see these players right now. It's gonna be a 2-2-1 setup. As you can see, nandoon si KLB and as well as si Loy doon sa A site, while just one player, si JJ, holds down the entryway of B sa malapit sa my outer side. But right now, a quick take onto the wooden. A lot of damage coming in from that frag grenade onto A even and CBN. Loy, magandang spot to. He's looking towards vent side para wala nang mag-iisip pa kung may magpupush pa ba doon. But Kano, we all know him. He holds this down very well. And he holds it with full force, especially with a smoke in hand. That concealment is gonna be very much in favor of him rather than Execration. Ngayon, for players, Execration, mukhang they will commit onto A site, Ramon.
Nga naman, and they have to be prepared for this. But with the spray down, Loy is gonna get a double kill. Pulls out the Colt. He is willing to take the fight to them. Pero yun nga lang, Execration, they really are faltering. Nang isa-isang namamatay. Charleston down. Fall X 1v4. Pero yun nga lang, he's not gonna be enough. UM are recovering their form ngayon sa sub-base map. Gusto na talaga nilang makip yung streak into the 7-6 scoreline. Execration gonna have to do so much para lang magkaroon sila ng stability. And they start again with that MR position. Daming players dito na pwedeng makapagsimula na maayos. If they find tong si JJ, that's already a huge pick for them. But they also have to be careful about the shutter players. Talagang it's become a problem sa lahat na nag-BBL yung shutter position na yan eh.
Type shot. It's gonna be a Charleston battle now onto warehouse or close to warehouse and onto shutter ngayon si Kano. Still just holding the site. Tingnan mo, hindi makapasok dito ang Execration because they know someone is behind that smoke every time. And it's Kano again with a double kill. It's a 4 players falling down for Execration. Make it 5 in a span of 2 seconds. Wala ka nang magagawa kapag binaril ka through the smoke. It's Kano behind that. He's the smoke criminal, everybody.
Para naka-x-ray glasses lang yung mga tropa natin all across the lobby. But KLB, hindi niya na-expect yun. Talagang prepared na prepared. But JJ, tap, tap, tap. 1-2 shots, but eventually ZYK kills him off. Talagang walang time para pag-usapan, prek, as ZYK picks up the double kill, picks up the triple kill, rolls back the years. At mukhang si KLP na lang ang natitira dito, men. Ang layo niya, nasa kabilang bansa lang. Parang OFW ang galawan dito ni KLP. As it's gonna be a 3 versus 1. An Execration, they're backing on the 7th round. That's possibly gonna be what's gonna happen dito sa round natin.
Alam mo, wala na talagang time kasi 3 players na ngayon ang aarangkada on towards the last sole member of UBECMANIAC. It's KLP. Mukhang humihiling na siya ng time machine para makakuha pa ng kakampi pero it's too late. There's no more. It's just you, my friend, against the world. KLP ngayon spotted out already half HP. He has 13 kills, but can he capitalize? No, he cannot. It's ZYK, and you can already feel he is smiling behind that screen.
ZYK with the 4K. At alam na alam mong hindi hahayaan ng Execration na maibigay lamang to sa Kings of Subbase, as they still have a fighting chance. A very active push back in towards MR, and you could possibly see as well that Folex is willing to get themselves yung parang mid-control na meron siyang pwedeng i-cook up dito. But still, with the amount of time that Execration also still have, ang dami nilang options na pwedeng ma-approach ito eh. But I haven't seen a very aggressive push back in towards the wood doors position. And I think yun na nga yung may cook up nila against Kano, which honestly has been a detriment sa Execration so far. Na napakaganda ng mga nades. May XM shotgun na naman tong si Charleston, so that's also something to take note of sa pag-execute nila all the way from second mid.
Alam mo, you're willing, you gotta expect na Execration every time are willing to stretch out the boundaries. That's why you see XM on to Charleston. Ngayon CBN and ZYK, na mukhang nakakamdam sila na isa lang natitira dito sa A site, at mukhang UM is gonna go for 3 people. Make it 4. KLB nag-isa, pero nandun naman si ZYK to kill him off. It's ZYK versus No right now. Half HP, no more, as ZYK falls down at UM ngayon nasa set point.
Binigyan ng opportunity si KLB na sumigaw sa loob ng lobby. At talaga nga namang wala ng pandinig ang Execration. Isa-isa silang natalo sa mga duels na binigay nila kay KLB. And they start off beautifully with GYK1. Pero yun nga lang, JJ and Loy. The follow-up is there para sa UBEC. Loy gonna try his best para man lang mag-gatekeep sila sa pagpasok dito sa wooden doors. And with second mid smooth off, ang wala nga pakialam tong si A-Even eh. Spotted tong si KLB, has to go back in towards the site itself. The action does not stop at all. Talagang gusto nilang makakuha ng mga first pickups na naman, as CBN will walk into a bullet.
He will walk into even more as he falls down onto the hands of JJ. It's UM's time to get on the board once again. Dalawa ang natitira. It's Folex though and A-Even, so kailangan nila mag-play safe right now. KLB to get that first pick off and to put more salts into their wounds. Nakuha sila ng dalawa to close it off. UBECMANIAC, parang it's another day at sub-base lang. UBECMANIAC to get that 1-1 ties it off and forces a game number 3.
It's another one para sa streak ng UBECMANIAC. Again, nobody has ever beaten UBEC on the sub-base map. And you can definitely see why the sub-wanted teams really like this map in particular. Malakas ang naging second mid defense na ginagawa ni Kano.
Yes.
Which honestly, single-handedly, even with utility, even with the smokes, hirap na hirap sila makakuha ng kahit anong control. Hindi sila makapasok doon sa may luwag. At kahit labanan nila yung second mid pressure na ginagawa ni Kano dito, it's either lalabas sila ng barely na buhay sila, na low on HP, or matatalo sila agad, mapapatay lamang dahil doon sa mga sprays dito. No? That and the overwhelming amounts of pressure na dinideal din itong si Loy. Even on the BL side, you can gotta see him try to give a lot of his best work talaga. Hirap na hirap sa mga duels, kahit itong si Folex na medyo nag-slow down na, yung naging momentum na dito. But I really like the step up coming through from the other players, na si A-Even at saka si CBN. Kaya medyo naging close yung naging matchup natin. There was potential for that OT, pero dahil napakainit na ni KLB from the later rounds, talagang wala na talagang nagawa at all. Nawala na ng time ang Execration at hindi na sila nakabawi.
Yeah, very much so. Hindi sila nakabawi because the momentum was there. UBECMANIAC, nung nag-switch na tayo ng teams, even though BL yung strongest side nila, they had what it takes. They knew na kailangan lang nila ilagay si Kano behind all of the utilities na binibigay ng Execration, and KLB, KLP, and as well as Loy. Bigyan mo na rin shout to si JJ, but before that, kailangan natin i-throw sa ating panel Sneaky Frog and Salvatore once again on the panel.
Maraming salamat, Bipolar, no? At napauga-uga ako ng mga sinasabi doon just because of how hectic and how crazy ang sub-base na yun, no, for both teams. And di tayo nagulat actually sa result, no, being able to climb back to relevance, no, itong UBECMANIAC sa loob ng kanilang bansa.
For sure. UBECMANIAC, no, hindi naman nahihina yung kanilang sub-base anytime soon, and they're gonna continue yung kanilang win streak dun sa mapa na yun. Obviously, we saw some good parts galing dito sa Execration. You know, CBN being able to wield yung M4 natin, pare, ay stellar game galing dito kay ZYK, and Pinyang, isa na namang napakagandang showing galing dito kay Paul. Pero nangyari kasi dito sa UBEC, men, I mean, Kano, KLP, and itong si Loy all activated at the same time. Itong si JJ at si KLB pare doing their just supporting, no, dito sa kanilang tatlong mga players. At the same time, meron pang onting tidbit ng one-man hold ni KLB dun sa A side. I was so sure na X naman nanalo dun sa round na yun at mapupunta tayo sa 9-8. But all of a sudden, yung kill feed naging 4. 4 kill, KLB, lahat ng X members, which was insane to see, pare.
Insane talaga, no? No other words to describe that, no? And wala pa ring bakas ang semento ng imperyo na binubuo ng UBECMANIAC sa loob ng subbase. At sabi dito ni Jin sa YouTube, let's go UBEC. Sa mga di pa nakakaalam, no, live din pala tayo sa ating YouTube page, si Crossfire Philippines. Sa mga gustong manood din doon sa kabila ating channel, pwede naman kayo manood. Di naman kayo pinagbabawalan. Sabi niya nga, let's go UBEC. Sabi ni Psyduck, no, pre? At okay yan, Psyduck, ha. Gusto ko yung gusto ko yung tabas ng dila mo. Okay yan, ha. Let's go UBEC daw, sabi niya, no. Nakakatuwa naman, no, na umabot din tayo sa kabilang channels, no, pre.
For sure. Yun nga, I was doing that exact same expression, no. Galing dito kay Psyduck, pare, nung nanonood ako ng subbase kasi grabe talaga yung back and forth. I was not expecting this. Galing sa Execration specifically pagdating dito sa subbase. But then, I didn't expect them to win map number 1. So, tignan natin ano mangyayari dito sa Ankara, pare, kasi I mean, both teams, very experienced pagdating dito sa mapa.
Sobrang poetic, no? Sobrang storytelling. Sobrang ganda na storytelling rather na Ankara yung magiging natin, no? Magiging apex na itong kwento na to, no, between UBEC versus Execration, no? Being a map that is coin flippy, two teams na also coin flippy, na hindi mo alam kung ano pwede nilang i-produce na resulta the moment na pumasok sila sa tournament na to, no? Kasi nga UBECMANIAC and Execration both unpredictable. Ang ganda ng Ankara, pre. Ang dami nating posibleng makikita dito. More than Eagle Eye and Subbase combined. Kasi nga, both already have identities in the two maps aforementioned. Pero itong Ankara na to, pre, baka may makita tayong bago sa panlasa, bago sa mata. Lahat na pwede, pre. So, I'm kinda really astonished kung ano yung na-produce na itong UBECMANIAC sa loob ng Subbase, being to hold out their own. Nakakita na nga tayo ng team play mula sa kanila and not just individuality. Loy and KLP, underrated duo. Sila talaga yung nagdala ng bandera ng UBECMANIAC papuntang dulo. And bigyan din natin ng bulaklak si Kapitan, no? KLB, very crucial shots and plays as well from him. So if this is the UBECMANIAC and Execration we're going to see papuntang playoffs or even just in this series itself, pre, ay, thank you talaga kasi natutuwa kami.
I mean, thank you talaga, man. I mean, kung isa ka talagang enjoyer ng Crossfire Esports, no, you really want Ankara to make it all the way to OT, pare, para malaman talaga natin kung sino ang tunay na malakas between yung dalawang teams natin. Obviously, Execration already winning yung first overtime nila on Eagle Eye, pero iba kasi yung vibe ng Ankara na, pare. It's more 50-50. It's more about skill. It's more about execution. So, wala nang kabayas-bayas yung mapa natin, men. Wala nang GR side, wala nang PL side, men. Kung sino na lang yung pinakamagaling, they are gonna win itong map number 3 natin, pare.
Yun talaga mas magaling bumaril, no? Yun ang pinakamagandang tanong na sila lang mismo makakasagot. Actually, no? Sa loob ng Ankara, we never saw the broad daylight na okay, BL at GR sided tong map na to, no? Like talagang equal, pre, because there are so many spots and angles na pwedeng abusuhin ng BL at ganun din naman yung gawin ng GR. So talagang binabalance out niya lang yung kadugaan ng mapa na yun. At kung sino pa ba ang marunong talagang umabuso ng mapa, sila ang magtatambal ngayon, no? Execration and UBECMANIAC. So innovation, we're mostly likely gonna see, but let's take a look at the set summary first, no? As we take a look na Kano 1.6, kaya niyang umaverage ng 1.6 hanggang week 8 ng ganyan kadali lang, pre. Like hindi ko alam paano niya nagagawa. Sige, headshot per kill, iba to mo na yan sa punong dulo, no? Pero Folex, nagkaroon tayo ng pagka-fall off sa kanya, no pun intended. Pero ang hirap naman kasi talaga ng ginawa ng UBECMANIAC, kayo, no? BL side yung pinakamalakas sa kanila, tapos GR pa yung pinakamalakas na side neto and map generally, no? So UBECMANIAC being able to take over two sides was just too much for Execration.
Yeah, and it also kind of didn't help yung downturn dito ng performance ni Charleston by the time na umikot na tayo ng second half. I really feel like they needed yung sniper ni Charleston dito to be activated, especially against itong kay KLP, considering na he is one of the best, if not the best PL snipers no pagdating dito sa Pilipinas. So, yun nga, we need to see more output galing dito kay Charleston. We already see it galing sa mga ibang members dito, kagaya nga ni ZYK, ni A-Even, and Folex to some extent, no pare. But with a force like this, na 1 KD lahat ng kalaban nyo pare, and KLB being the lowest one, and he produced a highlight na nagpapanalo no para dito sa team ng UBECMANIAC, they look very scary moving into yung Ankara map natin. Problem is though, opportunity para kay Charleston to kind of bring it back with a more wider map. Pero set MVP natin, of course, it is gonna be Kano pare. It's either gonna be Kano or Folex, to be honest, sa series na to. But he finally gets one, man.
Yeah, grabe na kayo Tito Aljon at Tito Rem, no? Na kayo talaga ang leading scorers natin para sa base, no? Mga dalawang pangalan na hindi ko akalaing masasabi ko in the same sentence na kaya niyong i-outfrag si CBN tsaka si Polex, no? Pero going back to the UBECMANIAC conversation, pre, sila nga talaga ang mananaig dito sa loob ng subbase na kung saan si Kano ang magiging MVP na yun, no? For all the good reasons, pre, can contribute on the utility side, entering and picking off, no, pre? So grabe naman talaga lahat ng aspeto ng laro ng subbase, and not just that, but the whole general spectrum ng Crossfire, kuwang-kuha niya nga talaga, no? At sabi ni Carl Brian Duenas, TS versus UM main event. Naku, pre, huli ka na sa balita, boss. Di ko alam anong internet ang meron ka dyan. Baka Internet Explorer
playoffs na lang, men.
Pero pre, baka sakaling makita mo sa playoffs. Nangyari na last week, pre, UM nanalo 2-0. Pero kalungkutan naman talaga ang nakalungkutan naman ang nalaman mo, no? So, yun. Yun ang ating comment of the day, no? So, ay, grabe naman, Sticky Prog. Hi, man.
Tagal pa kasi ng, tagal pa kasi ng EVOS UM na matchup, men. July pa eh. Yun talaga yung, that's the one that I was waiting for, personally, in all honesty. Pero save the best for last, kaya na ng sinabi namin. I mean, saving the best for last as well. Map number 3, between dito sa Execration and itong UBECMANIAC Ankara man. Any standout performer siguro na gusto mong makita dito, pare?
Oh my goodness. Hayaan na lang natin sila yung magsabi, pre. Parang ayoko batiin din talaga. Mas maganda pag nanood na lang tayo. No? And speaking of manonood, guys, kayo nga dyan sa Crossfire Philippines sa Facebook page na nanosupport sa stream natin ngayon. No? Maraming salamat sa inyo. Pero kami dalawa ni Sticky Frog ay mamamahinga muna saglit kasi patuloy pa rin ang aksyon dito lamang sa Cfs Ph Masters 2025. Magbabalik kami after this short break.
against Pacific Magna.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Magna will be your 3-time champions of Cfs Ph Masters.
Babalik kami dito sa Cfs Ph Masters 2025 na kung saan patuloy na gumagawa ng isang malasining na laruan na itong Execration tsaka UBECMANIAC kayo. Sabator Sneaky Frog still for your panel for tonight. And I can't believe pre na aabot tayo sa Ankara para sa gantong klaseng serye. No? A lot of eyes really expected na UBECMANIAC 2-0 or even just flat out a total domination. No? Pero men, Execration proving us otherwise. Yan ka na naman, boss.
Run it back, bro. Run it back. Granted, not much teams can really, take itong UBECMANIAC to map number 3, pare. Pero, here we are. Itong Execration, finally living up to expectations natin, pare, na you've acquired 3 great talents plus the 2 talents that were left over. And ngayon, they're reaping what they're sowing, no, after yung off-season natin dito. But, there is still the last test, which is itong map number 3, pare. And it's a very, very hard test para dito sa Execration. Obviously, UBECMANIAC very experienced pagdating sa mapa na to. KLP, a good Ankara sniper as well. So, it's a test whether or not na are we finally gonna see Charleston unfold dito sa mapa na to. Are we finally gonna see Fall X and itong si CBN at their full force, considering na this is also Fall X is one of his favorite maps as well. So, very excited to see what Ankara has to offer dito, pare.
Tama ka nga dyan, lower thirds. Absolute cinema nga talaga. Malapelikula ang nangyayari dito ng UM versus Execration. Kasi ang galing magsulat ng kwento ng ating mga director. Paabutin natin ng Ankara. Ang mapa na pwedeng pumabor sa kahit kanino dito sa dalawang to, no, na hindi natin alam anong pwede mangyayari kasi both are technical in the aspect of Ankara. No? Pwedeng compound, pwedeng port, pero Ankara lang talaga ang karapat-dapat dito para sa dalawang karapat-dapat na representatives. No? We'll never know if they would really live up to that kind of narrative as long as na naglalaro pa tong 8 teams sa loob ng tournament na to. No? Lahat naman sila may pagkakataon talaga. Pero in popular demand, gusto ng mga katauhan talaga, UBEC or Execration na mag-represent, we'll never know. So already, pagtatapatin na nga natin sila at kailangan natin ibigay kay Ramon at kay Bipolar para nga masimulan na nga natin ang panapos ng kwento na to, UBECMANIAC versus Execration. It's time for Bipolar and Ramon.
It's been a crazy first start of the Cfs Ph Masters 2025 dito sa ating week number 2, day number 2. Isang cinema moment talaga, Ramon. Maraming salamat Salvatore and as well as Sneaky Frog for that warm welcome. Nako po, Ramon, I think habang nag-aantay tayo sa ating lobby and habang nagsistart ang ating mga players, how have you been? It's been a very long start of the day.
Sa totoo lang, I came into this knowing na magiging long series tayo dito. No? Na-schedule tayo for just one match pero alam na alam kung masasagad yung mga oras natin dahil sa sobrang talented ng pero natin kupunan. We kind of expected it from the very beginning na we kind of knew that UBEC was gonna take sub base in the first place, diba? Kaya, it goes to show that this team really has been yet to be tested on that map, even yet to be tested as well all throughout. No? But Execration talagang nagpapakita nga talaga ng lakas nila. No? So baka ito na yung pinakamagandang test nila so far, especially in the second week. So kung ito nga ba yung best series sa buong PH Masters, medyo maaga pa sabihin, pero at least nakaset na tayo ng mataas na bar, diba? Ang ganda kasi nakakuha natin, may OT tayo nung first map pa lang, tapos dito sa second day, kamuntikan pa nga sana na pumunta tayo doon sa dali na yun, pero now we're heading into set number 3 and I think the panel also kind of dictated this ng sobrang ganda. No? Ankara is a map where it will all come down to the absolute technical ability ng pareho nating koponan. So that also means na malaking may impact dito yung dalawa nating IGLs at yung added input ng UBECMANIAC since kasama dala na si Coach Tanks. That will be much more of a resource para sa UBEC once we head on into Ankara. But I think ZUBK has proven din na he has what it takes para may mind games din siya dito.
Yeah, very much so. Tsaka nagiging test lang din talaga to, parang board exam. That's how heavy it is. And with you saying na it's gonna be the ceiling ng ating mga next matches, it's gonna be the standard of what of how the story unfolds sa next few weeks natin dito sa CFS Masters. It's gonna be a great one. At dahil Execration, it's UBECMANIAC, people were saying UBECMANIAC was gonna dominate the scene, but Execration has put it every time against UBECMANIAC. Nakakasabay sila. Sometimes it's always them on the top, but UBECMANIAC going for sub base every time. Nakuha nila yung mapa nila, nakuha nila yung city nila basically. So they know how to play against any team in that map. Tulad nga na sinabi mo, they were undefeated sa international scene on that sub base. So it just makes sense na UBECMANIAC sets it UBECMANIAC puts it up to game number 3, and that is what everybody wants, and that is what we want for the start of day number 2 ng week number 2 ng ating CFS Masters. But everybody sa comment section natin down below, it's your time to give your shout sa ating mga teams right now. Ibigay nyo ang inyong mga powers for UBECMANIAC kung kayo ay isang supporter ng UBECMANIAC. You can also give some big shoutouts on to Execration kasi they all need your support right now. Each of those teams are playing out of their minds. Nakita natin kanina yung mga player cams na they are ready, na umiinit na yung mga mata nila. You can see the fire burning inside them and they are red hot mamaya. We're just waiting for these players to get in. It's currently in the lobby. So pag pumasok na tayo dyan, isang magandang intro para sa inyo coming into our last match between these two teams. But alam mo Ramon, after this, feeling ko it's not just about UBECMANIAC and Execration kasi nung nakita natin yung mga roadmap natin, yung mga matches for each of the teams, nagiging mas malala, nagiging mas bakbakan at mas magiging madugo compared to UBECMANIAC and Execration. But Ramon, I think we're here. The battle of the Titans is finally about to start, where a game 3 was already expected, but the outcome is what we have to look out for. The Cebuano Pride versus the Wild Dogs of Execration. Loy already half HP.
Yan nga lang. Lots of damage done after ng pag-push niya all the way towards that hotel position. Pero yun nga lang, kita mo, meron pa tayong split push. Execration has decided na i-separate yung bawat sector at yung bawat parte ng team nila dito. Double CA setup. And may double push out pa nga all the way towards second mid. So there's hotel pressure. There's also a lot of damage done to at least a couple of people dito for both sides of the squad. Charleston and CBN sharing damage. So that means na dapat yung mauna kapag mag-entry nga sila all the way back off towards that hotel position. Pero still, Charleston from Execration will also be a big factor coming into this. I think he's been feeling the pressure so far. Definitely not the player that you can actually expect. Actually top frag so far, pero he has the talent. He also has the potential to actually rise to the occasion. Pero habang tumatagal iba mga star player natin, sila yung nagsashine at got an opportunity dito si KLP, but ZYK is gonna kill him off. The leader actually strike first blood dito sa Ankara map natin. They push on towards CA. They also have some damage and at least some map control papunta doon sa may second mid natin.
The IGL starts it off with a bang coming in on the face of KLP. Still, pag pinag-uusapan natin to, it's a 2-4-2 setup, pero nandito na sila sa may akyatan, papunta na sila sa may bypass, and it just like that, ZYK gets another kill on Tuloy. It's 2 kills for him already, at nagpapaulan na ng mga granada, kailangan na nila pumasok. They are looking for a battery position ngayon dito, coming in from KLB, defending the site. All of the players coming in from are already here, but can they stop the forces of Execration? Even still looking for rotations, but look at this! Nandito na nga si JJ, still not falling down! It's gonna be Charleston taking off, KLB with a trade-off, pero si Charleston with the Colt. It's gonna be KLB killing them down.
Grabe si Charleston. Ganda ng nade. Perfect sa kabilang side ng batteries na yun no? Dahil dun sa retake, even in those numbers, even in the health disadvantages, may naiisip ka na kaya sana yung retake na yun despite the 2 versus 3. But because of the utility, because of the pace given to them by ZYK, talaga naman nahirapan talaga ang Execration or actually ang UBECMANIAC sa round. But at least, simula sila na maayos dito. KLP with the AWM shot. Kills up tong si ZYK. Swiss Army knife down for the count, but double push up in towards Vents. A double peek papunta kay JJ. Has to go back and flash on into the Vents position. Prompts Execration to play the passive game. Pero apat sila nandito sa LA. Mukhang iisipin nila yung A side para ma-entrada yung sarili nila papunta dito kay Kano.
Alam mo, naging silent yung battlefield natin between these two teams. Kanina sobrang aggressive nila. From sub-base and also the first map, sobrang bilis sila mag-execute ng sides. They go for easy picks. They also go for easy pick-offs. But since it's Ankara, alam naman natin yan, kailangan mo mag-full force potential at dahil dyan, 3 players versus 3 players ang magsasama-sama ngayon. Vent side, tatlo, Fall X, A even CBN with the simultaneous push onto Kano. Unang to fall down, it's gonna be 1 coming in from Execration. 2 versus 3. KLP nasa taas pa rin pero si CBN nasa kaliwa will fall down. At dahil nandoon sa top ropes, si KLB, he gets that kill. It's UBECMANIAC once again.
Talagang ice cold si JJ, holding down yung baba natin, able to get that double kill, cutting off the numbers for Execration. At sa simula pa lang na-slow down na yung tempo down sa first pick-up, but at least Charleston nakabawi pa nga over to KLB this time. Finally, Execration, an injection of energy back into the round. Pagkatapos ng napakalinis na defense ng UBEC sa A-side kanina. Now they're gonna have an aggressive setup dito sa may loob ng LA. Napatay pa nga si Folex, napatay pa nga itong si A even as well. JJ and Kano, they have settled up a very aggressive defense sa LA kanina. Pushing the buttons of Execration, now making the 5 versus 4 kanina into a 4 versus 3 early on.
It's a 4 versus 3 indeed at dahil dyan, ulit tumatahimik ang ating mapa, parang nakamute, but they have B site already. Execration taking the slow pace kind of game. Pero can JJ spot them out as they come in? But now, look at Loy, very much close, coming in from CBN. Nagpatunog na nga. Ngayon si CBN, alam niya na may malapit sa kanya. The bomb has been planted. So UM needs to put everybody into B site right now. Kano, first to get that kill onto ZYK. At tama nga, pero nandiyan naman si CBN to get 2 kills. Also, almost making it 3, pero nandiyan naman si KLP with a Colt. Si Charleston na lang versus si Kano. It's a 1v1. Kano goes for the top ropes. Umangat, pero kailangan mag-fall back ni Charleston. May Colt in hand. Pero may M4 naman dito si Kano. Nandito sa batteries. Kailangan nila maglabanan. Unang titikim si Charleston, pero nandoon ang bullets para matamaan ang kamay ni Kano. That is 1 more point for Execration. Makes it a 2 for 1.
Grabe, naging chess match pa nga yung 1v1 natin. Pero Charleston going in and out of the fight. Alam niyang yung oras. Ang pinaka maganda niyang kaibigan doon. Hinahayaan na ma-pressure na lang. At talaga nga namang nag-peak kung kailan alam niyang mananalo siya doon sa laban na yon. A 2-1 for Execration despite them starting strong kanina dahil kay Charleston and his AWM. And they're able to still get themselves the winning advantage still. UBECMANIAC now playing a little more slowly. Relying on their setups na naman. 1 hotel, tapos may dalawa na nag-hold down dito sa may A where they're all relying on that Vents punish. Pero KLP spotted, hindi niya binaril yung gun. So that will be a moment for him to actually get the stable defense on hotel yet again. While even leaving Execration to get themselves in bypass push.
Bypass push ang ating inaasahan, pero tingnan mo naman si ZYK and si Loy. Just playing the patient game. At kailangan nila maging disiplinado. Lalo na it's game number 3, it's set number 3. Kailangan nila makaangat sa leaderboard so everything is at stake. ZYK to first pick, but right now Loy pulls out the flash grenade para sila makaback up. But ZYK goes on to top ropes once again. Nandoon ang execution ng Execration. Gets 3 kills against UBECMANIAC. Ngayon si Kano has been seen out by the squad of Execration. Pero JJ behind them, they need to go for a 2-1 peak para makakuha ng onting retake. The bomb has been planted with 28 seconds remaining. They need to act quick. Pero nandoon sa gilid si ZYK pati si CBN. It's JJ to be the last to fall down at Execration. It's a good start for our Wild Dogs.
Sep, medyo awkward nga yung timing sana no? Kasi they had the perfect player para ma-lockdown yung bypass push nila na si KLP, pero nag-respond siya din sa hotel pressure, kaya naging easy entry sila from that bypass push, and they even took off yung dalawang hotel players doon sa UBECMANIAC, no? So parang medyo nagkaroon ng butterfly effect at nagkaroon pa ng advantage yung Execration sa pag-push nila dahil doon, no? So free bypass push, free execute all the way towards the B site, which gives them again the 3-1 scoreline. Even double up doon sa may events position, which is why JJ is being careful about this. Lots of damage done kay Fallex at saka kay A-Even. And they give up yung long A just to prevent any sort of damage done onto the riflers. And now they have so many people climbing on towards yung second bit at saka yung hotel push natin. And as long as they keep their numbers, the health disadvantage does not matter at all.
Health advantage ang meron dito ang UBECMANIAC. And they have an off angle coming in from Loy at napatalon pa nga doon si ZYK pati CBN with a beautiful frag grenade coming in from UBECMANIAC. And right now, ang off angle will come in clean, pero nasa likuran nandito si JJ onto the spray, onto one, and gets the last kill once again. Sobrang tahimik ng first minute of these games, pero after that, it's a bloodshed. It's a rupturing of these wounds at dahil dyan Execration mabibigyan ng UBECMANIAC ng isa pang puntos.
Look, it's like the setup was slow, pero nung komportable na at alam na kung kailan magsa-strike yung UBEC, doon pa lang sila nagiging aggressive. That's why they set up for that push all the way from yung second mid natin. That's why you also have those setups na hinahayaan na lang makunin yung space na ulit kasi itatrust nila yung process na makukuha pa rin nila yung defense na maayos. That's why you see JJ still jumping up from Akyatan all the way towards that hotel position. At nagugulat pa nga yung iba from Execration this time. At least, diba, may magandang game na tong si Chaucer at saka CBN. 6 kills, 5 kills for him. ZYK also pulling his leg up. And Execration now, they're not splitting up anymore. Sama-sama na lang all the way from Vent. Smoked off din yung EA natin. Because of their positioning, I'm thinking about the smoke coming through from exit, possibly the entry for Fallex right now. He expects JJ's peak. He does go back in towards yung yung kaliwa natin, excuse me. As they're preparing for this defense on A. As Execration now, they want to fight for this side of the map.
It's a 3v5 situation. Yung dalawang players ng UM nandun pa rin sa KB side. But look at that. It's a trade-off after the trade-off. It's Kano half blinded. Pinatay si Fallex. Pero with that smoke kill coming in from KLP stops the push of Execration. Pero kaliwat kanan na ngayon ang players natin from Execration at umaarangkada sila sa taas. It's Loy and KLB falling back. It's a 2v2 situation pero HP department natin wala na for Charleston. It's CBN to put more wounds on to the other side pero si KLB kills off. CBN puts them onto a tie game once again. It's 3-3 at grabe yun, Ramon. Akala ko makukuha pa na Execration pero the patience, yung simultaneous plays ng UM nandoon pa para maritik yung site kahit nandoon sa kaliwat kanan ng Execration.
Kabilaan talaga yung exchange, no? Bipolar. Nung nagkaroon ng 2 versus 2 pa nga, UBEC had the presence of mind na bumalik lang para magkaroon sila ng reset para mas maayos din yung pag-approach nila into the battlefield yet again. That gives an opportunity for KLB para mahanap na yung last player dito. Medyo naging hectic pa nga sana. Na-rush nila all the way back to the A site and masyado nang naging high-low setup para sa kanila yun. So 1-for-1, ZYK down. Loy also to follow with Fallex already inside of the site as well. CBN gonna fight to si KLB. KLP also down. So Execration, a smooth sail papunta doon sa may mid and they even find yung flanker. It will be a 2 versus 3 again for UBECMANIAC.
UBECMANIAC is falling into numbers every time na nakapasok ang Execration dito sa mga sites. But it's Kano and JJ once again, hand in hand. Mas marami ang kanilang HP in terms of CBN. Pero let's see, 20 seconds, kailangan nila tumakbo. They're taking their time. First to peek out, it's gonna be Kano. CBN nandito na naman off angle pero si Kano very much ready. Kano nandito na ngayon. Goes for the defuse. Habang nandoon si JJ sa likuran niya pero na pick off agad. It's A-Even with a double kill to get that round for Execration.
Nag-wait na lang sila dahil doon sa position ni A-Even. Already playing for the flank. Already finding an opportunity to rotate around over towards that tower position. Na tinatry na lang i-stick sana yung defuse dito for UBEC pero right now the post plant really has benefited yung Execration this time around into a 4-3 setup. And now with Execration now having the lead so far, they are comfortable in taking yung akyatan natin and possibly even conquer yung hotel setup for side of their BL, but look at this, it's still a try setup all the way towards UBECMANIAC right now. They got the sniper held up the angle doon sa may mid. And they even have a high setup dito para kay KLB. If once that they have the first contact, doon pa na gagamitan yung flash. And I like the setup as well for Loy. He's not gonna be the first thing to even think about kapag kiniklear na yung corner na to. As they walk into the push, Execration gonna pick out the first fight. Loy down. KLB has to be careful. Ang daming flash na binabato sa kanya. Ang daming nades. And bypass also not in control of them, but they're still gonna try to get themselves yung push all the way to the B site.
A bombardment coming in from Execration gives them space to maybe take out B side. Pero tingnan mo naman, two players coming from the UM are very much far away from the site. KFP falling down, pero si JJ nakakuha ng trade-off coming in for Fall X. Ang prodigy ng Execration, titignan natin ngayon, even just in the middle of the site, pati si CBN to clean things up. It's two players falling down and a backstab coming in from ZYK will close that round. Isang blacklist domination coming in from Execration ang nakikita natin ngayon, Ramon.
At the second time in a row na ginagamit din nilang weapon yung akyatan, di ba? Hindi pa nga yung post-plant eh. Ginamit nila early on para lang ma-sandwich yung pagpasok ng UBECMANIAC. A good smoke timing as well na nag-prevent sa kanila ng early space, which does become a really good thing for them, lalo na ngayon in this next round where KLB starts off strong yet again kay ZYK. Beautifully done with that first blood into a 4 versus 5 where with that early push, it does prompt UBECMANIAC to think about the 4-1 setup. Kaya tatlo silang nag-hold dito sa may A. And with a shot from KLP, it's not gonna give him the night of day. Chosen and Fall X start off beautifully with that 2 pickoffs na meron sila ngayon. JJ overwhelmed, over odds, and yun nga nangyari. Even and CBN, they're able to get themselves the entry sa A site natin. It's a 1 versus 3 now for KLB. At least na start na maayos dito kay CBN. Pagpasok sa smoke, hanapin si Johnson, pero si Johnson ang papatay sa kanya. That will be the 6-3 scoreline. The first half done, and it's all Execration from the very start of the rounds.
This Ankara map is a very much a bloody place to be in, especially for UBECMANIAC right now. With a 3-point deficit in favor of Execration, kailangan nila makakita or kailangan nila makakuha ng sites very much easily without anyone falling down. Pero tignan mo naman si Polex, very aggressive on Tuloy, and it's gonna pay off as he goes towards Vents once again. Isang back off lang pero very much close yung kanyang holding dito. Alam niya, nakakuha siya ng onting info na a lot of players from UBEC are very much close to him. So he's still holding this angle. ZYK throwing down a lot of utilities and connecting onto JJ, pushing him into the 1/3 HP department. At dahil dyan, UBECMANIAC kailangan na mag-fall back and to check other opportunities. Goes towards bypass right now. Mukhang sila naman ang titikim ng B site. And with a 3-2 setup coming in from Execration, this might be in favor of UBECMANIAC.
Kin nga eh. Ma-overwhelm siguro tong si A-Even, lalo na dadaan sila all the way from bypass. And since Charleston is also a little too close para dito sa defense sila, baka ma-smoke off lang siya ulit. So UBECMANIAC has an opportunity, a slim window, but a window nonetheless to take. A-Even has no info, but Charleston gives him the info nonetheless. Kills up tong si Kano. Second shot, not gonna connect dito sa second player natin. They have the entry on into the site, but Execration are starting beautifully with 2 kills in the blink of an eye. And A-Even with another one. That's a double for him. That's the 7th round para sa Execration. Sa second half talagang maayos yung panimula. And for UBECMANIAC, mas lalong dumadami ang problema nila.
A-Even being the battery to charge up Execration to get that retake after the push coming in from UBECMANIAC doon sa may slide and bypass. Folex, the aggressive sniper, gets him by the foot. Wala na tuloy ngayong kanang paa si KLB pero kaya niya pa naman maglakad. Ngayon si Kano ready for the pick-off. Pero tingnan mo naman, hindi sila ready na naman sa pick-offs coming in from A-Even. Folex mag-isa ngayon. Gets that quick! Gets that no-scope onto KLP. Buhay pa siya. Loy will get that kill onto the IGL. Pero nandun naman with the flashbang coming in from Kano. Falls down. Para kay Fall X, Charleston ngayon nasa likuran. Trying to copy A-Even pero he is not him. Ngayon tuloy si Loy gets that advantage para sa side ng UBECMANIAC. Isa na lang natitira si CBN pa. Can he get this 1v3 situation. Pero lahat sila nakatingin. One to fall down, make it two. Pero si Loy nandoon sa likuran. It's a firing squad. Two falling down, pero may isa pang investment ang UBEC.
Akala mo main character buff si CBN no? Kills off 2 people in that 1v3 pero still the numbers overwhelming the odds against the other side kaya hirap na hirap si CBN dito, giving an advantage, giving a round at least over to UBECMANIAC so far as Fall X taps the shot again. Mukhang hindi niya natamaan dito si Loy as he's trying to put a lot more pressure dito sa sniper at least ng Execration so far. Talagang gusto ko yung batuhan so far ng panahon natin kupunan. Talagang nakikita mo na willing na maging flexible tong si Fall X. You don't usually see him with an AWM. But I think they cooked this up para ma-counter yung nagiging aggressive setups ng UBECMANIAC no?
Yeah, tama ka dyan. Alam mo, with this double setup, it's a one shot, one kill. Sa tulad nga na sinasabi natin, excess shots are flying all throughout the maps. Simula pa lang nung ating first map and onto sub-base. And now, you can definitely see a mix of both sides coming in from UBECMANIAC and Execration. It's a 2-2-1 setup. Habang meron tayong isang player coming of Execration, which is the IGL, si ZYK, spotting out second mid. Pero just look at this. Kanina nakikita natin sama-sama ang UBECMANIAC, pero right now they're looking at every chance, looking at every entryway para makakuha ng isang pick-off because they need to secure one player down from Execration para may advantage, para may onting breathing space. But with 1 minute remaining, the clock is ticking. Kailangan nila mag-execute into one site. CYK is still looking for something but not looking for anything anymore. JJ, nandito ngayon sa may mid. Can he spot out
45
one?
seconds. 45 seconds. They need to think about yung time. Masyado nang na-i-invest yung oras for UBEC. So they have to pick a choice. It looks like a bypass, hotel split up into the B set, execute, Execration. Are they prepared for this? They leave Charleston.
Bypass.
At least this is CYK for the support. Bypass push. Nade out. It's gonna be perfect for them. But Charleston's down already. The anchor falling at the seam so far. 5 versus 4. And ZYK also dealt with JJ with the entry. A double kill for him. And with UM having full control dito sa site natin. Talaga mahirapan sila on the 5v3 re-kick. A triple kill para kay JJ.
Wow.
A 4K para kay JJ. On for the ace. At hanap na hanap dito sa RS. Pero si KLP ang hanap sa last frag. That will be around for UBECMANIAC. Something that they've been looking to find dito pa lang sa second half natin, and they finally do with at least these 2 rounds.
Patience is a virtue, pushing out at 30 seconds doon sa B side, coming in from bypass. Nilinis at winalis ang Execration at tulad niyan KLP to first to get that kill onto CBN, pero si Follex with aggressive AK now onto KLP, mixing things up. Ayaw niya na ng gusto niya na ng mas maraming bala para makakuha ng mas maraming kills on towards UM. At dahil dyan, pinatay tuloy si ZYK coming from JJ, ang ating one of the top fraggers right now sa ating week number 2. Even and Follex ngayon, very much flustered. Hindi na nila alam kung saan sila pupunta at dahil dyan nakikita sila ng UBECMANIAC. Dalawa ang natitira para sa Execration. Follex and Charleston. Follex taking down a lot. Pero nakuha pa si KLB. Now si Loy will get that kill onto Charleston. Makes it a 1v3 na naman, Ramon. Ano nga ba ang gagawin dito ni Follex?
I mean, si Follex to, man. One of the most precise players we've had in the league. And possibly a chance to shine para sa kanya. Overshadowed by JJ. Especially in the second set kanina. Now has the chance to come back into the series. To remember why he is him. Mga tropa, Execration in this 1v3 relied upon dito kay Paul Pascual. Now has to push on in from EA as they push on in. At least with that start, JJ down. Spot mga agad yung top player. Follex.
10 seconds.
Worse for wear. 10 seconds has to push on towards 2F we go. But Loy gonna take care of him. A 6th round para sa UBECMANIAC. The pressure game is on, especially after they kill off tong si Loy. At least nagkakaroon na ng konting entrada na ang UBECMANIAC sa magpasok ng site.
Well, no more time means no more HP for the side of Execration. At UM ngayon, nakakabawi na. Almost forcing it out for 7-7. Ngayon, it's a fast push. Walang tao sa B-side. It's just one on the tower coming in from Execration. Charleston will get that kill onto KLB. Pero si Loy nandun na naman with the entry frag for the side of UM. Ang ating Cebuano squad nagsasama-sama ngayon sa malapit sa second mid. They will go towards their spawn once again. It's ang tawag dito, it's gonna be a diversion play coming in from UBECMANIAC. Finorce out ang players ng Execration. Ngayon, they will wrap around. At mukhang mahanap pa ata ni ZYK ang rotating players coming in from UBEC.
Parang shades of eagle eye ang nakikita natin. Seems family no? Nung pumapasok sila from one side of the map, naghahanap lang ng konting noise at doon pa lang magre-respond sa kabilang ng side of the map.
Oh
while
my
ZYK
God!
expected! Alam na! At namarkahan pa yung position niya dito. UBEC able to capitalize on his position. Pero hindi ibig sabihin na mapatay na lang si ZYK. Entrada na sila all the way towards the A site. Mukhang sa dami nilang oras, ang dami nilang options. Maybe towards the mid side, pero still, since patay na nga yung mga snipers nila, they could possibly take themselves yung A site natin. They're taking it slowly, patiently as they can do it. Habang si CBN may chance para at least kumuha ng isa dito. Habang uma-entry all the way towards Vance, Lloyd spotted and eventually he kills up tong si CBN. Pero what about Folex? Folex at the right place at the right time gets one. Pero yun nga lang, naka-entry sa loob ng site ang UM. JJ down, A-Even to capitalize. 2v2, may flank coming through pero si Kano, papatayin niya si A-Even. So again, the same scenario na nakita natin si Folex in the next round in a 1v2 scenario. Has to start off strong kay KLP.
Oh my
Starts off
God.
beautifully with that 1v1. And now it's Kano. The matchup that we've been watching out for. The Rifler versus the Rifler. At sobrang low on HP na agad ni Paul. Kailangan maging careful. 15 seconds. Looking the other way. Kano. Hindi niya alam. Nakapasok na pala tong si Volex. Pero may window time.
Oh
may
my
kill pa si
God!
Volex!
No!
He was low on HP!
Oh!
Pero si Kano napatay pa ng ganong kabilis lamang. That will be Execration with the 8th round win.
10 HP in the bag. The Prodigal Sons fight it out. It's a 1v1 to close out that round. At Folex, kahit 10 HP na lang, nahanap ang paa. Hinila at binalibag si Kano para makakuha pa ng Execration advantage. What a round! What was that?
Grabe, men. 1 HP isipin mo no? Sa kahit ano sanang mangyari, si Kano, sa lahat ng universes, mananalo siya sana sa 1v1 na yon. Pero sa timeline na to, pare, sa timeline na to, ang Execration ng tatagumpay. Si Charles Sen, sisimula na maayos na ulit kay Kano, who honestly, we need to watch out for. In the previous coming rounds, mukhang nakakounter siya agad ng mga star players natin. 4v5. UBECMANIAC feeling the pressure, especially with how aggressive these Execration players have been on the flanks as well as the early peaks.
Nawala ang saya ng UBECMANIAC as Execration takes the hearts of the one true king ng UBECMANIAC. Ngayon, it's almost a 5v3. Kasi si JJ, 15 HP na lang as Charleston makes it definitely a 3v5. Nawala na si Loy sa mapa, binura, parang pambura na lang dito sa papel. KLB nakikita niya pero it will fall down. Folex though, yung kanina nagpa-pop off, nakuha lang ni JJ. Ngayon, it's a crossfire after crossfire. It's gonna be CBN even holding down A site habang nasa likuran lang nila si Charleston. KLP ngayon hindi alam kung saan pupunta. It's 45 seconds onto the clock. JJ, kailangan niya makuha ng pick-off dito. Very much so as he sees Charleston. Pero mas mabilis ang pick dito ni JJ. Sabi niya kanina ka pa, buhay pa naman kami. Ba't hindi kami magpapagaling sa inyo? It's 30 seconds. Malapit sa bypass. KLP ngayon goes towards tower. It's gonna be a B-side push. ZYK is here ready. He can hear the bomb plant. So kailangan niya lang pumik dito. 20 seconds. KLP snake taking out every opportunity from Execration. Natitira na naman si KLP versus A-Even and CBN. Flash grenades to pop off. 12 seconds. 33 pala ang kailangan dito ng Execration. Pero KLP will get that kill. A-Even low. Both of them low. Kailangan maglabanan ang dalawa with coat in hands. It's gonna be A-Even on the clutch. Mas maganda ang M4 kesa sa Kot. As mas maganda si A-Even kesa kay KLP. 9 rounds goes towards Execration. Match point para sa Exe. Shot.
One more round. And just ko po, Charleston, how many times are you gonna hit these shots? Sa sobrang lapit pa nga ng UBEC dito, muntikan pa nga nilang makuha yung 1v1 win, pero kundi dahil kay A-Even, talaga nga namang mahihirapan lalo ang Execration sana, pero it will be set point for them ngayon.
The
Sila naman
Wild
ang
Dogs.
mag-aggress doon sa may LA. Sobrang daming pumapasok, sobrang daming pinapatay. That's 2 picks in a blink of an eye. At may popcorn pa si Fall X to come with it. 3v4. JJ, kailangan na maging careful, kailangan na maging flawless yung pagpasok nila dito sa may A site. Fallex still holding up that CA control. AWM for him. Lots of tension dito sa may LA, considering that UM are this close to losing out the series against one of the most exciting rosters that we have sa PH Masters. The rise of the Pollex. Charleston also putting his name on the kill feed. CBN from Matt Jess na ngayon ay sinasabi niyang malakas din siya sa Execration. And look at GYK, man, the leader that he is. Talagang excited na siyang manalo against one of the top teams dito in the league. Pero still, with the amount of time that they're wasting dito sa labas ng EA, you could feel na they're still prepared for what is to come sa pagpasok nila dito sa may A site. Pero dahil dun sa smoke, hindi nila bibigyan ng chance to. So they're just gonna watch and push in towards Charleston with the AWM. The timing is not perfect for him. Bibigyan ng entrada. At si A-Even papatay pa nga dito kay KLP. That's 1 down. 2v4. He can still try to plant on down doon sa may B side, pero the numbers will be overwhelming.
Charleston.
Kailangan patayin si Charleston. He's dead. That will be a 2 versus 3 because of this. 35 seconds for the bomb plant to actually commence. An Execration. You can have a triple push dito sa may
Oh my
RS.
God.
JJ,
Oh my
JJ
God.
double. That will be a 1-tap and it's a 1v1. KLB the leader. He has to
Oh
do
my
everything.
God.
And delays the series 7-9. Hindi pa tapos ang UBEC. Kayang-kaya pa.
Kinakabahan na ako, Ramon! An intense round. Akala ko yung paglabas ng mga Wild Dogs doon sa A-site from the vents was the determining factor for them to take out UM from week number 2. Kaso nga lang, the patience of UBECMANIAC, the discipline is there, and the expertise is just masterclass coming in from the side of UBECMANIAC. Grabehan kung grabehan, at dahil dyan, Execration naman ngayon ang kinakabahan. Kanina sila yung confident, ngayon look at their placements. It's a 2-2-1 situations. Grabe, boss! Grabe, bay! Grabe ba, boss? 7-9 ang ating score. Ang perfect timing palagi ng UBECMANIAC is 45 seconds. So they might just look for that once again. No one peeking out mid coming in from Execration. KLP holding it down. Nag-aabang siya ng rotations coming in from them. Pero look at this. It's ZYK versus the world. It's ZYK versus the Cebuanos. He spots them out through the window. KLP holding down the line. ZYK to pick out. Isang wall bang pero walang tao doon. So it's gonna be a waste of bullets coming in from UM. Ngayon, another one is gonna be played out coming in from UBECMANIAC. Kanina pa nila ginagawa to na palipat-lipat sila para maguluhan ng Execration, looking for potential para ma-split away ang players ng Execration. They go towards vents and they go towards EA. They have a lot of utilities, I think, still. 45 seconds talaga ang golden counter. 3-man camp to see. It's Follex and CBN versus the world. Saktong flashbang. Lumabas sa kaliwa. Dalawang namatay. It's Execration falling down into the hands of UM. It's a 3v4. What can they do? It's 33 seconds onto the clock, onto the C4. KLP with the no-scope! Onto ZK, it's a jump shot para mawala ang confidence ng Execration. Nawawala ang buhay. It's UM still alive!
There is possibility for the comeback by Polar. And with 20 kills para kay JJ, anything is possible talaga para sa kanila. One more round for a possible OT attempt para sa UBEC. At sa sinabi mong 45 seconds execute, talagang importante sana na mapatay yung pagpasok nila all the way towards kaliwa. Pero hindi na nabigyan ng opportunity. KLB starting with that AWM. The KL brothers, now the long-range gatekeepers para dito sa kanilang BL side. May crossfire ng onte na kinukup up ang Execration, ZYK and Follex from CA and Events. It is a trap that they have built up para sa sarili nila. A sacrifice on mid that has cooked up a
Palit.
strategy na pwedeng magawa ng Execration. May pagpalit, syempre, kasi baka mas gusto pa rin naman ni KLB na sumama sa mga riflers, diba? That's something to be done. Pero so far, UBEC have been handling this execute perfectly. Talagang waiting for Execration to make the mistake for themselves. Again, this crossfire still established. Fall X, his position is noted. Exchanging bullets already papunta dun sa vents at mukhang naaamoy ng UBEC na may hinahatid ang Execration sa kanila. Kaya babalik muna sila all the way to the other side of the map. As they now try to take map control somewhere else. Hotel open, bypass also something that they can watch out for. At yung pinakamalapit nilang threat ay si A-Even lamang dahil sa triple stack ng Execration all the way towards A site. It looks like a free B site for them unless A-Even can do something about this.
Look at this, rotations coming in from Execration ngayon. Nagtatakbuhan na sila kasi nararamdaman nila yung ingay ng UBECMANIAC. Ang mga Cebuano ngayon, isang piyesta na naman ang ginagawa, even with the first blood coming into KLB, pero si JJ will kill that off. Isang talon na lang coming in from UBECMANIAC. Look at even getting those 2 kills before he falls out. CBN one more, pero KLP with a Colt. It's ZYK with the flank up coming in from UM to correct myself, pero kalmado lang tayo. 24 seconds, the bomb is planting. Look at ZYK, the IGL putting raining fire onto UBEC. Puno pa ang buhay niya pero nawawala na. It's one to fall down. It's a tie game. Uy, Direk.
Sa caster screen, medyo nagiging kamatis na si Bipolar, boss.
Direk.
Sobrang init na matchup natin. Medyo kalmado muna tayo, boss. Kalmado muna tayo. Nag-OT pa nga. And UBEC have displayed a pure mental resilience, man. Nagsimula tayo kanina 5-9 if I'm not mistaken. 5-9, isipin mo yon. They were this close na matapos sana yung series natin na matagumpay against yung UBECMANIAC sa Ankara. Alam mo yun, parang
Foreman mo na yan, Direk.
Sobrang init, pre. Kaya medyo kailangan natin mag-cool down. Ipasok muna natin yung mga panels natin. Pre! Ano ba yung sinasabi natin ng paulit-ulit sa buong game natin, no? Absolute sin naman, di ba? Tama ba tayo ngayon, pre? Tama ba tayo ngayon, Salvatore?
Di ko alam, Ramon. Wala na akong maalala sa mga... Di ko na alam.
Ayun. Magsalita ka naman, boss.
Sorry, boss. Sorry po sa mga nanonood.
Nakamit ka pa, boss. Nakamit ka pa
rin, boss.
Ay, nakamit pa ako, boss. Sorry. Hello. Ito, okay na. Sorry.
Yan.
Hindi na-expect na lalabas tayo sa forehead, pero... hindi ko alam. So, pasintabi na lang po sa nanonood. Sorry po sa kaguluhan na nakikita niyo po sa pagmumukha ko ngayon. Pero kasi, halos nakailang palo na ako sa hita, sa buka, sa mesa, sa mouse ko. Sa mga nangyayari sa loob ng laban na to, hindi ko ma-imagine na aabot tayo sa ganitong punto. Kumbinsido na ako na tatapusin na ng X. Pero grabe nga naman magsulat ng kwento tong UBECMANIAC na to.
Totoo.
Yun nga. Oh man, grabe. Absolute cinema series so far. Ankara, just like how I said, if this was gonna be your last map, might as well go into overtime. And grabe men, the back and forth is real. You can feel yung chance talaga ng Exe to
Week 2.
try and take this one men, pero ayaw pang bitawan ni UBEC men. Week 2 pa lang tayo na Masters men.
Week 2. This is week 2. Oh my gulay. Oh my goodness. Hindi ako mapakali sa mesa ko. Hindi ako mapakali sa upuan ko. At no words to say, pre. Gusto ko na lang ulit manood ng Crossfire.
Ay,
First order of business, pwede bang bigyan natin ng tubig si Bipolar, man? Kasi siya, grabe
Hindi,
naman.
okay na ako, man.
Okay na ba?
Guys, ubos na yung bote ng boss. Wala na. Clear na, boss. Wala na to, man. Para akong niluto na tosino. Like, binoil up bago iprito. Grabe, boss. Alam mo, Sneaky, may onti tayo ito habang nag-aantay tayo. Sneaky, bigyan mo pa nga kami. Like, nararamdaman kasi namin habang nag-cast kami na kayong dalawa ni Salvatore. Medyo kayo mismo yung umiingay talaga eh. Grabe yung labanan kasi natin. Anong thoughts natin dyan?
Cinema game so far, pare. Cinema game. Yun nga, both sides showing what they can do. JJ pop-off game dito sa Ankara. Plus yung combination pa ng CBN performance dito, pare. Especially yung Fall X 1v2, man. Yun talaga, I was screaming na habang nakabit yung mic ko, man, kasi I can't believe that happened in front of my eyes, pare.
Napa-crossfire rocks ako dun sa totoong buhay eh. Grabe. Like, no other words to explain other than crossfire rocks yung ginawa mo dun, Paul X. Dihadong-dihado, 10 HP, blind spot pa si Kanu sa'yo. I really don't know. I really don't know, pre. Like, there is not enough description, there's not enough adjectives sa dictionary na meron tayo para i-describe tong laron to, no? Kasi mauubusan tayo ng oras pag nilahat natin yun. Sabi dito ni Boss Danny, dito na ilalabas ng UM pagiging robot nila. Totoo naman talaga, men. Actually, bipolar, men, binibigyan mo ng hustisya tong laban na to, no? I just can't wait to see paano mangyayari sa overtime na to, pre.
Ingay lang po si Bipolar dito, pero everybody, maraming salamat Salvatore and Sneaky Frog sa inyong presensya kasi we needed some help eh. Sobrang kailangan namin ng help dito sa casting dito.
Naku po. I think okay na. I think nakapagpahinga na naman to si Bipolar tsaka kami dito sa caster desk. So if you guys actually have no words as well, I think Sneaky and Salvatore, I think we can go throw it back onto you guys later on. I think it's time for us casters to actually go back into this. So thank you so much sa pag-grace nyo ng presence dito sa broadcast desk. We'll see you later pagkatapos ng game natin between UM at saka Execration. Pero grabe naman, grabe Bipolar, man. I mean, sa sobrang init ng matchup natin, hindi lang yung throat mo, yung medyo nag-shake up, pati na rin yung mga predictions natin. Kasi remember, pre, medyo lumabo pa ka yung camera ni Bipolar. Sa sobrang init, lumabo bigla yung camera. Parang kayo lang.
Uy, boss, hindi naman. Naku po, direct, iba yung buti binigyan mo kami ng time with our panel right now. Ayan na, inayos ko na. Okay na ata. Yan, medyo onting break time lang tayo habang nag-aantay tayo ng ating mga players. Kasi alam mo Ramon, I did not expect it to go on to overtime very much.
Me neither.
Kasi I thought Fall X was really gonna fall pagdating doon kasi isipin mo 10 HP, tapos gumanon pa, tapos nung lumabas sila sa vents nang sama-sama, the Execration was there, but UBECMANIAC was ready for the forces. I think this OT is gonna be crazy and I think there's a crazy comment na pwede nating basahin dito, Ramon.
Sige, ano mga bang comment no? Si Den Cuneta Bautista, parang aatakin na yung mga casters. You know what? Alam mo, sa totoo lang, okay lang naman kasi ito naman kasi yung trabaho namin, boss. So okay lang. Si Bipolar,
direct naman.
Ano lang to, Wednesday, Monday lang to para sa kanya, boss. Monday lang to para sa kanya. Nakailang beses na tayong ganito kay Bipolar. Nakailang crash out na siya, pre, sa mga broadcast. So medyo saray na kami. Alam na namin
Direct,
yan.
mahal kita, Direct. Ano ba? Okay, nakakalma tayo kasi OT tayo. So, Den Cuneta Bautista, alam kong dalawa kayo diyang nagsusuporta sa Execration and sa UBECMANIAC. Pero mamaya ba, feeling natin it's gonna be a good series and a good overtime. So, Den Cuneta Bautista, mamaya pa tayo atakihin kasi may bypass na rin na call out sa ang cara map natin. Baka mamaya ako naman yung mabypass dito sa casting deck natin.
Ay, ako po. Hashtag save bipolar ang start natin sa
hashtag
sa
luto na
natin,
ang tosino, boss.
Hashtag kahit ano pa no? Save bipolar, guys. Bigyan natin ng tubig si Bipolar habang tumatagal. No? Pero balik tayo sa game natin. 1-1. At verify ko lang yung naging info natin. Mukhang nagsimula siya 6-9. Tapos saka pa nagsunod-sunod yung mga panalo ng UBECMANIAC. No? Ano ba yung parang naging factor dito, Bipolar, no? Feeling ko dapat hindi nila binigyan ng chance itong si JJ na mag-cook, pre. Nag 20 kills siya kanina if I'm not mistaken.
Alam mo man, di kita masasagot ngayon. Sorry. Na umiinit yung katawan ko, umiinit yung ulo ko. Huwag mo muna ako kasi yung isip ko kanina talaga, kay JJ kasi man talaga, he is just an all-around great player. So JJ was one of the determining factors also to get those rounds for his team. Siguro yun lang yung masasabi ko for him. And right now I think we'll be seeing a lot more pagdating sa overtime. Nakita na natin to sa map 1 natin na sa Eagle Eye 2.0 if I'm correct, tama ba Ramon? Nung nag-Eagle Eye tayo, dun siya nag-pop off. And might be that this might be his time once again kasi nakapagpahinga siya sa sub base. So this it might be a deja vu situation kumbaga. But right now mukhang pinagtitripan tayo ni Direk. Kasi mayroon tayong comment daw para kay Bipolar. 0-2. Ay, naku po!
Si Coach!
Naku
Si
po!
Coach!
Gusto ko pag may intro ako si Bipolar ang gagawa, pag hindi wag na lang. Sige boss, 0-2. Pag ikaw yung interview, ako bahala sa'yo. Magandang intro, igiglaze kita. Lahat ng achievements mo, ililista natin yan.
Ay, grabe, no? I mean, a guy this legendary na si Coach 02, talaga nga namang deserving ng isang S-tier na introduction daling sa isang S-tier na tao na si Bipolar, no? Talagang massive shoutout nga sa mga sumusuporta dito sa stream. Massive shoutout sa naging throat ni Bipolar. Talagang kudos tayo. Kasi nagbibigay tayo ng not only our 100% sa broadcast natin, kundi ang 120%. So pa lang pre, OT sa first game, tapos sa sub-base, munti ka pa nga umabot doon, nag-game 3 pa tayo, tapos sa game 3 nag-OT na ulit pre. Sa debut match mo pre, kamusta ka naman Bipolar pre?
Man, I think it's not about me guys, it's about the
Talaga?
players. So we need to highlight them later. Pero 0-2, bigyan mo ako jersey, ako bahala sa intro mo. Ako bahala sa intro man. I think Direk, malapit na ba tayo pumasok sa ating matchup dito kasi medyo nahihiya na ako eh. Yung mukha ko kanina pa nandito, Direk. Medyo kinikilig ako na ewan eh. Pero right now, everybody, eto na, simulan natin Ramon ng isang magandang intro. The Wild Dogs once again and the Cebuano Pride are here once again. They are rampaging towards mid, and I think Execration are here to execute the players of UM. But UM, we know them as the very disciplined team, the veterans, kumbaga yung galawan kahit bata pa yung mga players nila. It's 9-9, 13 ang ating target score. KLP might see a collateral here.
Ooh. Pero may nakuha siyang leg shot. Follex tries to entry on down. Alam mong siya yung tipong player na wala siyang pakialam sa HP. But Loy, a double kill. And eventually it will be the 3 versus 5 Execration na execute on site. Pero yun nga lang, UBECMANIAC, they're able to bounce back from the situation. Alam nila na makapasok na agad sila dito. Chosen through the smoke, up shot down. Pero Kano will get that double kill. It's all falling apart for Execration, especially with Kano with a triple kill. What a start for UBECMANIAC on their global risk side.
UBECMANIAC, alam naman natin yan, when they are at the global risk side, hindi na sila magre-risk pa ng mga flashy plays. They go for instantaneous pickoffs and they go for calculated plays just like this. It's gonna be a sandwich plays from mid, second mid, and also Vents. KLP gumagalaw parang si Follex nakakuha pa ng isa, even tumatakbo pero wala na magagawa pa. It's gonna be a 10-9 score. 1 to fall down from Execration. Kaya pa ba nila ang onslaught ng UBEC?
At least na-slow down na yung momentum for Execration yet again. The arm shots connecting for KLP and eventually A-even does get countered bago pa man siya magkaroon ng space. And napansin mo no, nung habang tumatagal yung matchup natin, si A-even mas nagiging komportable, mas umiinit yung shots niya dito. So with him down for the count agad-agad in this late round, talaga nga naman magiging good news yun para sa UM. That will be KLP, that will be Kano with another one. UBECMANIAC starting back at the seams. X still trying his best to kill off tong si Kano, pero still, lots of damage done. 4 versus 2 and Execration. They will try to get themselves in hotel secure para makuha yung B-side, kaso kalaban nila yung high-low setup na naman.
It's gonna be Loy now, spotting them out. Puts the flashbang para makakuha ng side. ZYK falling down. Isa na lang natitira si Follex pa. Kanina it's a 1v2. Ngayon it's gonna be a no more for Follex. Kanina ang ating Follex ay nakakuha ng isang magandang clutch play pero he cannot do it under very much big circumstances. Mukhang ang ginawa ng Execration sa Eagle Eye 2.0 ginagawa naman ngayon ng UBECMANIAC because look at the score. It's 9-11 but KLP puts more bullets onto the heads of Charleston. Doesn't even let him play sa buong overtime natin. At dahil dyan, naguguluhan ulit ng Execration. Wala sa kanila yung C4 so they're trying to get these pickoffs para makuha ng entryway. Pero tingnan mo naman yung setup dito ng UM. It's a 2-1-2. So, ano nga bang pwedeng gawin dito ng Execration?
lahat kitang-kita yung sides. Loy
Uy,
spotted.
naku po!
ZYK has to win the spray kasi Loy will pick off another one. So talagang nagkakaroon ng problema na naman. Ang Execration spotted from the jump peak din. So CBN, he has to go back. Kailangan sama-sama lang sila para makonquer yung isang site natin. C4 napakalayo. So mukhang ang entrada nila, ang magiging goal nila dito is patayin na lang muna yung anchors bago pa man mag-decide kung saan papasok. Fallex to push on! But Kano shuts him down! 2v5! And Kano will get spotted by A-Even. Sprays on through the smoke pero swatted din doon si JJ. He has to be careful about his timing. A-Even has to go back to safety. Yun nga lang si KLB. Pinata siya. Pinatay pa nga si CBN! Pinatay pa nga si JJ! It will be 12 to 9! At side swap tayo dito. Mukhang ako naman yung magiging kamatis natin. Pero still, UBECMANIAC, perfectly done. Makuha ang 12-9 natin.
Wow, just 12-9. Di man lang pinalaro talaga ang Execration dito ng UBECMANIAC. And guys, alam nyo, yung prediction ko kanina, wala yon. Ano lang yan? Scratch point yon. Scratch point yun. Wala yun. Testing lang. Pero,
Wala. Testing lang yun. Joke lang. Free trial.
joke lang. Free trial lang. Ano tawag doon? Testing and kung nakikinig ba kayo. Kasi right now, mukhang may hunting sa atin. But it looks like UBECMANIAC is hunting down the squad of Execration. We're already going underway for the next swap dito. Alam mo, Ramon, I have one question to you. Can UBECMANIAC, I have two. Can UBECMANIAC close this out? Or can Execration definitely come back from a 3-point deficit?
So parang yung questions po are related to each other. So I'll just say this, man. UBECMANIAC has showed really good resiliency. So there is potential for them to close this out. I do believe na maglilin ako towards that side. Pero Execration have shown us na dapat hindi sila ma-underestimate talaga. No? Kahit sa mga times na natatalo sila sa mga executes, laging may opportunity yung IGL nila na makapag-cook up ng strat na maayos. As long as buhay pa si Fallex, as long as buhay pa si CBN, laging may chance na makomeback sana kahit sa mga numbers disadvantages natin. So, kung mangyayari ngayon, it will be in the second swap. Kaya malalaman natin kung yun nga yung magiging possibility. But nevertheless, we're back into the game. 12 to 9. UBECMANIAC gonna be on set point this time around. Series point para sa kanila. They win this next round. And mananockout nila ang Execration in this absolute cinema of a BO3. So for Fallex, we'll have a lot of damage done dito kay JJ, exchanging blows, especially with that AK shot papunta dito kay Fallex. Still a 5v5. Still a lot of nades being exchanged from both sides of the map. A triple stack needs may A. But Execration, in this passive setup ay talagang hahayaan lamang ang UBEC na kunin yung CA on towards the mid side as well as yung Vents control na masasabi natin ay magiging talim para dito sa Execration.
I think right now, UBECMANIAC, ang plano dito is just go through bypass, take out tower, this converge onto B. Pag natalo sila doon, they can go on to A site once again. But right now, sama-sama ulit ang UBECMANIAC. You always see them as a 4-man or as a 5-man pushing onto these sites. KLP to lead the fray. ZYK, mukhang hindi siya aware na nandito sa likuran niya lang ang mga players. So, all eyes on Charleston right now, on the sniper, on the AWM to close down the doors na pwedeng pasukan ng UBECMANIAC. Pero the discipline, the patience, and now the shot call is there coming in from the side of UBECMANIAC. Tinatawag na kayo ni Charleston ng mga kalaban niyang kakampi niya kasi yung mga kalaban nandito na. 1 minute on to the clock. No more golden timer na 45 seconds kasi they will go for a retake. Pero sabi ni KLP, papatayin ko muna si Charleston bago kayo makalapit sa site namin. Loy will fall down. ZYK to get that kill. Pero look at this. Ang tagal bago malaw dito ng Execration. The bomb has been planted. KLB ngayon holding down bypass. Ano pa bang pwede nila gawin dito? Fallex, sumama ka na. Alam kong low ka sa HP pero kailangan mong pumatay. Look at ZYK testing the waters once again. A-Even ngayon. Chokehold slam coming from Execration. Will get them 2 kills. It's gonna be 2 versus 2. It's a 1 versus 2. KLP nasa battery. May charge ka pa ba?
May time pa siya!
Wala na.
May time pa siya!
Execration. CBN is there to defuse the bomb. It's 12 to 10. What an exchange of blows. Pero syempre, kalmado daw muna tayo, Ramon. Kasi
Hindi,
UBECMANIAC
hindi
still on
pwede,
match
hindi
point.
Hindi
Hindi pa ba?
pwede.
Sorry,
Hindi
sorry,
pwede.
sorry. Di pa pala.
Di pa tapos.
Di pa
man.
pala, di pa.
Sobrang lapit. Kita mo ba naman that double kill from CBN saving the game. Nakita mo yung reposition sana. Sobrang magiging maayos kung nakapag-hide sa batteries yung last UM player, di ba? Pero grabe yung exchange. Nakita si Folex, tapos yun yung naging distraction sana ng Execration, di ba? Sa paghanap nila ng entry, papasok doon sa may batteries, si Folex yung parang naging sacrifice. Pero dahil doon, nag-rain down yung utility, nag-push in na din tong si ZYK, and eventually they get themselves yung sandwich position na hinahanap nila doon sa may B site. It will be still that 12-10, still set point para sa UM. There's an opportunity for a golden round to happen para sa Execration. And with this 12-10 so far, with how slow this game has gone, you could see that UM are also feeling the pressure. They don't want to give an opening dito. 2-3 setup. May chance pa para makapag-push
Go,
si
Charleston.
KLB. Charleston has an opportunity. He does whip out the shot. Keno has a second life ahead of him. Pero sa akyatan,
Uy, uy,
mukhang
uy.
maghahanapan sila. Charleston has to go back. Keno, he has control over doon sa may akyatan, papunta doon sa may tower. And eventually, he finds himself doon sa backside of B site, a even. Narinig yung position.
Kano!
Charleston hits a shot. Kano down.
Oh
That's
my
second for Charleston. Mukhang kaya-kaya pa ng Execration. And with another down, it will be a 2 versus 5. Volex hits the shot yet again. It's all coming down to Loy. Pero mukhang maharap lang siya ni A-Even. A 12-11. And Execration need one more for golden round.
What was that? Grabe yung exchange na yon. Yung exchange yun, nahulog tuloy yung pantalon ko. At dahil dyan, Execration can force it into a golden round. Wala na talagang golden timer ang UBECMANIAC kasi naramdaman na ng Execration kung paano sila gumalaw. And right now, yung UBECMANIAC mukhang tinesting lang naman nila kung pwede ba nila ulitin yung 13th round po nila doon sa bypass, but it looks like they're trying to go for an A site push right now. But nakakaramdam din si ZYK, sabi niya, guys, i-stack natin ang players natin dito sa A site kasi parang ayaw na nila ulitin yung push nila kasi ang galing natin doon. Pero sabi naman ng UBECMANIAC, alam din natin. So let's go for a 5-man push para numbers advantage ang UBECMANIAC. 1 minute 35 seconds onto the clock. The smokes are there as concealment para sa UBECMANIAC para makalapit habang natingin si ZYK sa balcony. KLB, what can he do? Goes towards, oh my God, Folex ako po.
Folex?
Masyadong masakit yan,
Patay.
Umalis ka muna, finish tuloy ni KLB. Ngayon, ito na ang pagarangkada ng UM. Ito na ang paglawas ng piyesa ng sinulog. KLB for the 2K. Kano to make it 3. It's a even. And Charleston versus the Cebuana City. It's KLB to take one more. At Blacklist, it's UM. It's UBECMANIAC. At mukhang nakikita mo talaga yung mga smiles dito ng UBECMANIAC. Ang saya nila. Ang saya nila, Ramon.
Hindi lang saya, men. Total relief na nalaman nila that they have closed out an absolute banger of a BO3. And with this, it will be a 2-1 victory para sa UBECMANIAC. Solidifying yung slot nila as the best team in the Philippines right now. Execration. Kailangan maging proud ang lahat ng players na nasa server natin, pre. Kasi kung tinanong mo ko 2 hours ago kung ano yung mangyayari dito sa game na to, talagang wala akong masasagot sa'yo, pre. Wala akong masasagot sa'yo. Sobrang init ng pareho na ipakita ng UM at saka ng Execration. Nakita natin yung surprise pickups. Nakita natin yung mga roles na nagsaswap. Nakita natin si Fall X on one of the first times that we've seen him on the AWM. My goodness, in 2025. And what an answer for UM. We started 6-9 nung second half natin na matatapos sana ng Execration with just one more round. Pero absolute cinema yung nangyari habang tumatagal yung matchup natin. Nagkaroon ng OT, may pagbawi pa yung Execration. Kamuntikan pa nga sana na makuha natin yung OT ulit para sa golden round. Pero nung umabot talaga sa pinaka-importanting moment, nag-step up na naman ang UM. Yung pagpasok ni KLB sa loob ng vents at natapos nila agad sa isang execute sa A-site na talaga nga namang hindi na-expect ng Execration. Beautifully done sa pag-push nila on the BL side.
Yes, very much so. Hindi nila ina-expect na the switch of strategies coming in from UM. Yun pala, pina-prime lang nila yung Execration na palagi nila hit yung B site. Pero at when the time comes, they will go for an A site push at dun pinagpag ng UM ang Execration. Oras na para umorder ng CNT si Bullet Chon. Oras na para ibaba nyo lahat ng pantalon nyo kasi wala nang kailangan na damit. Oras na para mag-relax, oras na para kumain, at oras na rin para i-throw sa ating panelist, Snaky Frogs and Salvatore. Kamusta tayo dyan? It's been a pleasure to cast. Parang finals ang ating matchup for today.
Awa ng Diyos, bipolar, makakahinga ka na. At hindi yun yung nararamdaman ngayon ng Crossfire Philippines kasi halos lahat sila hindi na nga makahinga sa pinanood nila sa UBEC tsaka Execration, pre. Wala pre, binigyan talaga ni Bipolar ng hustisya yung laban na yun, no? Kasi lahat ng sasabihin natin, sinabi niya na talaga, pre. And wala naman tayong galit doon, pre. Grabe nga naman yung expression na binigay niya ng dalawang yun, no? Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is probably contender, no, for the best series sa entire Cfs Ph Masters natin so
History,
far, no?
pre.
I mean, grabe yung back and forth. First map pa lang, Execration obviously, beating them dito sa overtime. Second map, sa base, mas handedly para dito sa UBEC. Pero pagdating dito sa sa map number 3, men,
Ito talaga,
wala,
pre.
makapagpigil hininga talaga pare yung nangyaring labanan dito, men. I mean, everyone was firing on all cylinders. I mean, even Charleston stepping up to the plate, especially dito sa early part ng mapa natin, no? Pero, yeah, at the end of the day, UBEC still won, pero mahirap kasi i-discredit yung ginawa ng Execration dito, men.
Then, gusto ko i-check lahat ng mga BP ng mga kabilang dito no? Whether it would be from Execration at UM. Si Coach Tanks ba, okay pa ba yung ano niya, yung BP niya, no? Si Bipolar at si Ramon, kaya pa nga ba nilang tumayo, no? So, a lot of highs, no lows in this kind of matchup, no? Kasi hindi sila nagkulang sa pagbibigay ng ng firepower talaga sa isa't isa. No more tacticalities, men. Play style wise, everyone went aggressive. No passiveness whatsoever. And we have to commend yung last sequence na binigay ni Aljon para talaga maging 12-11 yung scoreline. And for CBN with that 10 HP double kill, I cannot stress enough na itong laban na to ay hindi po para sa mga malalambot na puso.
Yeah, for sure. As in, a heartbreaking loss para sa Execration, no, considering they were so close in making history dito sa Cfs Ph Masters. But then, that's just part of the game, pare. Nagkakaroon talaga tayo ng absolute cinema games kagaya nga ng ganito, men. And I really hope to see more games just like this. Kasi grabe talaga yung entertainment value, men. Grabe yung back and forth, grabe yung story. Even the clutches as well, men. The clutches went crazy dito sa mapa na to. And, I couldn't be more happier to be paneling para sa specific na game na to, pare. And we've seen everything, men. I mean, we've seen yung sniper dito ni JJ, even si Loy at si KLB having their hand at it. At by the end of the game, men, feeling ko pati si Paul nararamdaman na rin na kailangan niya mag-sniper dito. So, a lot has happened dito sa Ankara. It's a masterclass of macro. It's a masterclass of firepower, pare. And I really hope both teams come out of this series na with a renewed perspective for the rest of the season natin, men. Para naman sa Exe, I think, naiisip din nila yung naiisip ko ngayon. I think, kayang-kaya nila mag-playoffs 1,000% with this kind of performance. At para naman sa UBEC, no, it's a question of, okay, may nakakahabol na ba sa atin dito sa Pilipinas? May nakakahabol na pala dito sa level ng UBECMANIAC, men?
Anong sinabi ko, pre? Lahat makikita natin dito sa loob ng Ankara. Magaling nga magsulat yung mga director natin behind the scenes. Such a poetic way to finish off this series. And I cannot believe na kailangan talaga tayo makita ng hindi pa natin nakikita ever. Fall X naghahawak ng sniper, si CBN kumaklatch ng 10 HP, si Fall X kumaklatch ng almost 10 HP, Kano at si JJ paghatian nila yung MVP para sa UBECMANIAC, pre, kasi hindi pwedeng isa lang yung magbigay ng MVP dito sa UBECMANIAC, no? Pero tignan natin kung sino nga sa kanilang dalawang yun, no? This series is something na maaalala talaga natin sa matagal na panahon, pre. Lahat po ng mga nanonood ngayon kakausapin nyo po yung mga kaibigan nyo mamaya, bukas, sa mga susunod na araw. Tol, ano nangyari sa laban ng UBEC tsaka Execration? Talagang mapapabili ka ng soft drinks, mapapa-YB kayo, pre. Kasi lahat ng nangyari dito sa loob ng Ankara na to, hindi nyo makakalimutan at hindi kayo binigo ng UBEC tsaka ng Execration sa pagbibigay ng entertainment. Kumbaga, no? And this is Filipino talent na nakaka-proud talaga panoorin ngayon, Sneaky Frog. And,
for sure.
My God, pre. My God.
My God, man. My God is an understatement. Pero yun nga, no, shout out to JJ for that performance, pare. Really carrying UBEC, no, on some of these situations, pare. 1.57 KD, 1.22 KR. And we already know yung capabilities dito ni JJ to pop off at any moment dito sa mga games natin. As we take a look at the match result, you should have been there, guys. Yung sa mga kakarating lang, you should have been there. You should have been there live. Mas magandang panoorin to live, guys, dito sa Crossfire Philippines, as it was a 13-9, 10-7 sa sub-base, 13-11 sa Ankara. An action-packed series indeed, pare.
Masasabi ng score, natalo Execration tapos panalo UBEC. Dito pre, walang talo. Sino bang natalo? Talo ba tayong nanonood? Talo ba ang Crossfire Philippines? Parang lahat tayo dito pre, nanalo talaga. Kasi number one, Execration proved na ang UBECMANIAC hindi naman talaga masyadong mataas yung kinatatayuan nila. Pwede silang hatakin pababa kung saan nararapat sila, no? Ang UBECMANIAC can still touch the floor, pre. Pangalawa, UBECMANIAC does have flaws na pwedeng i-expose ng team tulad ng Execration, pre. Tatlo, lahat tayo na nanonood. Tamang nood lang. Tuwan-tuwa naman talaga, pre, no? I can't believe na umabot tayo sa puntong ganito, no, Sneaky Frog. 2 years ago, hindi ko may imagine na ganito ka-intense ang Filipino Crossfire. Pero fast forwarding it to now, grabe nga naman talaga yung naging shape up ng eksena ng Crossfire dito sa Pilipinas because it continues to deliver bangers like this one, no? JJ, di ko alam kung totoo to, pero happy birthday sa'yo, sabi doon ni Ma'am Casey, no? At bilang isang regalo, 1.5 KD, 1.2 kills per round. And, men, parang godlike numbers yung binigay ni JJ na yun, no? Deserving of the MVP.
Yun nga, he's on the number 2 listahan, no, on the birthday performances dito, pare, with number 1 being occupied by Mr. NBA, pare, after yesterday's games with a 6.33 KD. Pero focus muna tayo dito kay JJ, of course, just like I was said, saving UM multiple times dito sa mapa from situations that they can't save themselves out of, pare, no. And this is what we come to expect every time na napapasok sa usapan si JJ. Granted na medyo no-overshadow siya dito ng big 3 ng UBEC, no, na itong si Loy, Kano, and si KLP. But then, JJ reminded us today, pare, na hindi lang tatlo palagi ang kailangan i-mention dito sa UBECMANIAC. I will also pop off in my own right, and that he did, pare. Grabe talaga. What a masterful display galing sa kanya, men.
Gusto ko na malaman talaga kung ano bang iniisip ngayon ng UBECMANIAC. Ready pa ba sila sa interviews, Nikki? Parang wala ata sila sa kondisyon para makatanggap ata ng interview ngayon, no? Di ko pa nga alam kung okay pa si JJ para sa interview. Malay mo si Coach Tanks ulit yung makausap natin, no? Pero yun na nga, guys, sa wakas, nabigyan na natin ng wakas ang kwento ng Execration versus UBECMANIAC after 3 grueling maps na umabot sa 2 overtime na magkakahiwalay. Tapos isang sub-base na akala talaga natin masasalyan na ng Execration. Etong Ankara na isang round na nga lang hindi pa nakuha ng Exe. Oh my goodness, pre. Ang dami nating nakita na hindi dapat natin nakita kasi baka atakihin tayo sa puso, no, Sneaky?
For sure. It's a heart-stopping na series, no, that's for sure. As I think nandito na yung tropa natin na si JJ right after ang isang napakagandang series, pare, men. Pinagtitripan ka na ni Kyle sa chat, pero okay lang yan. Sana okay lang yung maiging sagot po dito. Salvi, meron ka bang tanong dito?
Meron talaga akong katanungan dyan kay Boss RJ. Una sa lahat, no, happy birthday. Teka lang, tinanggal yung headset niya. Yan, okay, yun ba? Una sa lahat, happy birthday. Pa-confirm na nga lang kung totoo, no, kasi sabi ni Madam Casey, birthday mo nga raw, no. Una sa lahat, no, nung match point na ang Execration, alanganin na si UBECMANIAC, grabe naman kasi yung lamang nyo. So, parang ano yung naging daan ng UBECMANIAC para habulin yung lamang na yun and ultimately, manalo talaga?
Ginagawa lang namin yung play namin. Di namin inisip na laswa na sila. Yan lang po.
Mindset.
Mindset lang. Tama, mindset lang, men. I mean, hindi pa naman 10. or 13 yung score natin dito. DJ, di mo pwede ipasa sa kampi mo min.
Kailangan ikaw MVP.
Kailangan
Ito ka
ikaw.
lang.
Pero ikaw, Jay, no, nung nangyari na yung map number 3 dito sa Ankara, tapos natapos na yung laro, ano yung naisip mo men nung naging sobrang ganda ng performance mo, obviously dropping 20 plus na frags? Ano yung pakiramdam men na maging MVP this week pa?
Pakiulit po, nag-echo.
Ano yung echo to?
Humble King, baka niya lang talaga sagutin.
Ayaw niya sagutin, men. Ayaw niya sagutin.
Ito na lang, JJ. Ito na lang. Baka may gusto kang batiin. Baka may... Ay, wait lang. Tinatanggal na naman ng headset si JJ. Ito. Huling katanungan na lang. No? So, baka may gusto kang batiin dyan. May mensahe ka ba sa mga nanonood, sa mga supporters mo dyan? No? Baka may gusto ka sabihin, JJ.
Ano po? Nag-echo yung mic.
Ay, nag-e-echo yun. Hello. Okay na? Nag-e-echo na ba? Nag-e-echo pa rin ba? Okay na?
Okay na.
Okay. So, baka may mensahe ka dyan? Baka may gusto kang sabihin sa mga taga-suporta ng UBECMANIAC? Meron ka bang sasabihin dyan sa mga nanonood sa atin ngayon?
Maraming salamat po sa sumusuporta. Yan lang po.
Ano ba few words, pero grabe nga siya bumaril sa loob ng Ankara. JJ, maraming salamat sa oras mo, no, at good luck sa mga susunod mong panlaro.
Yun nga. Yung tunay na grand final para sa UBECMANIAC, no, Salvatore. Itong interview. So far, ano na ba score nila, men? 0-2? Pero yun nga, UBECMANIAC winning para dito sa ating series as of today. And ayun nga, it's an absolute cinema na series, time, as I say time and time again pare, pero there's nothing short to describe it. As we do take a look at the comments, group stage pa, pero yung laruan parang finals na. Yeah, that felt like a playoff game. Yung best of 3 na yun pare.
Tama ka dyan, Damso, no? Parang international level nga yung pinakita ng EXE, tsaka ng tsaka ng UBECMANIAC. So, nakakapagtaka nga na isang laban pa lang yun. Meron pa pala tayong isa pang serye na kabilang dito ang EVOS tsaka Fervid, no. So mamaya makikita nyo nga rin yan, guys, no. So guys, kalma lang tayo ng ating mga tariba kasi ito pa rin ang Cfs Ph Masters 2025. Siya nga pala si Sneaky Frog, o nga pala si Salvatore. Mamamahinga muna kami saglit kasi kailangan namin ng tubig at hininga. This is Cfs Ph Masters. We'll be right back.
call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Magna will be your 3-time champions of Cfs Ph Masters.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ito pa rin ang Cfs Ph Masters 2025 Salvatore and Sticky Frog still delivering the panel dito for our second series of today. Akala natin isa lang. Teka lang. Meron pa tayong dito EVOS Esports versus Fervid Esports din naman. Battle between Tondo and Cebu Pre. So it's going to be two clashing of styles. Ano naman, Sneaky, nakamute ka na naman.
I'm sorry bro, I'm sorry. Ito na pre. Ito na yung matchup natin, men. EVOS versus Fervid. Fervid, ayun nga, Manila versus Cebu matchup with a sprinkle of Davao dito pare, thanks to Nomad 1. Fervid obviously, didn't expect yung nangyari sa kanila nung week number 1, which was, losing up against Gaon. Obviously, mataas yung expectations natin para dito sa Fervid considering yung caliber ng players plus yung caliber ng coach nila pare. So, ayun nga, it caught us by surprise na ganun naging handed yung game, at the same time, a testament kung gaano kagaling si Ellison and Gaon is as a team. Pero ito na yung tunay na test ng Fervid on where they really stand dito sa Cfs Ph Masters.
Ang ganda ng layering din itong series na to, no? You have one coach na was a former player now guiding this new gen that are now up and coming, no, which is EVOS, and also a former player na ganun din naman yung ginagawa niya dito but on another region, no? So nice ka tol, and 0-2 yung binabanggit ko nga dito, no? So former enemies now turn coaches for their respective teams, no? Parang ang ganda ng binibigay na itong kwento na to, no, Sticky. Pero let's pumunta muna tayo, bumiyahe muna tayo patondo as we take a look at EVOS Esports, former Arcilia and former SGJ, and they're now waving the banner of EVOS Esports, at ayan na nga sila, na kung saan nagkaroon na nga tayo ng isang magandang glimpse kung ano nga ba ang potential nitong EVOS na to, taking a series against Pacific Esports with Cetra, the addition of a sniper sa kanilang roster, parang mas gumiling pa yung kanilang galit, no, sa pagiging offensive minded, no.
Yeah, for sure. I think Cetra nung performance, especially up against nung PE pare, really just set in stone, no, of ano yung ranking niya in terms of snipers dito sa Cfs Ph Masters, top 2, top 3 potentially na yung usapan natin dito. And the fact that his debut was so good already nung ACL, especially nung map number 2, is a big surprise para sa atin, no? Kasi akala natin may adjustment period para dito kay Cetra going into EVOS, slowly integrate into the team, find his roles, pero hindi yun yung nangyari pare. He really came out the gate swinging, no, nung first series pa lang natin dito. Granted yung Pacific, they did take port dun sa series na yun, which was a big surprise para sa akin, but they recovered very very quickly in this 2-1. And ayun nga, I mean, it's a testament kung gaano ka-strong mentally this team is as well, no?
Tignan mo naman pre yung kanilang schedule, no? After their bout with Fervid mamaya, no, they will be facing against Team Secret, Execration, and then Gaon Gaming, Team Acceptance, and for our main event caliber of a week number 7, bago tayo dumako sa playoffs, no, tingnan natin kung sino nga ba masesement ang number 1 spot, no, UBECMANIAC ang kanilang mga katapat, no, for our last week of group stages, no. So what a headline here for EVOS Esports, no. So I kind of want to know their insights heading into these upcoming matchups, no. So speaking of, no, parang napapalapit na nga tayo sa ating interview, no, Sneaky Frog. Any person in mind na gusto mo maka-interview dito, no?
Low-key si KSA pare, just for the entertainment value. Ayun nga. Just for it pare. And yun nga, I called it pare bago pa siya pumasok ng Discord. Alam ko na kung sino papasok agad. Mr. Kian, welcome dito sa broadcast natin pare. Kamusta men? Ano yung feeling bago maglaro yung Fervid pare?
Okay lang, masaya. Exciting.
Grabe.
Excited kami.
Excited, no? So may ano, parang ito kasi yung laban na may kailangan patunayan ng Fervid dito, no? Pero etong EVOS na to, parang ang ganda na ng naging reputation nyo as a team. Sobrang solid nyo. So ano yung naging preparation naman ni EVOS Esports laban kay Fervid?
Preparation namin sa wala lang, sarili-sarili lang patutok, yun lang. Hindi kami nag-replay sa amin.
Okay bro, okay. Gusto ko yan.
Nagtatanong kami kung bakit gusto ko si KSA.
Kaya gusto ko yung pagkakahulma ng dila niya.
Ayun nga men, obviously nangyari na yung week number 1 dun sa Pacific, no. Medyo natapa kayo dun sa port. Meron ba kayong napulot na aral dun men, dun sa map number 1, considering na isa pa yun sa mga best map niyo men?
Yung port namin sa map wala, binigay lang namin sa amin na yun.
Men, napaka-solid talaga ni KSA, men. Napaka-solid mo, Kiya. Hindi mo kami inuubusan ng mga ganyan klaseng mga malasi na mga nasagot. Pero ito, sige.
Masarap kasi sabihin yung mga bashers eh.
Yeah, tama. Diba, pansin ko nga kahapon, ang dami mong kaaway, no, pre.
Isa-isa lang.
Grabe, na 1v9 clutch mo sila, no. Pero yun, KSA, baka may gusto kang sabihin dyan sa mga manonood natin ngayon, no, sa mga supporters ng EVOS, at sa mga, baka may gusto kong batiin dyan.
Sa mga supporters ng EVOS, maraming salamat. Tutuloy-tuloy natin ito hanggang dulo. Tsaka sa mga bashers, dyan lang kayo. Iyak din kayo ulit. Isa-isa lang.
Very nice, man.
Okay.
Yun nga. Rage baiter to the core pare itong si KSA. Pero yun nga, salamat sa pag-join dito sa broadcast natin, KSA, men. Kita-kitsa lang tayo very, very soon. Possibly right after this game. Mali mo, di ba? MVP. Pero yun nga, Salvatore, this series is gonna serve as a testing ground para dito sa EVOS on what they can work on siguro. I really hope na lalabas yung port actually dito sa series natin, but knowing kasi itong si Kuya Aris, feeling ko hindi napapalagpasin yun, but hopefully more output rin galing dito sa Fervid, no, kasi that first series was not pretty to look at, pare. Now, let's talk about Fervid naman, no. I can see some priority sa sub-base tsaka port, no, just so Nomad could fully lash out in performance, no, kasi yun yung talagang dalawang mapa na nilulook forward niya as a leader, no. And for Skies, parang ito na yung performance na kailangan natin makita kay Skies, no. So yun na nga, Fervid Esports na kumakaway na nga sa ating mga screens na ngayon, no. And gutom na tong mga to, hindi sa pagkain kundi sa panalo nila, no. Kailangan magandang bawi yung kailangan nila makuha dito just because they lost a bout up against Gaon Gaming, and what a day it would be, no, para ipagyabang sa kanilang mga kapwa na kabay na Fervid. Tinalo pala namin ng EVOS Esports, no. Yeah, for sure. That would be very, very a big thing, no, para sa Fervid, and boosting yung kanilang confidence dito sa rest of yung Cfs Ph Masters natin. But we do love to talk about itong si Nomad Bon, but we have to credit din si Lunch nung last series as he really tried to fight tooth and nail to keep them in, no. But unfortunately, rest of yung team didn't really perform up to expectations, especially itong si Skies. So hopefully, pagdating naman dito, against a harder opponent arguably kumpara dito sa Gaon, maybe he can show up. But taking a look at yung schedule nila, pare, it's not gonna be easy at all kasi EVOS, UBEC, Secret, back-to-back, Execration pa ang nadagdagan on their 4th series right after itong Gaon, pare, as Pacific. Parang lahat ng mahirap na possibly na makalaban dito sa Master Spin nakalinya na, an acceptance pa yung pinakahuli. Parang parang they're living true to their words, no, na dahil nga Fervid may gustong patunayan, sige, ibigay na namin lahat ng harang sa tournament na to, no? In the first 4 matches they're already facing, parang ang laking testing na kaagad, no, para sa Fervid. At maya din malalaman na nga natin ang ating insights, no, para dito kay Fervid. At nandito na nga siya, kasama na nga natin siya, no, walang iba kundi si Skies ng Fervid, no. Boss, maraming salamat sa oras na to, no, at thank you so much sa pagbigyan ng pagkakataon to para ma-interview ka. Kamusta naman si Skies? Kamusta naman sa bagong mong tahanan ngayon dito sa Fervid?
Okay naman. Ito, nagpupursige para manalo.
Ayun bro, sa yun. Very nice answer. Ayun nga, men, obviously nangyari na yung week number 1, pare. And unfortunately, hindi kayo nakakuha ng panalo doon. Meron ba kayong nagawang adjustment siguro pamingin dito sa series natin against itong EVOS na napulot yung aral doon sa Gaon? May inayos ba si Kuya Aris para mas maganda yung series nyo ngayon, men?
Sorry.
Medyo long-winded yung question. May inayos ba si Kuya Aris this week para mas maganda yung kanyang yung laruan nyo para dito sa laruan natin, men?
May in-adjust namin yung laro namin kasi natalo kami sa natin, yung
Gaon.
puro na kami default, tapos parang napipressure kami. Kaya naghanap kami ng counter, ang aggressive.
Actually, napansin ko rin yun, no? Salvatore, yung defaulty play na ginagawa dito ng Fervid. Hopefully, we do see more plays, no? Na pwede natin makita, mali mo flash play, more aggressive galing sa kanila. So, ikaw, Salvatore, may tanong ka pa, men?
Huli ko na lang tanong, no. Etong Fervid na to, no. So actually maraming mata ngayon ang nakatungo dito, no, kay EVOS, no. Parang kayo ba, ano ba yung magiging game plan nyo laban dito sa EVOS?
Kakayanin lang namin talaga yung mga pang-counter ng EVOS, at sa tingin namin makakaya namin.
Like those words, no, guys. Baka may gusto ko pang sabihin dyan na gustong batiin at kamustahin, no, bago ko talaga namin bigyan ng pagkakataon makasama na rin yung team mo.
Okay din.
Okay na daw. Wala na kailangan batiin. Gusto na daw maglaro ni Skies ng Crossfire. Sige, pagbigyan na natin siya direct. That has been Skies, no, of Fervid Esports, no?
Thank you, boss. Bro, we're getting some banger interviews
gusto ko
today,
talaga yung mga ganong klaseng interviews, no? Sa kabilang banda, malakas. Tas si Skies, kaya naman.
Oy. That's why I love these interview segments, pare, kasi nakikita natin yung perspective ng players right before they enter itong server natin, no. And ayun nga, it's a stark contrast between yung boastful, prideful nga that is EVOS, which has been their prerogative, no, ever since SGJ pa sila, pare. And yun nga, compared nga dito kay Fervid, who is an underdog team who is really trying to prove something dito sa liga natin. There's so many stories, so many characters, so many interesting people dito sa liga natin, and that's why you should stay tuned in. So ayun nga, men, who are you thinking na baka players na that can pop off dito sa game natin?
Makikita natin yan sa head-to-head. I just feel like it's going to be a Lance versus Cetra matchup, no? Sila yung top 2 players, Ayun, nakakasabi ko pa lang, pre. Yun na nga, nanostra ko na nga. So, it's Cetra versus Lance. So, Cetra, of course, already proven, no? Na-clear niya na lahat ng allegations sa kanya, whereas Lance, up-and-coming sniper na parang ang laki na kagad ng binugan niyang apoy laban sa Gaon Gaming, being able to fare up against Ellison, na medyo mahirap yung ganong klaseng trabaho, no? Pero Cetra, kalaban niya si Revenge, no? So, parang in terms of landscaping, parang tapat yung naging master to apprentice approach ng debut ni Cetra tsaka nila sa kanilang team.
Yeah, and it really is a matter of tests para dito sa dalawang snipers natin. Cetra, obviously, it has only been one series para sa kanya dito this entire time, and obviously yung EVOS, there's gonna be plenty of games to be played, no? Question is, para dito kay Cetra, can he keep it consistent all throughout the weeks natin? Can he keep it the same level na nakikita natin for the next 8 weeks or for the next 6 weeks, no? Since week number 2 na tayo dito. We still don't know. Kasi, ayun nga, we've only seen him in 1 match or 2 matches pa lang, which is ACL, and dito pa nga sa first week ng Masters. So, is it gonna be the exact same Cetra na makikita natin? But, fortunately para sa kanya, pare, he has a really good supporting cast, pare.
Buti na lang nga lang, no? Hindi na ito yung Cetra na siya lang yung pwede magtrabaho dito, no? This is now a Cetra na okay, pwede ako mag-fall off kasi meron na akong Yobi, meron na akong KSA. At kanina pa tayo nagsasalita, Sneaky. Kailangan natin na magtawag ng backup. Gusto ko rin malaman kung ano yung masasabi nila sa laban na to, no? Tinatawag ko na nga pala aking mga mabubuting kaibigan, Mochi and Daydom, para sa ating foreheads na ngayon, no? At sila nga ngayon ang inyong mga kasama mamaya sa laban ng EVOS tsaka ng Fervid. Una sa lahat, Mochi, kamusta ka naman at ano ang masasabi mo sa paparating na laban?
Men, ang masasabi ko lang, kanina kumakabog yung dibdib ko doon sa laro ng UBEC tsaka ng Execration. Para ngayon, of course, excited na excited, lalong-lalo na maraming mga papatunayan. Itong si Fervid at for EVOS naman is papakita lang nila muli kung sino sila. So, looking forward, especially for such a banger of a series, and hopefully makapag-game 3 tayo.
Ikaw naman, Daydom. Ikaw naman dyan. Ngayon na panangiti niya. Baka
Puro
parang
ngiti, eh.
gusto ka na sabihin ngayon.
Pre, sobrang excited ko lang din talaga ang continuation ng ating Tondo versus Cebu matchup. Ito na EVOS in particular, they look really really good. I mean, pinag-uusapan nyo kanina ni Sneaky how Zetra has been fitting like a glove. Nakita naman natin sila last week nga ba or 2 weeks ago going up against Pacific, and they looked really really good. As you mentioned, Zetra fitting like a glove in that composition. Ang ganda na ng form ng EVOS. They seem primed to take that grand final slot na nakuha din nila last year in Masters. This time they're hoping to win it all, and Fervid Esports being one of the teams naman that has the most to prove out of the entire league. I feel like it's gonna be, sabi nga ni Mochi, a banger.
Yes, indeed, a banger. We'll never know if it's going to be a banger or a lopsided match. Pero punta naman tayo sa map dito, no, para malaman natin kung saan nga ba tutungo tong laban na to, mga ka-crossfire. As now, the map dito will now show kung saan tayo maglalaro. It's going to be Fervid choosing compound. Okay, no priority on sub-base whatsoever. Kasi nga, EVOS choose to bans it. Kasi nga, lots of respect to Fervid, no? So, compound for Fervid and EVOS for Port. Parang dapat magkabaliktad ata ng pili yan, no? For those two teams. Pero dyan na talaga no? Sila pumili niyan. And for Ankara, our decider. Sneaky, any thoughts about this one?
Yeah, still pretty confident dito sa port ng EVOS, no? Despite yung nangyari dun sa Pacific Esports in that last week's affair, no? So, pero compound was a big surprise para sa akin. Honestly, since sinabi nga dito ni Skies that they want to be a lot more aggressive, be a lot more assertive pagdating sa kanilang laruan, pare. And compound is a very default heavy na map. So, maybe we're gonna see a different flavor ng compound galing nga dito sa Fervid, pare. Maybe a lot more mid takes, maybe a lot more BPLR takes, no? Pero titignan pa natin, men, as EVOS, they're not easy to beat dito sa mapa na to.
So, gusto ko rin malaman kung ano masasabi ni Mochi dito, no? Because it's going to be a clash of two styles. So, what do you think about the map dito here?
Well, specifically, I feel like, hunch ko lang pakiramdam ko kaya nila pinili yung compound. This would give them the ample time para makapag-adjust doon sa gusto nilang gawin na more aggressive or yung more proper play against dito kay EVOS. But also, knowing how EVOS plays as well, most especially with regards to how Cetra, KSA, as well as Yobib is present here, well, this might be a tough one for them. Pero I admire yung confidence and as well as the thought process coming into this one, and hopefully it plays in accordance sa gusto nilang mangyari talaga.
Ako, Salvi, sabihin ko lang this is gonna be a hard start. It's gonna be a hard start for Fervid, because Compound, as we saw, is one of the best maps of EVOS, especially with Zetra at the helm, no? It's such a hard team to beat in this map. Them picking it up, they hope to make a statement with this, pero medyo mahirap to. It's gonna be an interesting start for sure. Port naman, well, we already touched up upon this kanina. Of course, this is gonna be it's one of those maps that both teams are really good at. Yeah. But I think that first map is what's gonna dictate kung aabot ba tayo sa map number 3.
Surprisingly enough, no prioritization of Eagle Eye para sa Fervid. No? Now, with out of the way, wala na tayo sa map dito. Kailangan na natin hulaan at inostra kung saan nga ba matutungo ang panalo dito, no, for these two teams. Ibalang ko na nga muna from left to right. I'm going to pick EVOS 2-0 just because of the two maps na nakita natin ngayon. No, it feels like they are the masters of those two maps. So, hindi na ako magugulat if EVOS tries to dominate the first map and the second map.
Yun nga. Para naman sa akin, as much as I love the Cebuanos, I can see sina Ate Casey at si Boss Chris na sumusuporta, no, dito sa Fervid, but I have to go 2-0 as well para dito sa EVOS. I really feel like they're at too good of a level at the moment para paabutan dito ng Fervid. And Fervid, I mean, after yung kanilang week 1, no, confidence has waned galing sa akin a bit. So, let's see if I'm right dito, pare.
Ako naman, personally, I really want to give Fervid that advantage somehow, but still leaning towards Evo. So I'm gonna go to 1 just because I want them to make the most dun sa mapang pinili nila. Despite of the challenges that they will face on that one, I want to give them that trust, and most especially, I'm a sucker para sa mga underdog stories natin. Kaya naman, Fervid, good luck, and Evos, all up to you.
I have a feeling about this, guys. Hear me out. I have a feeling about this. This won't be too crazy. Listen, Sneak. Hey, It's gonna be listen. It's not gonna be too crazy of a take, pero I have a feeling that Fervid has something cooked up in the first map in Compound here. I think it's gonna be a 2-1, but still in favor of EVOS now. But Compound could go in the way of Fervid. I mean, we already saw how well Nomad can pop off in that map, and with Lance actually performing really, really well on the same map last week. I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance they could beat, they could take on EVOS Esports. But in the grand scheme of things, I think EVOS pa rin ang lalamang over the course of these 3 maps that we have here today.
Two sides of the coin ang pagdating sa predictions, no, mga ka-crossfire, no, pero only time will tell kung ano nga ba magiging kalagayan ng EVOS at ng Fervid the moment that they step into Compound. Speaking of, no, kailangan na nga natin ibigay ang ating entablado para kay Mochi at Daydum para matawag na nga nila action sa loob ng Compound. This is EVOS versus Fervid, Mochi and Daydum. It's now time.
Maraming salamat sa ating panel. Thank you so much, Salvi and Sneaks, for your insights. At ano nga, time for our final series of the day, Mochi. I'm super excited, lalo na because a proving ground para dito sa ating Fervid Esports na squad, no? Can they take down EVOS? And nakita naman natin yung predictions natin, no? Both of us predicting na EVOS will be taking this. Pero yung gusto ko tanong sa'yo, Mochi, iba yung prediction mo, 2-1. Alin yung mapa na tingin mo ipapanalo dito ng Fervid Esports? Is it going to be Compound or Port? Tingin mo?
I feel like it's gonna be Port, personally, Pero at the same time, kasi parang kung masisimulan nila na maganda yung Compound natin, parang dun mo lang masasabi na, uy, yun nga, they're cooking up something and parang maganda naman yung ihahain nila dito sa ating lamesa ngayon in this specific broadcast. Pero napansin mo din ba yung mga match nila per week? Parang mabubugbog ata si Fervid. Kumbaga yung learning curve nila is gonna be quite steep, but at the same time, parang for a good reason naman din.
Yeah, I mean, we said it on the first week, right? Diba? Natandaan ko may nagtanong sa comments natin. I'm not particularly sure who asked the question na kung sino yung mga Cebuano teams natin na nag-improve the most. And sinabi namin ni Salvi, it depends on how the weeks go by. Kung paano sila mag-perform against our established teams. This is one of those matchups we're talking about. For Vid Esports, coming into Masters as kind of like the dark horses. Parang sila yung hindi in-expect ng karamihan na makapasok. But they did so, taking down the likes of Team Acceptance, for example. And well, they lost to Gaon Gaming on the first week, pero I think this is an even more solid reference kung gaano nga ba sila kalakas going up against EVOS. Pag nanalo sila, then great. Then sure, they have a chance of getting into the playoffs. If hindi, then they have to work even harder. And sabi mo nga, mas mahirap lalo kasi palakas ng palakas, kumbaga, yung mga kalaban nila every week.
Totoo. Kaya nga medyo na-excite din ako kasi kanina nang ini-interview nila si KSA for EVOS. Talagang bro is just literally rage baiting everyone. Wala siyang pakialam kung anong sasabihin nila. Actually, baka nga mas maging pabor pa sa kanila yung pagka na-trigger yung mga nanonood, di ba? Pero at the same time, yung mga what do you call this? Yung pang-aaway, quote-unquote nila sa mga viewers. Minsan, it may just do two things. One, boost you up. Or two, baka i-prove nila na mali kayo.
Let's see if they can back up those words with results. Let's go. Map or set number 1 tayo dito for Vid versus EVOS. BL side ang simula dito ng Fervid, Mochi.
Ito naman. Well, by the way guys, kung may mga nagtatanong dito, bakit kami ni Dadum yung nagkakas ngayon? Nag-call a friend si Bipolar. Sabi niya, hindi ko na kaya guys. Sobrang tindi ng first series natin.
Kahit ako mapapagod ako dun eh. Uy, Nomad. Good first kill onto Zetra. And these are two of the players to watch in this series, no? Nomad. Sort of a clutch demon para sa Fervid. Zetra, such a consistent performer on that AWM. This time, getting shut down early. It's a good start for Fervid, taking control of that mid position. Papunta sa may B. And it is Yobib who is holding the angle. And we all know how explosive Yobib can be when given the proper circumstances. Ito na nga, Nomad pumping in with the utility flash coming through. And that's EVOS playing around the batteries. KSA finding one and the other. Double kill para KSA dito. KLR coming in to help out his teammate. And they 3 versus 2 in favor of Fervid as they take control of that B site.
Quite of a stretch din dito para kay EVOS, no? Hindi nila na-expect that they're just gonna come in like it's hot dito sa ating B site wherein Elvin, makukuha niya lang naman dito si Lance pansamantala 2v2 at stake. Dahil pa naman silang oras dito to think it through kung saan sila papwestohan, mga anggulong kailangan nilang bantayan. Pero KSA, mukhang iintayin muna itong si LB na makasama niya para naman all-in ang kanilang laban dito. Once that they will try and offer a retake, might possibly even use the utility here. Hindi nga lang sure kung kukonekta. Nagkakitaan. Sky's already down. Nomad. Di ata sinuportahan si Size dito, which is quite sad. Pero ang tanong ay meron pa nga ba siyang posibilidad na mag-crush ito? Parang hindi na talaga dahil pinagsanik pues ang lakas ng naman ng pinakita dito ni KSA at ni Elvin.
Yeah, what a retake mula kay KSA at Elvin doon. The 2v2 play. And parang ang dali nila na-retake yung batteries, no? Usually, one of the harder sites to retake, that B site. Lalo na pagka nasa batteries yung laro ng kalaban, but he was not finding a lot of trouble at all, and actually not that complicated of a take for Fervid, pero this time around it's the pillars play. Zetra, shot not connecting. AWM tatakbo muna, flash just to run away. KSA holding the exit of pillars, pero hindi magkakamit ang Fervid. Balik mid muna sila dito much.
Medyo delikado din si Fervid dito dahil kitang-kita naman yung iba sa kanila sugatan na. Ganito pa lamang kaaga ang ating run ngayon, pero what they can do is at most, meron sila ma-pick off dito. But at the same time, kailangan nila mag-ingat on the blacklist side. Ayan na, pinapaulan na ng mga smoking dito sa ating EA area, and they are yet to think kung saan talaga sila magko-commit. And all the while, I feel like they're really just respecting them in presence, garnering all the information na pwede na makuha dito galing kay EVOS. But at the same time, might actually contribute to a bit of hesitance. Lalong-lalo na iba sa kanila bawas na. Pero, yo, Bib, tanong, would he go in? Lance will be able to take out Keller there.
Nakatakot yun early peek from Kel R. Punished by Lance on that AWM. Okay, smoke coming in, Nomad. Poking and prodding papunta sa may RS side. Pero ang B-side na naman ang pinupunti na dito ng Fervid. 53 seconds left on the clock. Still decent amount of time, but they have to take down KSA. We're still inside of this B-side. Mukhang nilipat na nga ng A. Elvin, nakakarinig inside. I think that's Connector's position. Gets Sting. Okay, next on the chopping block. Nomad goes down and the hold is good from EVOS. 2 players left. Lance down to 1 HP. At mukhang papasok na dito si Yobib. And time ticking away. Lance running out of HP. Si Haj, nag-iisa na lang dito on a 1v3. And EVOS, yep, they've done it. Zetra on the kill. That's 2-0 start para sa EVOS Esports.
Hindi naman mahirap dito when it comes to hesitation. Oras na masimulan, medyo mahirap ng kalabanin, kumbaga. Pero can we also just put a spotlight dito kaya KSA? Like, unang round natin, 4 agad yung nakuha niya doon. Siyempre, with the power of friendship, yung mga kasama, Zetra! The quick scope and kill dito kay Haj. Well, syempre, di lang daw pwede si KSA ang mayroong spotlight dito.
Exactly. And ito yung nakakatakot mo, Chi, sa EVOS. Pag dinala mo sila sa mapang to, Zetra is just so comfortable. Dami niyang angle na nakikita lagi. That's just one of the many examples na makakuha siya ng kill and then there's basically no trade back. Walang space na nakuha ang Fervid. They lost one of their key players as well, so this is what makes that GR side of EVOS really, really deadly, is the combination of Zetra's sniping and yung dueling prowess dito ni KSA, ni Yobib. Not to mention KSA.
Oo nga. And dagdag mo na rin yung amount of flexibility na pwedeng mai-offer dito ni EVOS. I mean, hindi sobrang dalas, pero kung kinakailangan kaya nilang mag-dual or maybe who knows, baka makita uli natin yung triple sniper natin, no? Tulad ng nangyari noon sa last year's regionals finals natin. Pero not quite sure kung kailan yung mangyayari muli, no? Shoutout kay Pino din. It's been a while. But also, it seems like they're just gonna be making their most out of their presence here dito sa mid area natin. Yun nga lang medyo kailangan talaga nilang masok dito all in as much as possible. Strengths and numbers nga nasa blacklist and naman nga sila, pero Keller, makayang nakikita. Nako po, di ko nga lang sure kung Lance would be able to survive this one, but he's just gonna be putting himself dito onto safety. Eldin will be taking out Skies here. It's quite unfortunate para dito sa Fervent.
Skies going down. Lance almost taken out as well. Fervid, 20 seconds left on the clock. Kailangan nila mag-push dito and they will find a bit of space. Pero si Yobib says no thing. Pasok dito sa may batteries. Nomad holding on KSA pero wala. Everyone just losing the duels. Ting all alone. Can't even get the C4 planted because it is an EVOS win yet again. A 3-0 start para sa EVOS dito, Mochi. And as you said, it's still the same problems para sa Fervid dito.
Yeah.
No? That hesitation has been plaguing them ever since the game started.
Actually, maganda na nga rin sana yung magkakadikit sila kanina sa bandang EA natin. Pero yun nga lang nagkakaroon ng kakulangan in which angles they should actually cater. Most especially to provide not only defense sa sarili nila but also para suportahan yung mga kaanib nila. Ganto sana, 'di ba? Sinimulan natin dito onto Yobib as they try to take in ditong A site natin. Yun nga lang hindi pa ata nila namamataan itong si Elvid kaya kailangan nila mag-iingat dito. Pero once again, that's already a good start.
Exactly. Pick up the tempo for Vid. They control that A site. Naitanim na nga dito ang C4, Elvin. Coming in from LA actually still has a little bit of leverage with this position. Lapit na dito sa KLR. Even with Yobib down, there is a good shot for EVOS dito. With the amount of smokes that they're using for now, flashes coming in, KSA going through, but they do not find anything with the 3v2 now as EVOS try and take control of the site, and they will successfully do so, and they take down the final kill as well. Oh my goodness, EVOS, a masterclass in retaking, take the round again, 4-0. Paano sila nakakill doon, Moji? Ang daming smoke.
I don't know, man. Spray and pray, I guess. Sabi nila, I mean, as much as you would have like a general idea doon sa kinalalagyan din ng mga laban nila para, I mean, as a pro for them siguro, pero sa atin hindi. Automatically, meron na kaagad na mabubura once that you've been able to predict that certain location. Pero, I wonder what is going to be the adjustments being at place here, lalo-lalo na kay Fervent. Kasi once again, we put highlight para kay Lansen as well as dito kay Skies. Pero once again, yung kagalingan nila individually, hindi yan uubreta, hindi kayo sama-sama! Oh my God, mo ka namang dalawa na kanya makukuha dito at meron din kasagutan si Ting. Pero ang tanong, mag-secure nga ba talaga nila ang ating objective dahil medyo nagkaroon ng kainitan sa bandang storage area natin?
Teka lang, kalma muna. Fervid, they lost 2 players but they also took down 2 players of EVOS dito. So, it's an even game. At may adjustment dito ang Fervid, no? Trying to pick up the tempo. This time, sa LA naman sila nag-attempt ng push. Pero si KLR had a cheeky angle to play with. So, takes a kill or 2. Buti nga, na-trade doon ng Fervid no? Ganda kasi yung position ni Fervid, ni KLR doon. But Fervid repositioning. Re-attempting that mid-push habang naglalurk dito sa KSA. This could be a potential deadly position mula kay KSA pero medyo malayo siya. 1 minute left on the clock. B-site wide open. Fervid could just push up pero si Yobib! Uy! Good catch from Lance. Shutting down Yobib. And this is the perfect time for Fervid to take control of that B-site. Zetra manggagaling mula sa mid. A good push-up and the confidence from EVOS is just next level as we head to the 2v2 post-plant, Mochi.
I applaud din, no? Yung mind games ni Zetra dito, hindi niya agad iniwan or nag-back out. Instead, he tries to wait for anyone na maaari niyang makuha off guard. And now, we are just gonna be waiting for both of these players to try and offer a retake, etc. On that once again, some jostling left out here. At yung kumuha-connecta pa nga na, maganda. Straightforward and as clean as that here. A retake from EVOS and wala pa rin kasagutan dito si Fervent, Kadum.
Hindi ko alam paano sila nakapag-retake ng halos 100% conversion rate dito. Hindi ko naiintindihan paano lagi silang panalo sa duels.
Ang linis, no?
Kahit kahit post-plant na wala ng utility dito, ang EVOS, they still are able to win. KLR again! Good position and a nice set of wall bangs to get that double. Ting, Haj, both going down early. And Haj is not having a good time being the entry for Fervid.
Pagka nakakapanood ka ng ganito, kung gaano katindi maglaro yung mga players natin, ito yung mga time or mga oras na gaganahan ka mag-FFA, gaganahan ka mag-rank.
Nakaka-inspire, no?
I mean,
Tapos pag nag-FFA na, boom, 0-13.
Ayun lang.
0-15.
Wag na natin pag-usapan na yun.
But yeah, it's a hard start for Fervid. As I said, no, mahirap panimula tong mapa na to eh. As a series against EVOS, who are really good at dueling.
Uy.
And in this map, that takes even more importance.
Side by side?
KLR up close na naman. Nade comes in. That's a smoke. KLR, hindi pa rin alam ni Nomad na malapit siya. This is Nomad we're talking about. But KLR has been so annoying with these angles. The patience game, wala kay KLR. Wala pang nakita. Pero EVO still holding strong much.
Men, nakakatakot. 3 na lang sila dito. Wala pa man din silang balik dito kay EVOS. And kahit nga na meron ng mga bawas, what's really good here for EVOS as well is they are already primed up in their specific positions dito sa kung anumang site ang kanilang binabantayan. Lance, utility usage with the smoke. Fortunately, might actually just block them out. Pero Elvin from above! What is that play? They're literally just gonna be rummaging through. Once again, yung pag-hold nila, man.
Yeah.
Yun yung nakakadali eh.
They're taking over. They're taking over the game at this
Yeah.
point. 6-0 start. And one of the best starts we've seen over the course of the entire day. And Fervid really struggling to find anything at all. Grabe pa yung nade dito ng EVOS. No, Haj, Sky has both taken almost to half HP. At immediately, napigilan yung Pillars push dito. No? They can't even take control as Zetra finds Sting. Lurk down and immediately LA push para dito kay Elvin tsaka kay KLR. Ganito ka confident ang EVOS, Mochi. Oh. Push agad pagkatapos makukuha ng isang kill.
They can see kasi na sobrang passive din ni Fervent in terms of movement, and sometimes they often find them in separate positions just like this one. Oh my,
No,
Elvin.
no.
No, not this way. Not this way, pre.
No.
Pero look at that. Muntikan pang makatatlo ito si Elvin dito, pre. The discipline is also insane from this guy. Buti na lang meron balik naman dito si Skies, pero ang tanong ay hanggang kailan ito maglalast, especially that they haven't been able to consume yung mga spaces na kailangan nila dito as of yet.
Yeah. That's a good question. Hanggang kailan mabubuhay dito ang Fervid? They're slowly drowning in this set. Sky is still holding on to the AWM, no? So could play slow at this point, but 50 seconds, konti na lang yung oras natin dito. Triple stack in B. LA spot for Zetra, but this Zetra we're talking about. Even if you take control of that site, you know Zetra is gonna want to challenge from A storage. Pero mukhang nilipat ng B site dito, which is not the best idea for Fervid. There's 3 people there, remember? So it's gonna be an immediate retake. KSA! Dito naman is guys dito will be trying to attempt another swing, but KSA says no. The crab walk kill. At ngayon, si Nomad na lang natitira mag-isa. Will actually be able to take enough space in A site to get the C4 planted, but Zetra has been in LA this entire time, and the moment Nomad steps up, he's gonna get taken down. EVOS 7-0 start. Mochi, what can I say? This GR side from EVOS is just so deadly.
Deadly indeed, and at this rate, it seems like Fervid is literally walking on eggshells, and hindi ko man lang malaman paano nila ma-overcome yung pagka-disorient nila on this one, but look at what is happening right now with all of these shots being fired at them here sa ating storage area. I feel like this is the best time for them para magawa ang kanilang execute. Taking tremendous amount of damage galing doon sa encounter na yon, pero still humihinga at lumalaban pa rin na Lance. May mamataan, mukhang hindi ata magagawa ni KSA ang kanyang binabalak dito na pag-flank. And instead, he's gonna be being left in here. Nomad! Oh, he's just gonna be going down.
Yeah, what a peek from
Sabi ni
Yobib. Yeah, backed up by the flash as well. This is just beautiful coordination mula sa EVOS. And for Vid, parang nakahanap sila ng band-aid solution. Mochi, they keep pushing, they're rushing para makuha ng space. Pero as the round goes on, yung adjustment ng EVOS mas maganda talaga eh, no? So, kulang yung rush lang para sa Fervid dito. For now, somewhat comfortable in the 3v3. if they could rush B site right now, isa lang yung tao dito. Granted, it is in batteries. Medyo mahirap i-clear. But they should be able to overwhelm KSA in that B site.
Pwede.
Can KSA hold here, Moji?
Yan nga at hindi rin natin sigurado pa kung ito na nga ang iniintay natin na unang death ni KSA. Take note para sa ating ranked round. We have like 10-0 for the KD KSA dito ngayon, pero yun nga lang they're just gonna be taking the rest of them down! These guys have no idea on which area they're looking forward to. And instead, KSA is just literally gonna be preying upon them, which is quite unfortunate. Lands as the leading survivor, but not for long.
Wow.
EVOS na clean 8-0. Daydom, this is what we're talking about with the existent experience and as well as the caliber of plays na meron dito kay EVOS. Napakahirap nila patumbahin, man. Maybe they managed to get that chip off of them, pero ang hirap.
And I love to see it. KSA walking the talk. A 1v3.
Boy pa rin siya!
Gets the double at wala pa ring death dito sa KSA. Rocking 13 kills. The most in the entire lobby dito. Now, no one comes close on both sides, no? Fervid, the only one who comes close is Ting na wala pang kalahati sa kills dito ni KSA. You love to see it. EVOS hyped up. And Sneaky and Salves talked about it too as well, right? EVOS as a team, they look the best they've looked the best that they've had in a long time. And they're showing it right now. 8-0 start for this first set. And it looks really, really clean para sa EVOS much.
And I just really hope that Fervid can try and inch away even just a few points, though. Try to learn from their mistakes and most especially na once again, this slot and invitation here in Masters has been like an opportunity para sa kanila na patuto lalo, which is what everyone is gonna be down for. We are in love din sa mga istorya ng mga players na to at kung paano sila nabubuo and paano sila lumalaban pumapalag para makamit ang kanilang mithiin na manalo. Pero at the same time, hindi talaga may iwasan na magkakaroon tayo ng mga ganitong mga sitwasyon. And all they could do is just do their best out of this one. But they're just gonna be waiting for them to get into whichever site they may please. Pero there seems like they're stretched for time.
30 seconds. Fervid doing a good job of watching their backs. Wala namang flank this time for EVOS, so I'm afraid it's not the best strat at this point. Zetra! First quick scope dito Maama and Haj able to find the double kill. Yobib coming from up above. Nomad going down. And 17 seconds, I am afraid, is not enough for Fervid to play with. Luntz goes down as well. Ting finding a trade, pero it is just too late at this point. 6 seconds is not enough to get the C4 planted. Especially with KELR closing in and KSS seals the deal. Takes us into a 9-0 half score para sa EVOS Esports. Men, nakakatakot kalaban dito ang GR side ng EVOS as they head to the BL attack.
Hindi ko alam yan paano tatapalan ng solusyon nito ni Fervid. Lalong-lalo na, wait lang though. Elvin will be taking some ample damage galing doon sa mga granadang binato dito ng Fervid. Pero ang tanong ay kung masesecure nga ba nila si Elvin. I mean, he's been pretty keen in terms of mga pickups na meron dito. Silent killer, ika nga from our narrative, from the stages or rounds na meron tayo so far. But also, with how decisive and as well as yung powerful persona na meron dito kay EVOS, baka medyo maging delikado muli ang Fervid.
Pwede. Zetra again. Playing from tower, gets a kill through the smoke. And EVOS, okay, getting traded out. 2 players down. Yobib, Zetra for now as the C4. Gonna get planted dito sa B site. EVOS, they're pushing up. Tinan mo, labas ng site yung laruan nila dito. Creating a lot of space still. Luntz. Check pa niya yung corner na yun. Melvin. Will not be cleared up by Haj. Crucial mistake for Fervid there. As the time ticks, Luntz magpipeak na nga. Hindi nakita. KSA through the smoke. 14 seconds left. Pero si Ting ang mananalo in that duel. Ting, 1 HP taken down. It's a 1v2. Luntz trying to get in for the win. But gonna be enough. EVOS with a 10-0 start to this series. Pwede bang magpalit ng dito, ng prediction? I thought they were cooking something up in that first map, but there was nothing to show for there. Para sa Fervid, set 1 win para sa EVOS Esports. I think that's the first perfect game we've seen, no? Sa group stage?
Yeah. I think so too. And I feel like perfect pa din yung KD ni KSA. Hindi ko alam kung nakita ko yun ng tama, pero hindi siya namatay the whole game. What?
What can I say? What can I say? KSA walking the talk, backing up the words with actions. And you love to see it. I mean, hindi ko makalimutan yung interview kay KSA kanina. Sabi niya, hindi kami nanood ng replay ng games nila. I mean, that is such disrespect.
That's
KSA.
crazy.
And well, he backed it up with good performance, really solid performance. I would be surprised. I would be surprised if anyone else becomes the set MVP para dito sa EVOS, no? A statement start for this series, and I think this only reinforces just how powerful EVOS is as a team this year. How solid of a contender they are as we head into the group stage deeper and deeper. And I think mas na-solidify nila yung position nila as one of the top contenders for Masters this year.
Really curious din tuloy sa kung ano yung tumatakbo sa mind ni Coach Nice Katol ngayon, considering na once again he is up against the former kalaro or kalaban si Coach 02, but at the same time given and granted na rin na they are starting from scratch here for Fervid, no? Given the benefit of the doubt, they are bound to make these types of plays, and of course yun nga lang we could only hope that they can actually play better in the long run, since once again simula pa lang naman ng Masters ito, and it's wonderful na we're seeing na yung mga teams natin may mga nagpapasiklab na, and yung iba is patuloy pang nagga-grind packet. So hopefully dito sa ating ikalawang mapa may mga pagbabago tayo ring makikita.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of the stronger maps dito ng Fervid, no, going into port after all. So could be one of those cases kung saan the map is just making the difference for EVOS. But it could also be one of those things na it is a fundamental difference. No, I guess we'll have to wait and see pagdating ng map number 2. Kasi minsan kasi Mochi, coaching and the coaching staff and that support system only goes so far, right? It also the performance of the team also depends on the fundamentals, how fundamentally strong and sound the players are. And we've already seen how far EVOS can get under different banners, under different names, under multiple different iterations of the roster. Lagi silang lagi silang maganda yung daming experience ng roster nito. Fervid, as I mentioned, they're still building up what they could be. Yes, they've had solid foundations, but do they have the same foundations that EVOS have is what we're trying to figure out right now. And so far, it's not looking good for Fervid, right? Up against EVOS, not a good start in this series. Maybe in port, if they can find a little bit more leeway when it begins, maybe they can find some more rounds dito. I believe they are starting on the GR side, no, which is a good start for them. They could take control of port a little bit easier for GR sided kasi medyo GR sided yung port dito, no? So I can't wait to see how they're going to perform in that second map. But it is EVOS that picked that up. You gotta remember that.
Yeah, this is gonna be quite of a stretch once again, even after that first map. Pero I believe mas maraming masasabi ang ating mga panels. Kaya naman, Salvatore and Sneaky Frog, take it away.
Oot, lungkot, galit, hinagpis, luha sa mata. Yan ang dinadanas ngayon ang Fervid Esports pagkatapos nilang malampaso ng EVOS, no? 10-0. 10-0 na kung saan etong si KSA hindi na nagpalaro sa kalaban, pre. 15-0. Pag nga naman talaga may nalaman ng EVOS, di ba?
Oh man, grabe. I mean, what a masterclass of a game galing dito sa EVOS. Every single round dito sa kanilang GR side was perfect. And the fact na yung last round pa men, na nakaikot pa sila all the way into curve and somehow ended up in B side with the advantageous na situation, no, really is just mind-blowing. Granted, Fervid, pinikna nila yung mapa ng compound. Unfortunately, coincidences para dito sa EVOS that this is also one of their best maps para they had such a hard time trying to stop yung mid-aggression ng EVOS, especially itong si Zetra sa tower. But then, you still have to deal with itong si KSA, man. The unstoppable force galing dito sa EVOS. Not a single death and partida, men. Siya pa yung entry ng team. Granted, GR mostly nilaro nila, men. Pero kahit nung BL, deep pa rin eh.
Di pre, kailangan mo rin malaman no, na pag nakakuha ng pick-off si Zetra, signal yon at flare gun para sa EVOS na pumush. So, technically, nagiging volatile si KSA sa mga senaryo talaga, no? Pero, yung win rate niya talaga sa mga duel, parang pang ibang mundo talaga yung binibigay ng EVOS. You can definitely see the gap na ito talaga yung pinapadala namin sa mga international, which is EVOS Esports and a Fervid that's trying to prove themselves as a formidable team. So, you can definitely see kung ano talaga yung pinagkaiba na itong dalawan to. And in terms of raw power and playstyle, mas naiglan talaga ang ating mga kaibigan wala sa Tondo. So, from that perspective, ang laki na talaga ng pinakita kagad ng EVOS. Just from rotations, macro, post plans, and even just pick-off game mula kay Zetra at kay KSA.
Yeah, yun nga. Not a single round. I would say not a single round, no, but trying to take mid control against itong EVOS, and yung different solution nyo doon is trying to take itong storeroom, pero kahit sa storeroom, it's still not an equal trade para sa kanila, no? So, Fervid was really grasping at the straws, man, para lang makahanap ng kahit anong opportunity sa mapa natin. But at the same time, ayun nga, if you have all of EVOS activating, pati nito si Elvin, who's probably a bit mad after his performance after last week, no pare. Gusto niya hatang ilabas yung galit niya dito sa Fervid, men.
Ito ang EVOS na may nalaman talaga, no? Something to prove na hindi lang kami pang ganito, hindi lang kami pang ganyan. Proving everyone wrong. Pero mas gusto natin makita kung nga ba talaga yung mga numero na pinalamalas ng EVOS Esports, no? Punta tayo sa set summary, no? As we now take a look, no, kung ano nga ba talagang kinalabasan ng matematika ng 15. Ayun, 15-0. Wala na kailangan i-divide pa eh. Kasi 15-0 ba naman? Oh my gulay. 2.75 kay Zetra, 2.25 kay KLR. At si Obib lang, yun, si Obib, pre, first time in a while na parang negative yung nakita natin sa kanya. Pero yung kay KSA, double digits, tama ba yan? Opo, tama po yan.
Yeah, it's not an error whatsoever, no? It probably overtook yung performance ni Matt, or yung birthday performance ni Matt, with him having 6.33 KD, no? Ngayon, ito na yung pinakamataas na KD that is possible dito sa Cfs Ph Masters. A perfect game from KSA dito, men. Yun nga, shout out to Zetra as well for doing his thing. Elvin and itong si Kellar making stuff comfortable, no, para sa dalawang performers natin. And for the first time in a while, pare, parang Yobib, he was also contributing on some of these rounds, pero most of the time, he was watching yung kill feed natin, pare. Sarap ng buhay nun.
Sana nga, no, talaga na ganun kadali ang trabaho, no, pero you gotta train yourself in these dire situations like this, no. So EVOS, like, they did not leave anything behind. I'm 100% sure na yung ano talaga ang playbook rather ng EVOS, pinakita nila laban sa Fervid, no. MVP, well, kailangan natin ipakita due to formalities, pero alam na nga natin from start to finish kung sino nga ba talaga dapat. And yes, that stat is
That's a monster stat. Like
that is a stat. Yes.
That's plus 200
numero po yan na hindi po nagkamali ng pagbilang. 15 KD para kay Kian Angeles, no. 1.5 kills per round. Kung pwede nga maging 2 yan pag ni-round off mo.
Yeah, and people are asking why do I respect itong si KSA so much, no, Salvatore. It's because he says it before the game happens, pare. Yung that's the TT na kaya kong i-respect dito sa laruan natin, men. And he talked the talk, then he walked the walk, pare, pagdating dito sa compound. I mean, 15-0 is definitely a stat line that will be etched in the history books dito sa Cfs Ph Masters for a while, pare. So, we're gonna have to wait and see if they can keep up that performance. It's map number 2, which is, I'm worried, para dito sa Fervid.
Yeah.
It's EVOS' best map. Granted, PE natalo nila yung EVOS sa last na series, but we have to look at it in the grander scheme of things, no. Port talaga yung mapa na EVOS is hardest to beat on, pare.
Man, hindi tayo lumayo. Umisang hakbang lang ang EVOS. Tapos, eto, familiar na kasi nila. Nasa kanila ang etong lugar na to, no? Pero, we'll wait and see as to what will happen sa loob ng port. This is Cfs Ph Masters. You're still tuning into EVOS versus Fervid. We'll be right back after this short break.
group stage. And will end that one with a win! And they win against Pacific Masters.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member, as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Masters will be your three-time champions of Cfs Ph Masters.
Welcome back, Crossfire Philippines. Ito pa rin ang Cfs Ph Masters 2025 na kung saan namumuno pa rin sa trono ang EVOS sa laban sa Fervid, no, na kung saan hindi gugustuhin. Maalala ng Fervid ang sinapit nila sa loob ng compound, 10-0, tas nag 15-0 pa si KSA. Mapapawaybi talaga pagkatapos ang Fervid, no? Pero buti na nga lang mabiyahe tayo sa port na kung saan kahit papaano may laban dito ang Fervid.
Fortunately para sa Fervid, no, ever since na nakita natin na pick to ng EVOS, magsisimula dito sa GR side itong Fervid 1000% pare, as they're gonna try and see if they can at least mount a defense against itong EVOS. EVOS, napaka hirap i-figure out yung kanilang offense, no, pagdating sa mapa na to, and it was evident dun sa PE na series. Granted, PE figured them out eventually pare, pero that's PE. Yung nasa usapan natin, men. Now we're talking about itong Fervid. Can they figure out yung BL side ng EVOS na maaga-aga pa lang dito? Kasi those first 3 rounds dito sa Portman, those are the most important 3 rounds that the GR can get dito sa game to set the pace for the rest of the series.
And I just really like to see kung gaano talaga ipapamalas ngayon ng Fervid at ng EVOS yung kani-kanilang sides, which is number 1, yung Fervid na mabilis lang talaga mag-adjust towards the mid-round, and EVOS na hindi naman nagpipigil talaga ng tariba. Dire-diretso lang sila hanggat may nakikita silang opening. Pinakita ni Cetra na once they see an open alley, maganda na talaga yung paghihimasok na itong EVOS at sobrang seamless na lang nito para sa kanila. At yun yung kailangan nila, yung seamless transition from the start of the round all the way to the objective itself. Yun yung pinakita ng EVOS at parang di na nga sila tumaligod pa. Fervid, ang laki ng magiging adjustment nila dito, not just on the offense side, pero kung paano nila babasahin ngayon yung playbook ng EVOS. Or is there even one para mabasa ng Fervid? We'll never know. Pero bago natin iba to kay Mochi at kay Dado, binabati ko nga pala ang aming kaibigan na si Gaon Gaming na nandito ngayon nanonood. Happy birthday para sa iyo.
Happy birthday,
Sige,
pre. Love ya.
Sana matupad lahat po ng wishes mo. At mahal ka nga po namin in behalf of everyone po dito sa production at kay Mochi at kay Daydum. Happy birthday sa iyo, Gaon Gaming. Yan na nga, kailangan natin ibigay kay Mochi at Daydum para nga mahiwagin na lang ang aksyon ng game number 2 ng EVOS at Fervid. Mamaya na kami. Kayo na po, Mochi and Daydum.
Yun, maraming salamat Salvatore. Happy birthday Gaon Gaming dyan sa ating comments down below. Guys, check out his si Gaon Gaming as one of the pillars of the Wild Rift community. A big shoutout para sa kanya. Pero ito, balik muna tayo sa Crossfire dito. Mochi, and it is still the big question of what can Fervid do? Yung tinatanong kanina ni Salvatore tsaka ni Sneaky Frog, can they adjust, or is it a matter of adjusting, or do they need more preparation against EVOS Esports as we go into map number 2? Tingin mo ba may palag sila dito sa Port, Moch?
I really do think that kailangan talaga nila ng more preparation, maybe even for the long term, because once again, you can of course recognize yung prowess ni Nomad and as well as kay Skies, pero we have to keep in mind na yung mga ganitong mga laruan, it is team-based after all. Despite someone popping off, despite someone showing up that they can take the charge, the question is who will follow after that? Paano nila susuportahan yung mga nagdi-take ng lead, and paano nila matutulungan para naman they can get some bulk of the work, if I may say so. And hopefully here in Port, there will be some better chances for them since this is one of their better maps after all. But for EVOS, I mean, just to be plain and simple, they're just gonna continue being themselves, I guess.
Yeah. I'm excited to see ano yung mga setup na meron dito ang EVOS, especially on the BL side for starters. In Port, it's a very unique map in the sense na it's the most complicated mid map in my opinion. There you can get really creative with your mid place dito sa mapang to, and that's what makes this such a headache to play from the GR side of things. But the silver lining para sa GR side naman is you don't necessarily have to do a lot when it comes to defending here. You just have to hold the angles. Yes, you can do a lot in the BL side, but if the GR players are disciplined, it's gonna be really hard to penetrate both of these sides, so that's the silver lining para sa Fervid dito. They essentially, and I'm oversimplifying things dito, Mochi, you just have to minimize mistakes on the GR side, and Fervid should be good to go. So let's see, EVOS, will they have another record-breaking game, or will finally find a mark against EVOS dito? Let's see as we head into set number 2 of this best of 3.
Of course. And I really do hope that especially there is more room para sa kanila to be more proactive and aggressive in their plays, if I may say. If they can, if kaya nilang sementadohin yan kahit papaano, well, that might actually be a good sign for Fervid, and specifically parang signs of life galing sa kanila right after the stomp and dominance ng EVOS Esports kanina, and even not to mention KSA's crazy 15-0 or 15.00 KDA kanina sa ating statistics, and
and I think that's a record, bagong record para sa Masters yun. I don't think it's ever happened before. 15.0 KDA. Do bear with us, guys. We're just trying to get some things fixed up for you guys. Give you the best broadcast possible, So usap muna tayo dyan dito sa comments. By the way, in case you don't know, we do highlight certain comments every now and then, no? Kung may matanong kayong maganda or if may ma-open kayong topic, comment nyo lang dyan sa baba. And pag if it's interesting enough, pag-uusapan natin yan, no? Mochi and I and Salvatore Sneaky will try our best to answer that question, and that is happening every single week. We have CFS Masters, no? So we have 6 more weeks after this ng group stage. Group stage pa lang yun, meron pa kasamang playoffs at finals dito. So I can't wait to see the coming weeks dito ng CFS Masters. And I think this is the week that we're finally seeing the semblance of differences dito in terms of the tier level, no? Tanda mo nung Mochi, first episode natin ng preview program, meron tayong ginawang tier list. And I think this is the first time we're actually seeing some evidence to support yung tier list na ginawa natin. No? Yeah.
Nako-confirm kung tama o mali yung mga yung mga pinaglalapag natin sa tier list. I mean, we're all down for proving us wrong, but also KSA, we're just gonna continue proving that he is right. Already 2 down people galing sa Fervid. Mukhang masusundan pa. Oh my, is this possible? Okay, sabi ni Yobib, ama ka na. Kami naman, Lance, humihinga pa man din. But still, the question is, how long? Most especially, Elvin's gonna be coming from the back lines at mapapatulog niya kaagad si kumpare natin.
Si KSA na naman. A heavy start here for EVOS. 3 kills immediately para kay KSA on that first round conversion. And EVOS, they're showing Fervid how to do a rush with that B-house play. Beautifully done, beautifully executed. Dismantling the defense in B as they this time head towards actually a slower default, no? EVOS not necessarily picking up the tempo yet. Fervid have some time to adjust. And tinan mo yung position dito ni tsaka ni Hadja. Close angles could catch EVOS by surprise.
And there is some interesting locations na meron dito kay Fervid, no? As much as possible, kahit na on the globals and sila, they're just gonna be putting themselves dito sa bandang entrada natin except for the A side, but also hindi pa man din sila nagkakakitaan face-to-face, guys. Maaaring mag-match forward. Maaari ding makaramdam itong si KSA here dito sa A lang, but also it seems like the respect is all due galing dito sa EVOS dahil sisimulan na nila kaagad. Patay galing dito kay Hadj, and that's more than enough information for Fervid to stay alert on their toes.
Alam mo, Mochi, si Zetra every time gumagawa ng play na yan, lagi akong may ginagawang noise. Hindi ko alam saan nanggagaling Pero kasi Zetra, hindi ko alam saan nanggagaling yung mga plays niya.
Mapapawaw ka na lang talaga no?
Oo. Lagi ako speechless dyan kay Zetra Pero this time around, EVOS running low on time, 43 seconds and counting down. C4 still a bit far away mula sa site natin. Seems like LA is the play for EVOS. KSA making a little noise. Pero Fervid not rotating yet. 2 players holding on. Naka-on pa nga dito. And that's no one finding 2. Elvin Zetra going down as Yobib shuts down Skies. Papasok na nga ng A dito ang EVOS as they take down Skies. The hold from good entry. Getting the C4 down. Post plant tayo dito, Moch. 3v3.
Seems like we're seeing some ounces of improvement na gagaling dito sa Fervid. And granted nga lang din yung pag-anchor and syempre depensa ng EVOS dito right after securing the objective. I question if there is a chance for Fervid to pull off itong retake natin dahil sabi ni Ting, oo naman Mochi, kayang-kaya namin yan. Even taking that triple kill in his team's steed. A wonderful ending para sa ating ikalawang round.
And it's Nomad, the hero of that round, shutting down the 2-man flank of EVOS and weeding out kung saan nga magpupush dito ang EVOS sa A side. And there you have it, Fervid find their first round of this entire series. Hindi na perfect game to. Fervid putting up a fight, KSA going down, Ting finds the opening kill. And Elvin will be finding the trade with the aid of Yobib. So, a good start this time for Fervid, getting their confidence going.
And rightfully so. There is already Sky is being well prepared dito sa bandang bodega natin just in case na merong mga has na umakyat dito. Baka nga si Elvin pa ang mamataan niya yroon while also waiting for the best time if there will be someone who's gonna come from sa ating bridge area. But all the while that we are saying that, guys, nako, just inch by inch, we're moving closer. Urong sulong, kinakabahan ako, Dadong.
Elvin, tinatingin na.
Ayun na.
There it is, the peak from Sky to take down Elvin. There you have it for Vid. Finding confidence to push and getting all the kills in the world. 2 people left for EVOS. Si Kel at si Yobib na lang. Let's see what they can do here. Si Lance may ompa nga, just holding on to that LA position. Sky's good push onto Yobib. That leaves Kelr all alone dito. Wala nga siyang control ng C4, no? So kailangan niya mag-push against Skies, but the wall bang is beautiful. There you have it for Vid. 2-1. Finding the lead for the first time this series much.
I mean, it's pretty nice that we are already seeing some of the identity ng mga players natin dito from Fervid, no? Most specifically, itong si Skies and as well as itong Sunobe that we've been talking about time and time again. And even yung pag-spike ng strength ni Tingnon from our retake ng second round. Well, of course, we would really love to acknowledge those. But once again, this is just the start.
Ito na, nag-set up na sila dito sa LA. Skies. Counter util. Yobib moving closer. Try and challenge them. KSA finding Skies at umakyat na nga si Yobib. EVOS taking control of LA and the site. There's the C4 planted. Elvin, 1v1. Haj setting up some utility. Good nade. Flash. Dodged. And Haj will still be going down. EVOS at 3v1. Nomad will not be able to find anything. Zetra says no. That is the win for EVOS this time around. Binibilisan na ng EVOS. They're starting to take control of the tempo. Can Fervid answer in kind much?
Hopefully, there will be an answer. But at the same time, Fervid should really keep themselves on check kasi may mga tendency na nadi-disorient sila. No? Hindi nila alam kung saan sila titingin. And before they even know it, there's already someone at the back of them. Yo, babe, already good for 2 here. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang pagpasok at pagpunta dito sa B-site natin. Atake lang ng atake at mukhang hindi na sila mapapatigil pa. Lance! Not quite sure what is going to be the play here from him. Would he be able to make this work out para sa Fervid? Dahil namataan na rin siya ni Elvin dito sa bandang bridge area and mukhang delikado ko na talaga. Low in HP and now eventually none. EVOS in a 3-2.
Yeah, what an angle mula kay Elvin, no? And as you mentioned, yung mga tendencies dito ng Fervid nag-peak. I believe that was Haj na nag-peak doon sa may sa may B. And immediately punished dito ni Yobib. EVOS picking up the tempo as I mentioned, and this is what makes EVOS so deadly. Whenever they're to the walls, magra-rush sila. They're gonna take control of the tempo of the game either by slowing it down or speeding it up. This time, binilisan nila and then they slow it down.
Yeah.
Now, Fervid has no information anong ginagawa ng EVOS. This is a big mind game para dito sa EVOS.
Nakaka-overthink! Cetra! Napakalinis, napakaklaro. Walang mintis yung pagkapatay niya dito kay Skies, man. Medyo inatake ata tayo doon ng bagya. No? Nakakatakot.
Ridiculous.
That is ridiculously a strong pick. Kaya, pero, ang katanungan dito kay Fervid ano nga ba yung magiging solusyon given na yung mga pick-ups na ganito hindi talaga maiiwasan and most especially na si Cetra pa ang katapat nila rito.
See what Lance can do dito sa LA, no? In hand. Mukhang dito na nga magko-commit ang EVOS. Set up with the lineups. Ito na. Flash coming in. Lance, good pick. Flash on out sa ngayon, pero still will be attempting the triple swing. Will not be able to find anything. It's KSH Elvin on the board. Shutting down the defense of Fervid. Good nade. Elvin taken down to 30 HP. Flash dodged, pero Nomad will be the one to cap it off with to shut down Elvin. And nga, KSA shows up and ends the round in favor of EVOS. Nomad tried to save the round, pero KSA the bigger rifler in that regard.
And not to mention yung movement din nila, no? Nila KS, I mean, not only KSA, I mean, we just saw the example. Yung fact na kayang-kaya nilang i-separate or i-segregate yung mga membro natin dito ng Fervid. And if they don't know when is the best time to step up para masuporta nila yung kanilang buddy, well, of course, it's gonna be a bad thing for them waiting to happen.
Bit of a lopsided defense para sa Fervid dito. As EVOS look to take advantage of that. Good flash coming in. Ting, nabulag, but they're going deep into RS. EVOS, what is the strategy? They take down, but Skies holds the line. KLR for the trade. Fervid magpupush. Taking control of mid, pero KSA X that push. Takes down Hodge. Nomad, what?
Wow.
Gets 2 kills through the smoke. That's the C4 as well. Kailangan bumalik ng EVOS para makuha yung C4, but it's a 2v3. At andito na si Ting. KSA hoping to duel. Pero half HP na lang dito. Nomad shows up. KLR going down, and KSA have to be the hero. A 1v3 for last set's MVP. What can KSA do, Mochi?
Would he be able to clutch this out? Ano nga bang pwede niyang gawin dito? All the more merrier if he gets to segregate them once again! Ito na naman tayo, Dado! Kakasabi lang natin kanina at pinapakita niya na naman. Buti na lang! Lance will be able to step up from that one. With a quick switch up din, or rather, capitalization sa kanyang gamit na sniper rifle dito. Muntikan na naman.
Medyo napasigaw na naman tayo. Pero round secured by Fervid, keeping it close. KLR na shutdown si Lance with that M4. How does he win that duel against the AWM? I'm not sure. But EVOS take down the enemy sniper. Si Lance taken away. Skies picks up that AWM. But EVOS off to a good start here. Wala na yung potential ni Lance na mag-clutch na naman.
Burado.
Nahanap. Bait smoke yun Draws a bit of attention. Nag-rotate si Ting. That leaves B a little bit vulnerable for a push.
Grabe, no? Minamanipulate lang sila ng EVOS, which might actually be a struggle here for Fervid, especially if they are gonna be falling into the hands. Parang sumasayaw lang sila sa palad ng EVOS kung sakali man, no? Pero pinapaulan na naman muli ng mga bomba. Ito mga kumpare natin dito from EVOS. And at the same time, they're just gonna be taking their moment to pause and reflect what they can do here. Fervid still trying to capitalize on what they have right now, making the most out of the utilities na meron sila dito. Pero how would they even be able to try and take every single one of members here from EVOS down, especially that they don't have each other's back, unfortunately enough.
Lubos na naman ng EVOS. That post plant is so deadly. Kahit nasang side sila, kahit BL, GR, post plant Fortress is just so good for EVOS, it feels like. And for Vid, I think they figured it out by now not to let EVOS plant the C4. Kasi pag umabot sa point na yun, laging ang ganda ng hold ng EVOS Hindi ko alam, meron yung ginagawa nila dun. But this time, EVOS off to a slow start yet again. And Fervid have to miss fighting the bait dito, no? Last round. Kaya nakapasok ng B site ng EVOS. Kasi nag-line up sila ng flash sa A. Akala nila mag-push sa A, nag-rotate si Ting. But in fact, the plan was to go to B. And EVOS, that's a classic strategy, no? And EVOS this time, 3-2 split. Pero hindi na bait to. Ating mag-push sila sa RS.
Makakapag sila dito mga medyo delikado naman muli si Fervid, and most especially meron silang mamamataan ng mga players dito, no? But Nintendo would be able to take one for each. Yan ang kinagandahan din pagka pinagsanib-sanib ang puwersang lakas. Pero Keller, mamamataan dito sa Nomad, mga kasagot naman din sila, pero kulang pa man din ng kanilang manpower heading here dito sa ating B-side area. They're just gonna try to put themselves in this location, but while also Ting will try to take some pickups off from the two people na naririto sa ating stage or generator godbox area. But also, napakalutong ng shot na yun from Sekta. Popcorn, pinasabog men yung ulo dito. But still, seems like Keller is gonna be left alone here dito sa house area, and they've got gonna be no choice from that.
Alright, there you go. Fervid, keeping it close. 4-5 ang score natin in favor of EVOS as we head into the second half. But this is where it gets scary. EVOS on the GR side. Tinan mo, push agad sila dito. Mochi challenging LB. And it is Haj to receive the end of it. KSA with a double kill immediately. And that LB push, gone. Fervid, 2 players less than they started with.
Man, we see the vision kung ano yung gusto nilang gawin dito. They want to offer a powerful push dito sa B-side, pero once again, it's all about the execution and how they fumble while they are trying to do that. Specifically, na medyo napag-iwanan nata itong si Haj the moment na merong sumunod a bit too late kasi baka nga mag-audition pa nga sila doon sa moment na yun at nangyari nga, which is quite sad. Pero the question is, how would Fervid be able to recuperate dito sa current situation natin ngayon? Lalong-lalo na makakulang sila dito. Nasa blacklist side pa naman sila.
Tsaka mahirap dito sa Fervid no? They lost 2 players without finding any space yet much.
Yes.
Kaya kailangan nilang magsimula from the beginning, kumbaga.
Elvin? Nako.
Getting really deep in mid. Pag nag-peak siya ngayon hindi nakatingin si Ting, so that's perfect timing. Si Lons naman nag-aabang mula sa kabilang angle, but that's not where Elvin is gonna come from.
Medyo...
Zetra, well, still holding on to that B side, pero mukhang LA ang pinupuntira dito ng Fervid. With 1 minute left on the clock.
Uy.
Elvin gets hit by the arm shot but still stays alive with 1 HP. So flash coming in. Good punish mula kay Ting to take down that lurk that is Elvin, making this a 3v3 match.
Parang anticipated that Elvin might actually do that aggressive or possibly a flank in the wrong run, and which is quite good in terms of effort dito kay Fervid that they've been able to spot him out, but at the same time, they are gonna be out for time. Most especially after that quick pick-off galing dito kay KSA. Capitalizing more with the AK. Nomad. We're just gonna try secure the objective here. Yun ang focus nila ngayon. Keller in quite a really tough spot here. But also,
Zetra.
we still have Zetra living here. Boy pa man din. Nomad. And question is, would he be able to actually segregate then once again? Dito pa man din magaling itong si EVOS. It seems like that is not gonna be the case. And despite of that, at least what matters is that Lance and Nomad has been able to live up to that point, and most especially with super low HPs as well.
Min-rounding of Fervid done, no much. Very precise yung calling ng Fervid to take control of mid and slowly push down B. Pero teka lang this time have to back off because Fervid making a lot of noise in B. Pero mukhang hindi magpa-push ang Fervid, hindi magko-commit for now. And yeah, that's the one strength that we didn't see from Fervid in that first map in Compound is yung mid-rounding nila dito support. Ang ganda, giving EVOS a good challenge. I think the score reflects it. The score alone reflects how close and how good Fervid is performing compared to last game. 5-5 tayo dito as we head into round number 11. And Fervid gearing up for, I think, another B push dito much.
Possibly. Well, also, there might be some possible contention present dito kay Elvin and as well as kay Ting, which might actually make or break yung pag-commit ng Fervid sa B or kung anumang side ng kanilang balak rito, no? While at the same time, I really do hope that there's gonna be some straight up trades na mangyayari in case that happens. But we can definitely see that Fervid is making the most out of the time na meron dito. Hopefully, lengthening yung waiting time, making EVOS lose their cool or attack at the best time possible. And we are seeing some trades present here right now, pero hindi ata pumapabor kay Fervid ito.
Yobib!
Oh!
Yobib still gets the 3K at the end. Si Ting papasok, but it is the 4K for Yobib. Yun na nga, much gumising na si Yobib. He's been quiet for majority of this series, but he is now making noise. That position near house, absolutely deadly when you're coming in from RS at hindi na clear ng Fervid si Yobib. And he just popped off. Yobib, still the same demon that he was from last year. This time in a much more, I would say, much more leveled team. Medyo na-tone down yung highlight kay Yobib, no? But he's still definitely the same highlight player from last year, as he's just proven. 6-5, EVOS pulling ahead. And this game has taken a turn for the slow. Fervid are actually making EVOS think about every move dito, ah.
Actually, no? Sobrang lapit nga ng score lines natin ngayon, which is quite a breath of fresh air, especially para kay Fervid, and mostly that they need it after the tough match na meron kanina sa unang mapa. Pero what's really wonderful here is the pickup na meron kay Cetra onto Haj, and it's quite unfortunate that Haj always finds himself in places or situations wherein hindi siya masyado nakakapag-rebut sa kung sino man na nagiging katapat niya, and he has no choice but to trust in the teammates na meron siya dito ngayon. C4 not in their hands right now, but also I feel like this is gonna be needing a bit more gas in terms of the commitment na kailangan nilang gawin dito for their end.
Yeah. Ito yung mahirap din kasi, no? How do you make a decision when one of your players have gone down already? And also, where did that go? Alam nila na umalis na dun si Zetra, no? Not anymore, which is why they're pushing towards that area. Actually, CA play dito, but Elvin is waiting, lying in wait, at yun na nga, he will strike, finds Sting. Traded by Skies, but still a man advantage for EVOS as we draw closer to the end. 22 seconds left on the C4 time, on the round timer rather. At yun na, positive si Skies, Yobib taken down. Zetra comes in once more to find a kill. Skill are still nandito sa may taas. 7 seconds left and counting down. Luns with the AWM left all alone as KSA finds Nomad, and Luns makes his way towards the top, pero it is going to be EVOS winning by the time. Naubusan ng oras dito ang Fervid, and EVOS pull one round ahead, 7-5 in round number 13.
I mean, as much as nakikita natin that they're making the most out of the time, once again, it comes into execution! Cetra on the dome! Couple of shots, parehong tatama yan. Which is not the ideal situation here dito kay Fervid as they try to even out the numbers. Pero ang tanong ay paano, lalong-lalo na may dalawang pang sugatan sa kanila. Kulang na nga sila ng manpower. Kulang pa sila in terms of HP. I mean, they can use the utilities all they want. They can stretch the runs all they want. But the question is, paano ba nila ito matatapos ng maganda?
Eto na, may bago ng problema dito ang Fervid Moch. Whenever they try and play slow and think about every move, nahuhuli sila ni Zetra. And we go back to the same problem that they've had ever since game 1, no? Ever since set 1. Yung tendency nila to become a little bit careless of these angles. Well, Zetra deserves a bit of credit, no? Ang ganda ng mga angle niya dito. But Fervid also had to be more careful now that every single kill counts.
Men, may bubulong.
A bit of
may bubulong ako sa'yo.
Ano yan?
Tingnan mo yung KD ni KSA ngayon.
Oh my God.
Wow.
So, marami na siyang kills this round, ha?
Walang humpay
7 KSA hoping to make another record, but I think the 15-0 KD rather is not gonna be broken anytime soon from last game. Pero ito, magko-comment na sila sa dito, Moji, ha?
Of course. And it seems like they have a good hold naman, specifically how close they are into each other. But once again, once they push in, what will be the areas where they would be expecting that the EVOS members will be residing in? Lalong-lalo na they're already running out of time. The question is if they can actually withstand the pressure here. No matter very good for what a trade here for Cetra. Mukhang hindi ata magtatagal. But dang, it seems like alongside with Hadboy, pamandit sila KSA coming through the couple of them. Hindi siya nagpapatirag. Dude is staying true sa kung anong sinabi niya kanina na sisimplehan niya lang or sisimplehan niya lang daw nila si Fervid.
Yeah, bro is going for 30.
Bro.
21 kills para kay KSA. And the flash 2 come in to try and shut down KLR dito sa may LA thing. Papasok na nga Fervid, stepping up the tempo. Pero can they spot out Elvin dito sa Cats? They're push, not wary, not careful. Fervid checking every single corner. Si Nomad naiwan mag-isa. It's a bait. Luns taking down KSA. Good bait and switch as Elvin takes down Nomad. Both lurks gone. And it's a battle of attrition. Fervid versus EVOS. Who is going to lose?
It's a 4v4 after all. This could have been one of the better situations that Fervid may find themselves in dito in this map so far. But once again, kahit nakikita natin na there is some signs of life, most especially if they try to attack at the last time wherein it may put EVOS at the edge of their seats. Minsan kasi hindi talaga siya gumagana. And instead, sila ang nagsasuffer doon sa pressure na ini-inflict nila sana kay EVOS themselves. And currently, they might actually eye itong A-side natin kanina. Killer! Oh, possibly going for 2 pero sinutdown siya dito ni Teng. Elvin is just gonna be chilling there sa bandang bodega natin in case na meron mang mag-match papuntang A-side pero mukhang babaguhin ata nila ang kanilang plano just in a bit and just in a second.
Yeah.
With 40 seconds on the clock.
Fervid coming back for more.
Huh.
Pero alam kasi nila na there's at least one person dito sa LA. And Elvin is still in the exact same position since the round started. You know, narinig niya na yung shots sa likod niya. Flash is coming in for Vid committing. Zetra all alone up above and Elvin jumps out in LA. Ting gets taken down and that's Elvin all throughout. Haj for the trade and not leaves Yobib in a 1v1. Si Haj coming in from up above. Hindi kita yung angle and Yobib has to push up. Waiting for the C for 5 seconds left to plant. Haj, does he have enough time? Meron. 40 seconds on the C4 timer and Yobib pushes up. What an angle. What a push. And what a round. EVO still winning it. Yobib with the 1v1. And that is set point para sa EVOS 9-5.
Man. Sinayawan. Sinayawan ni Yobib. And even after the couple of kills dito ni Elvin, that's definitely impactful. Well, you can see how strong each and every single player na meron tayo dito kay EVOS. But at the same time, dito kay Fervid, I feel like once that they polish this one, there's gonna be a lot of good things waiting para sa kanila. Lalong-lalo na they are seeing some signs of life and most especially yung mga critical plays na galing kay Nomad, kay Skies, kay Ting. And I really do hope that we can see more of that. Most especially na hamak okay naman yung performance nila ngayon compared to the first map.
Yeah, absolutely. Pero mas maganda yung adjustment so far ng EVOS no? Well, excluding this round, I mean, at least for opening contact, for Vid taking down Zetra, means that's one big headache off the table. Pero si Elvin na naman dito, Mochi, nasa dulo ng LA. This is not an angle you usually clear, so for Vid, could fall prey to Elvin's cheeky position yet again. Si Haj nagki-clear, walking up with the tap walk.
Naku po.
I think they know. I think they might have a clue.
Baka nakakaramdam. Lalo na tong si Haj, no? Na medyo suki sa mga pickups natin. Well, to be fair, yung mga information naman kasi na hunch niya is always on point. Once again, this is gonna be a possible episode for you guys to check corners as Alvin will be able to successfully take out into the skies. Pero it seems like Fervid is making the most out of this current problem that they find themselves in. There's still 3 more people na buhay, alive and kicking on there, and all about time for them to commit dito sa A-site natin.
Wow.
The question is, would KSA be able to withstand this? The answer is no. A point here for Fervid, and seems like Ting has been able to prove himself, start the show during that round.
You know nga, good adjustment mula kay Fervid, no? The moment they found Elvin, who only found 1 kill, just pop off and expect nila yung rotation. Uy, Elvin, hindi ka na makakapag-push this time as Haj is already here with the entry. KLR, iniwasan yung mga popcorn doon and he will be taken down as well. Haj nakahanap ng confidence dito. 2 immediate kills from the entry fragger and Fervid just backs off. Wow, ganda ng pinapakita ngayon ng Fervid, I mean, if this continues on like this, EVOS have to adjust big time kasi Fervid is actually winning every duel that they find themselves in.
And currently though, walang choice dito si EVOS kundi magpaka-passive muna sa kanilang areas, whereabouts, before they even wait and see kung saan magko-commit itong si Fervid. While Fervid though, definitely respecting yung prowess na maaaring may ambag dito ng mga remaining members natin from EVOS. But, never mind, look at this. Setran as well as Yobe will try to put themselves in more aggressive position here. Cetra being removed as Yobe tries to answer back, but once again, both of them were just going to be eliminated shortly. Idagdag mo na rin si KSA with the late flank. Sana, but hindi na na-carry out. We're still standing on just one more point away before EVOS takes this set. Pero, Fervid, laban na laban at lalo pang lumalapit ang kanilang scoreline dito kay EVOS.
Yep. Tsaka ganda rin ng ano nila nung punishment nila of EVOS. Napansin nila yung tendency ni Elvin humanap ng early angle. Kaya ngayon, nagcha-challenge na sila no? So Elvin not doing the same deep angle shenanigans but still lurking in mid this time around. And Fervid slowing it down. Yun naman si Elvin na nakahanap ng unang kill dito. But Hodge trades it down nicely. So it's a 1-for-1. Hodge 1 HP. But first still try and attempt a B-site hit ngayon. Unless Kel Rs a lurk angle dito. Pag nahanap niya yung may hawk ng C4 doon sa RS, this could end badly para sa Fervid.
Nako. Ito yung lason na yet to pop out and given and granted that they might actually getting a lot of information from Keller right now, specifically in this underside position. They're just gonna be hearing a lot of footsteps on their way. Might actually be a sign dito papunta sa nilang A side pick, but also Keller will be fighting 3 people, taking down 2 from that area. Wonderfully done while they're busy putting themselves in a better position dito sa bandang bodega natin. Mukhang hindi nila hayan that they're just gonna be making that operation flow smoothly. 2 more people na meron dito sa Fervid. By subukan nila sana na umasinta sa B-site natin. Pero sinong nandito? Si KSA.
There's 2 seconds KSA. I believe meron pa rin utility dito. Can still use a flash to buy time. At yun na nga, ina-expect na KSA just playing the safe angle. 20 seconds, all he has to do, buy time, get a kill, that's it, get out. Nades come out, good flash coming through. KSA gets the double. 10-7 EVOS, making it a 2-0 win. And it was harder than the first map, but Port is still a powerhouse para sa EVOS.
Well, EVOS definitely just proving na they have the upper hand on this one. Parang wala rin namang silang premyo in terms of how they can do their execute. It's just EVOS being EVOS. Even way back sa SGJ days nila, well, just proves that their strong personalities are being backed up with strong prowess. Wonderfully done. Galing dito sa EVOS Esports and nice try para sa Fervid. Lalong-lalo na I feel like napakita naman nila that they can somehow survive during our second map dito sa Port. But once again, there's still gonna be room for improvement.
Yeah, I think Fervid definitely deserves a lot of credit for that series, no?
Yes.
And that Port map, I think, is evidence na it's not necessarily a difference in terms of talent or fundamentals. It's just that mas prepared lang talaga ang EVOS sa compound, no? So, yeah, I think Fervid, a team still to look forward to for the rest of the group stage dito in Masters. I mean, as a team, I think they still have a lot of prowess, a lot of raw skill.
Yes.
And they just need a lot of refinement. As we saw, ang ganda ng mid-round calling nila in Port, no? In Compound, where it's a little bit more straightforward, medyo nahirapan lang sila sa dueling strength talaga ng EVOS. But let's talk about EVOS, the winners of this set and the winners of this series. Guess who got the most kills again this game, Mochi?
Parang kilala na natin kung sino yun, no? It's gonna be KSA. And it's crazy to me how many times he finds himself na meron siyang mga maraming katapat, maybe 2, maybe 3. Pero for some reason, he survives that, takes all of the 3 or 2 down. I don't know how, but it works for him. That's what matters.
Yeah, it does. It does. In KSA, I don't know. I don't know what it is, pero today iba yung performance ni KSA. I think this man is fueled by the words he say in the interview, and I absolutely live for that energy. Kung siya man yung MVP mamaya, I think siya ulit yung may interview, no, and I can't wait to see what he has to say sa ating panel. But what a series it has been. I mean, contrary to the first series, no, this one is a little bit more a one-sided affair. But let's call on Salvi and Sneaky to talk more about this game.
Thank you so much, Daydum and Mochi, no, sa isang malupit na series up against EVOS and Fervid, wherein, as expected, EVOS truly dominated across 2 maps. Kamuntikan na yung port na yun, and just goes to show that Fervid still has something in their bag.
Yeah, for sure. It's a really good result para sa Fervid yung nangyari dito sa map number 2 on port. I think they had some really, really good moments, especially pagdating dito sa kanilang BL side, no? Their setups are very, very nice. Yung pagkuha nila ng CA is also very, very clean. Problema nga lang, yun nga, no, kagaya na sinabi ko kanina, there is levels to this Cfs Ph Masters tournament, and it seems like itong EVOS men are on that next level, no, kumpara sa baka ibang teams natin. So, granted, it wasn't the cleanest sport game, and half the time nagtataka ako, I'm like, KSA is gonna push LB again, 1000%. Parang naisip ko namin nagawa niya na, and it just seemed like to a certain point ng game na to pare na they're just trying stuff dito sa port, and that's why they're getting caught and medyo nakaka-comeback na onte. Itong Fervid, as we take a look at the highlights, of course, as it's KSA again. Nakausap na naman natin.
And ginagawa niyang gasolina yung mga bangkay dito sa loob ng port, no? Ginagawa niyang fossil fuel. The moment that he gets the kill, this man just does not stop spraying, no? Parang mas lalong lumalakas si KSA, mas lalong lumalakas yung ulo niya habang tumatagal siya sa paglalaro. So, parang nagiging double-edged sword kumbaga si KSA kasi maaasahan mo siya sa mga ganitong klaseng sitwasyon talaga. So, in this kind of scenario wherein EVOS utilizes KSA as like a well-oiled machine, parang completos recados talaga siya. He can util for you, he can entry for you, and especially pag kailangan niya ka talaga mag-hold ng site, maaasahan mo talaga si Kian Angeles. And as you can see, it's bombarded with KSA highlights justifying this. So, pero lahat ng ginawa ng Fervid, from Ting and Skies being as consistent as they are, Nomad being the frontrunner for every frag that na Fervid na na-record nila, parang it's a good mix of, I think Fervid can be a formidable team, and as well as, parang ang lakas lang talaga ng pwede i-expose sa Fervid. We'll never know kung saan nila mahanap yung balance, and hopefully they get their group, sana makuha nila yung panalo nila. But as long as this team still stands, tulad ng EVOS, no, parang kaya nga nilang lampasuhin lahat ng mga dadaan sa harapan nila. At alam yun, ang Pacific, and now, Fervid Esports.
Yeah, and it's very reminiscent, no, sa nakita natin when UM first started, nung 2 weeks pa lang yata si Tanks and Coach. Obviously, expectations were high, pero nakaabot sila ng top 4. Granted, admittedly, no, I don't think Fervid is probably gonna make itong playoffs natin, pare. But at the same time, pili ko simula pa lang to ng team na to eh. This is just the beginning of a team that can improve. They have a ceiling as high as a skyscraper, pare. Pero the thing is, that is unique to UBEC. They got good quickly, pero feeling ko para sa Fervid, it's a slow burn para sa kanila dito. This is gonna be a slow process to improvement. As we take a look at the set summary, KSA, another masterful performance. 2.3 KD, 1.35 kill per round as the entry fragger, 57% on the headshots per kill, and the fact that may 26 AP pa siya is absolutely crazy, pare.
Wala na tayong ibang i-interviewin pa kundi siya na naman talaga, kasi siya lang naman yung may tumataginting na numero dito sa loob ng set summary natin no? Pero taking a look at the first half, it kinda really looked like Fervid had a groove, pero the moment that EVOS got the strong side, feeling ko ang daming pinalampas lang talaga ng Fervid no? Not being able to abuse B site was something really detrimental, no? At higit sa lahat, yung pagpupumilit nila doon sa loob ng bodega, at yung pagkuha din nila talaga ng God Box, no? Parang ang hirap na pangarap yun na para sa Fervid. Kasi nga, you can never have too much confidence nung pagsisetra ang nandoon. Tapos may layer pa. Doon pa si Kellar, doon si UB for the crossfire. I just really like their slow mid pushes papuntang Z or even at House B. Pero wala. Fervid tried to default at nakita na nga na naman natin yung kanilang sakit, no? Which is trying to default much more na hindi naman nagkakaroon ng round win.
And yeah, as we take a look at the match results, it is gonna be a 10-0 on Compound and 10-7 dito sa Port Pare. That Compound, a game to forget para sa Fervid, but a stat line to remember para dito kay KSA. But Port was a bit more of a fight para dito sa Fervid. Granted na I was expecting that this was gonna be a 10-4 after nangyari ng first half, but then, ayun nga, Fervid was also fighting nung second half natin dito. So Fervid, I mean, down in the first 2 series na natagpuan nila dito sa Cfs Ph Masters, but I feel like they are not out as yet. Problema lang, Salvatore, the schedule is not gonna get easier para dito sa Fervid whatsoever, man.
Kaya nga, no? It's gonna be tough for Fervid, no? So, the first 2 lines of attack, naramdaman din talaga kaagad ng Fervid, no? So, hindi yun lalayo, actually, no? Kasi mas lalo pang magiging mahirap ang kanilang mga laban, no? And speaking of laban na hindi nagbigay ng patas na laban, KSA, 2.3 kill per death ratio and 1.3 kills per round. No? Almost a 60 headshot per kill, no? So, almost elite level, no? So, we'll have to give this guy the praise that he deserves kasi nga naman talaga, this man went deathless. Isa mga pinakamahirap ma-achieve, no? Sa gantong klaseng level ng Crossfire. Professional. May dahilan kung bakit ito yung tinatawag na pros. Itong si KSA, ginagawa lang adapt game yung Compound eh.
Yes, sir. For sure. Felt like an adapt game as well, no? Kasi it got to a certain point and they're just trying stuff dito sa mapa natin. So, ayun nga, KSA, another MVP performance hopefully next week as well. Nakakatuwa siya makita maging MVP, no? Kasi sobrang sparingly lang natin nakikita ang entry fragger bilang MVP with the exception of Kano kasi yun nga is a unnatural talent, pare. But then, pagdating sa mga ibang teams, you don't really see the entry getting that much of a shine. Ayun nga, for example, si Dre, ayun nga, he's a really good player, but the thing is with Team Secret, you gotta play very, very fast and the entry fragger has to die. Pero para naman dito kay KSA, he did not die, pare. He did not die nung map number 1 and nung map number 2 really just set the precedent na naman dito, pare.
Ay, grabe nga naman talaga. Ikaw na naman,
Hello!
Ikaw na naman. Hindi na kami lalayo kasi wala talaga eh. Di ka nagpalaro ng kalaban at marami kaming katanungan sa'yo ni Sneaky. Una sa lahat, pre, yung Compound na yun, halos mawalan na kami ng hininga kasi sobrang nakakagulat talaga yung pinakita mo. 15-0. Ano yung pakiramdam ngayon ni MVP?
May layer pa.
Normal lang para kay KSA pa.
Wala talaga kasi.
Try to default.
Aura farming on broadcast.
Aura, grabe. No, seryoso si boss. Hanggat di pa tapos ang trabaho, wala pa muna tayo maririnig. Ay, go, Sneaky.
For sure. Ayun, men. Nung natapos na yung Compound, pare, na-realize na lang talaga na medyo maging mas madali yung series or medyo mas naging loose kayo kasi nakita ko, Kian, not gonna lie, men, nakita kita nag-push ng LB, pare, and sabi ko, parang ako lang yun pero nakapatay siya, ako hindi. Pero nakarating na ba kayo dun sa point ng series na nagtatry na lang kayo ng kahit ano, men?
Hindi naman. Baka sabihin
This brother Lion.
Basta yun. Kung ano yung nakita nyo, yun lang yun.
Okay, so ito magandang katanungan. Yung laban na yun sa Fervid, i-statement ba yun? Isang magandang pahayag ba yun dun sa mga teams na nanonood sa inyo ngayon, no? So kasi parang ang laking laban sana, no, napapanoorin sana na lahat kasi tingin na team na sa Fervid kahit paano may laban sila. So parang ano yung mensahe netong series na to sa buong landscape ng Crossfire KSA?
Huwag kayong makampante kasi lalo na yung mga favorite teams dyan. Ingat-ingat.
I like to hear.
Alam ko next week yung laban natin, pre. Hindi mo masakit.
Hindi naman ang favorite.
Caster favorite lang pala, yun lang.
Caster lang. Sa amin dalawa lang ni Sneaky. Personal favorite. Ayun, kaya say, Kian, congratulations sa panalo na yun. Baka may gusto kang batiin dyan, bigyan ng mensahe, no?
Unang-una daw, pinapasabi si Setra kay Ate Mochi. Hi daw po.
Ay, naku nga naman talaga.
Hindi, pinapasabi nyo.
Sabi ni Setre.
Shoutout sa mga supporters.
Nakaturo kay coach.
Shoutout sa mga supporter ng EVOS. Kahit wala kami yung supporter sa Pinas, sa YouTube meron, puro Indonesian.
Yun. Shout out to the Indonesians, man. Hopefully, a CF server soon.
Tsaka sa mga bashers, hanggang playoffs, maghintay kayo Nod lang, rating lang.
Yun nga.
Okay, sa Mangat, EVOS Esports at maraming salamat KSA sa oras mo. No? Congratulations sa panalo nyo. Good luck sa mga susunod pang laban. Grabe nga naman, hindi siya lumayo sa mga sa narinig natin kanina. Siya pa rin ang KSA na kilala natin, Sneaky Frog.
Yes, sir. The same old guy that we have known since last year, pare. Of course, everyone's favorite quote-unquote villain, no? So, it's gonna be interesting to see yung journey dito ng EVOS throughout itong Cfs Ph Masters. It's only the first 2 weeks, pare. Pero, nagsiset na ng stage yung mga ibang teams natin dito.
Man, tinan natin yung stage. Tinan natin yung mga palapag na tinatayuan nila ngayon, no? By the team standings, no? Kasi, I really like to see ano yung naging fallout ngayong araw, no? Pero, sadly for Acceptance and Fervid, they just really need to increase their level of performance talaga, no? Kasi we're not seeing any jumps from Fervid and Acceptance, no? So kasi pareho talaga silang nilapastangan ng kanilang kompetisyon, no? No other words to translate it, rerektahin na nga talaga, no? For Team Secret at hanggang Pacific, tabladong-tablado nga naman ng kanilang win-loss column, whereas UBECMANIAC and EVOS, ang ating dalawang undisputed teams, parang ang hirap abutin ng kanilang kinatatayuan ngayon.
Yun nga, no? That mid-table Salvatore is so exciting to watch, and feeling ko may iba pa to as the weeks do go on. I feel like Pacific Gaon, Execration, Team Secret, they are playing on, I wouldn't say the exact same level, no pare, but they're already approaching what they could do dito sa Cfs Ph Masters. But I can't wait to see how that unfolds, kung sino man makakuha ng 3rd and 4th slot dito. Kasi feeling ko UBECMANIAC at itong EVOS Esports, no, Salvatore, feeling ko komportable na sila sa 1-2
pre, parang tingin ata nila, sige, okay, magbibigay kami ng 1, 2, or even no games, no? The moment na UBECMANIAC at EVOS, baka nga umabot sa point na pag silang dalawa naglaban, wala pa silang talo, no? So next week naman ang aksyon ng Cross, para makikita naman natin, no, we have Acceptance and Gaon Gaming at Team Secret at EVOS Esports nga naman, no. So dalawa nga Cebuano Davao Derby naman na makikita natin na naman for both Acceptance and Gaon Gaming. Pero dito tayo sa kabilang banda, pre, ang ating mga kaibigan mula sa Team Secret kakalabanin ang mga tropa ni KSA dito sa EVOS.
Yun nga, labanan ng mga bagong pasok na org dito sa Cfs Ph Masters, and this is also a proving point para dito sa EVOS or sa Team Secret. Who made the right choice dito, Salvatore? Sino nga ba ang pumili ng tamang roster dito sa Pilipinas? And that's gonna be a very exciting one coming in for next week. Grabe, man, I can't wait. Naiisip ko na yung anong pwede mangyari sa series na to, man.
Tsaka pre, ito yung 4 teams na ang laki ng shinape up na roster, no? For both Acceptance and Gaon Gaming, claiming the talents of Cebuano and Davao natives, naming Dre, NL, Areda, no? Meron din tayong Vincent, Frey, dito naman sa kabilang banda, Cetra, meron din tayo A7J, oh my god. The talent showcase na makikita natin next week, pre, nakakatuwa nga naman talaga. And I think Sneaky Frog, grabe nga naman yung story time ending na itong week na to, no? We had a classic of an UBEC versus Execration match, and itong EVOS Esports na nagpapataas ng bangko ngayon sa buong competition ng Crossfire, no, laban sa Fervid. No? What an ender for week number 2.
For sure. What a conclusion, man, to Cfs Ph Masters so far. And we called it, man, nung podcast pa lang natin, na this is gonna be the best year of Crossfire para dito sa Pilipinas. The competition is immense. Yung the levels are all over the place dito sa Cfs Ph Masters. All 8 teams are competitive, pare. And it just can't get any better. I'm so excited for more, pare.
Kung di pa kayo naniniwala sa lakas ng Pinoy, magdadalawang isip na ako ngayon pa lang. This is Cfs Ph Masters 2025 Week 2. Tapos na. We'll see you guys next week. Salvatore and Sneaky Frog. Have a nice day. Goodbye and good night.
Gaming to qualify, it is kung sino ang huling team na makakapasok sa ating group stage.
And will end the game with a win.
And they win against Pacific Magna.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Magna will be your 3-time champions of CFS Ph Masters.